Radiant's turn to pick.
I believe, yeah. Definitely, in my view. A pretty big upgrade. Like, not to take away from Rappy, but the last time we saw Rappy in pro games, background, I think he must be almost like an assistant coach to Neon. So he's been doing a good job behind the scenes, kind of playing around with them as well. But I think the performance was still sort of lacking. Not pinning all the results down to Rappy. He had to step in, fill some big shoes in shaking the roster up. Definitely is. But I think Det, this might cause two issues. Det, for one, is a better player, but this is an all-Filipino stack for OB Neon. So I know for a fact these boys are much more comfy with Filipino. Right? Like you look at their Facebook, they're always talking crap in Filipino and stuff like that. So communication might be an issue. We'll see if that forms up. They're comfy enough in English, but you know, it's one of those things where they're kind of forced into it, and we'll see if they can meld well enough with that. The mechanics are there. They just need to gel together, and that's the one thing lacking from Neon. Thunder Predator, 8-0. Nothing more needs to be said, carrying that flame. Have these initial drafts, Phoenix Quap coming out for Neon, so somewhat open with where they might want to try to Quap. Maybe Death plays it off lane. Probably looking at the mid lane here against the DP, and that's actually a lane that the Quap can work really well. DP still has great wave clear, great sustain, but the Quap can kind of play with her Scream, with a dagger. She can blink away from the Spirit Siphon. It's easier for the Quap to secure those first set of power runes, and you have some good timing, good team fight coming out. Thunder Predator, DP, push comes out, sustain as mentioned. Mars on top of it is sort of a deny pick. So they don't allow Neon to try and pick up a Mars. There's no Mars egg combo, arena egg combo coming through. And there's some good control coming out from Thunder Predator, a good pace for them to maintain. They have paid some good respect bans here as well. They take out the IO, so there's no option for that for Skem on the safe lane to take. We've seen Neon, the only series they've won, the only game they won was with the core IO coming through. Not going to come out this time around. And they also take out the Jug, so the Mars doesn't need to worry too much about keeping a Jug in arena. But we also saw Thunder Predator kind of play against that and work it really well anyway. So when it comes down to arena Mars, I feel like they kind of know their timings for throwing out the arena right as the spin ends, and they just line it up anyway.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it's either Neon rises from the ashes like their Phoenix, or Thunder Predator continues undefeated. Both are great stories, but that means the other side loses. If Neon loses, they stay bottom of the groups, and only one team gets eliminated, Mike. Only one. Neon does not want to be down in one.
10 seconds.
It's a heartbreak, man. It's a heartbreaker series. It's going to be painful
remaining.
either way, and we're gonna have to see who can pull it out here. Thunder Predator probably, again, more than likely looking like the favorites. But Neon, you know, they're in high spirits. We were chatting a bit in the lobby, you know, saying hi to John Well, Scam, Thunder Predator. Moose was looking for some good food, which is always good to hear. Told him to buy some Kway Chow. And you see the draft develop as well. Oracle comes out for Neon. So Oracle Phoenix, a lot of sustain. You can get a good frontliner now. Maybe looking at, say, the Scam Troll. No option for Raid King. An Ursa would also work here. Just pop that False Promise. If you have Sunray on, if you get a couple of heals from the Oracle, probably not going to die in the middle of that. So it does give Neon a way to just keep that aggression early on with their core, join early fights if they want to. Thunder Predator don't quite have the burst on hand to deal with the sustain that Neon has, so we might want to see something that either carries a natural Spirit Vessel, has high burst, or kind of builds into a Scotty. One of those things need to come out to prevent Neon from just staying alive throughout all these fights. It's a bit early for Miranda. You know, that's like a
Radiant's turn to
3
pick.
o'clock kind of thing. I did have it yesterday, though. I had a nice slice of pizza. I think the Filipino fans would know. SNR pizza with stuffed crust.
Dyer's turn to pick.
No, sadly enough, it didn't. And draft continues. Origin. It does. I'm not arguing with you. Yep.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, some sort of core that stands in front builds a Scotty again. You just need a way to mitigate some of this healing coming through.
Dire
Turbo
get
would be
a
really good. We've seen Minoz perform, but
Razor.
Razor, this is spicier. There you go. What's the point of living if you don't do damage? You're going to get a lot of value coming out here for Thunder Predator up against this one, holding down the troll, sapping away, and just preventing him from actually having impact. That's going to be outstanding here for Thunder Predator, looking like probably our safe lane Razor here. You still have flexibility with the supports. Thunder Predator could still run DP5, Shadow Shaman 4, saving the mid pick last for Leo style. And there was some shade thrown in the lobby between Yapaj and Leo style. Not really shade, but they were doing references with each other. Of course, Yapaj's pub name is Rasmus, and Leo style is like Rasmus. Leo
5
style.
seconds remaining.
So, you know, there's going to be a back and forth in that mid. We've seen Leo style do this in lobby. You know, when he starts chatting up, tends to really work himself up, so we'll see if that plays a factor. Oh yes, every time. It's always great to see. I mean, it's the one thing. People don't think this way, but well, some people do, but the Philippines is much closer to the South American countries culturally. I mean, obviously, we were colonized with Spanish for 300 years. So, you know, there would be a lot of similarities there. Food, culture. South Americans tend to be weebier than your average. Anymore.
Get a
The
bag.
Filipinos are... So,
10
don't take it against me, I guess.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Chad was just saying, stop exposing us as weebs, South America. I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry, boys and girls, but it's true. The Philippines is degenerate. South America, well, kind of degenerate as well. I have a lot of South American weeb friends as well. We like the same anime, so that's always nice, Mike. Still, Thunder Predator rolling true. Oh, by the way, on the point of anime, apparently Minoz is a reference to anime from some anime called Saint Seiya, I think. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Phantom Assassin.
Lycan, choose your hero.
Ooh. Wait. You paused your Oracle? Wait, what? John, you all troll again? Oh, Neon, they're online. This is it. They're alive. They're alive. This is the Neon we love. They're doing it. They're mixing it up. They've got the Lycan off. I love it. John Yuel back in the spot. Hey, the last time they picked it in the DPC, against all odds, it worked. You know, I was listening to Lacoste and Lizard. They didn't believe John Yuel made it work. Well, it wasn't on John Yuel, but it still worked. So hey, if it works, it works. You pause Oracle mid though. This is like a Smurf game. This looks like a Smurf match on like Divine. These are like Divine Smurfs in my pubs. Oh. Oh boy. Hey, I've seen core Oracle work. You know, I've seen Mortal offlaners actually work it on the offlane. Mid shouldn't be too different. We'll see if they actually do lane that way. Scam on the Quap. On safe lane, this is something we've seen Neon experiment with before a long time ago, so we'll just have to see if it pays off. Thunder Predator having a much more straightforward draft. No surprises here. Of course, Minaz on that PA, Leo style on the Razor. No surprises. Like, support DP, I guess you could say is a surprise, but it's something we've seen a couple of times. And yeah, Yopaj does have to share tangos. This is the Oracle core. Oh boy.
Oh. All right. If Neon make this work, I won't know what to say. Can you look this? Have they done this?
Yeah.
Look at it.
I told you. They've done it in the DPC. If you recall that one time. And yes, it did. And the next time, I think the support brewmaster coming through as well, if you remember that one.
Yeah, but support brew sounds a lot better than mid Oracle, doesn't it?
Oh, the mid Oracle's fresh. Again, I've seen it in offlane in higher pubs. So it's almost the same process. I mean, think about it. You have great burst damage with the flames, very spammable. You can sort of control the lane with Fortune Send, not amazingly. That's the one thing. Your like wave clear isn't great if you keep spamming out the purifying flames. It's pretty costly. But it's one way to make this Razor pick not work, right? Like you commit a core pick on the Razor to counteract a support troll. So it's almost like a bait. Your matchup on course doesn't actually line up.
For this, when you get with a bunch of friends and you go to the beach, just zoom into the showcase mode on the Dire side. This is what happens when you go out somewhere like the beach and there's always that one photographer that's like, hey, everyone, I'm going to set up the camera. Everyone jump. Just jump up. It's going to be great. Nobody's ever done this before. And there's always the one guy in the middle that just doesn't jump. He has to take his shirt off or something. Every time.
That's true, actually, yeah. That's a great beach shot. Hey, it is summer in Southeast Asia. Starting to be summer. It's heating up. Thunder Predator just getting some beach vibes off with immediate pause. You know? That's one for the books. Okay, so we haven't talked about this too much, but Death to Lycan. Are we gonna see the wolf back again?
The wolf ball.
Oh, I mean, it was sort of silly with PL, right? Innate crit coming out, move speed was ridiculous, but the wolf army couldn't overcome yesterday, and that was Thunder Predator playing against it as well. So it seems like they're kind of prepared for Lycan Eggs. It doesn't look like Death that's queuing that up yet. So we'll have to see if that's an option to go into.
We've just started the game, John. I'm sure you can queue it later, Jonathan. He doesn't need to queue the Ags now. It's a bit early. Hold on.
Oh, but man, the possibilities are endless. Neon, this is the most exciting draft. And you were saying that point about beat shots. Even Neon's got a bit of a beat shot here, Mike.
Do they really?
Yeah. Look at that. Oracle's turning his back, though.
They do too. Wow, the quap jump's real high. My goodness. Yeah, Oracle's just turned his back. He's ruined everything. It's a nice photo. That is a nice.
Very much. Beach shots. Everyone in the beach mode. Summertime.
Makes me sick.
It's warm. Time. Why is that, Mike?
Trying to enjoy my day at the beach and there's a guy with the damn camera. Every time.
I'm guessing you're the guy who just stands then.
Me, I try to stay out of the photo. I just bury myself in the sand and just try to avoid everything. I mean, it's just, they just buy some, you know, one of those expensive cameras. I don't even know what they're called. What are they, DLRs or whatever?
DSLRs.
DSLRs,
yes,
right? So they go spend like $2,000 on a DSLR. They have no idea how to take a photo. You know, the camera does all the work for them, and then they think they're amazing. Then next thing you know, they want to be a photographer. That's their career choice every time. They get an arts degree, rack up the bills.
Hey. I
every time
sort of took arts. No, I slightly take offense.
So did I, John.
Oh, we made the same mistakes, Mike.
Why do you think I'm so upset? This is, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're taking arts at university, this is what happens. You end up becoming a Dota caster. It's a hard life, let me tell you.
You can ride.
Maybe just do an accounting degree or something.
Yeah. Earns that G. Still, the Gs are coming out here from Neon. Thunder Predator have to reconnect, but looks like they might still have a couple of issues. It's heartbreaker. It's a heartbreak. It stays paused, the more my heart will break at the end of this first game. Like, are we going to see Neon finally rise at the cost of Thunder Predator's perfect streak? Or is Neon going to stay down? It's difficult. And we're going to have to wait and see. We do want to get the war cries out, so once again for Thunder Predator, go! Vamos rápido, Peru! And for Neon, Neon lang malakas! There you go. That's it. Both sides appeased.
Thank you for that,
Get
Jonathan.
into the game, Mike.
Fortunately, I speak neither language, which makes it very hard for me to do anything like that. I appreciate you trying to get involved. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if there was an
Just
Australian
get that
team,
fighting spirit.
so I could actually, you know,
What
do
would
something.
you say that's specifically Australian, though? Like, what war cry besides Aussie, you know? Would that
That's
be
about it. That's. I mean, we've got ridiculous things we can say, but
Not very
Maybe
screen friendly, I think.
well, you know, Australian.
That it is. That it is.
Don't diss another person's language, John. Australian's a very unique language. Nobody else speaks
30
it.
seconds to battle.
That's very true, Mike. Still, no excitement over these bounty runes so far. Playhard gets a nice deep ward, though. So it looks like they might be setting up for some aggression. And again, we've got to watch out what Death does. Performance on MG Trust when he was standing in was great. And of course, he's got a storied history in backline. It's been some time since we've seen him on a team. But again, his performance is still up there. We just have to see if he steps up to the plate this time, as looks like they will just go for a steady trade. Really good use of the Wolves here from Death, though. Microing out, trying to scout out for wards. Doesn't really find one, but just at least leads to some early scouting capability with those Wolves.
I'm going to be watching this mid lane very carefully. You have Page on the Oracle, up against Leo Style on the Razor. I thought I'd never been seeing this hero matchup. Now, mind you, with the Oracle, you can secure CS very easily with Fortune's End and Purifying Flames. It's actually ridiculous how easily you can secure CS if you have the mana. And he is going double null, so he's going to have plenty of mana regen coming in. Like, I already see an Urn being queued up as well from Yopage, so it looks like he's going to be the Urn maybe into a Spirit Vessel carrier. Leo Style's going to come in immediately for a Static Link. Yopage, of course, is going to have no damage on the Oracle. Dead. I'm wondering how he's going to secure CS now. Leo Style, he's going to have a great time.
Yeah, that's the one thing with the Oracle. Early level, it's not going to be amazing. He opted for Fortune's End first to maybe try to burst down the creep wave a bit. Does have level 2 now. So Purifying Flames are in play. You can try to bounce back with. It's a good early start for Leo Style. Down the line, at least, you'll also maybe have the Edict to block some right-click damage from Leo Style. Could be a nuisance like Pugna with the Decrep. So that's a bit of a back and forth they can do. We'll see if they actually fight over power runes. Like, neither side really are big on that. And Leo Style, again, just running down your pod.
Leo, yeah, he's going to run him down all right. Page's going to be just fine for now. He's getting a fair bit of damage into this Razor, which is pretty intriguing. Still, we'll look at the other lanes while we have a chance. Because top lane, Playhard's going to be there up against Death, or rather with Death. We've got MNZ, or rather Minos, and MJZ around on the DP and PA. And John, I am pronouncing that correctly, am I not? Minos.
Absolutely are, Mike. Very clean.
Thank you,
yes,
John.
Minos. There you go. It's a steady lane for Minos. Death is, you know, going to be hard to zone out, but at the same time, you're also going to be hard pressed to maybe zone out this PA. You do have this Phoenix, of course, for the Fire Spirits, but MJZ is doing a good job zoning out Playhard, just forcing him to focus on the DP for the trades, and DP always wins out trades because you've got built-in regen with the Spirit Siphon, so have to be careful with how far you commit. And if things get dicey anyway, Minos can just step back and play with the dagger just to find those last hits.
Falls down to the bot lane as well, John. You've got Moose and Frank up against Genuel and it's the Skem. Skem on the position 1 Quap. Very interesting to see how he does perform today. So far, so good though. Pretty even matchup. Everyone just farming nicely. No first blood being achieved quite yet. And at any moment though. In every lane seems to have quite a bit of kill potential. Of time.
It's just needing those levels up, looking for some aggressive positioning on both sides. You're starting to rack up the levels here down mid. Yapaj at 4 does go for a 2-0-2 build, so no disarm for Leo Style, and Leo Style can just keep running him down.
That he can.
He's doing negative damage onto Leo Style. 63 minus 70, so I don't think the right clicks do anything.
Start healing him. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, once you get level 5 in the Oracle, that's a pretty big power spike. Then, of course, level 7. Purifying Flames, it's a lot of damage output, but bot lane, Deny's gonna fly out. Frank ends up denying off moves, so we still don't have a first blood. So Skem did commit the Shadow Strike, but naturally you can't deny if you do commit that. Meanwhile, top lane, MJZ trying to fight back up against Playhard. Playhard, the one dropping low. Minos moving forward, wants the right click and does get it. The dagger will be enough. First blood will go the way of the Phantom Assassin.
That's a risk you have diving against a DP. Like, if you try to trade hits with a DP as a Phoenix, the DP can just regen through with Spirit Siphon.
Oh, Yapaj is in big trouble. Goes for the Purifying Flames, not going to be enough. Leo, he's going to try and make a run. Genuel trying to chase him down on the support troll. It's not going to work out for him, and now Moose has the shackles back up. Can just hold him down with his tongue, and Leo will get a double kill.
You are dead.
And shout out to the guy or woman that made that cosmetic for Shadow Shaman. Amazing stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a really good looking one. They managed to burst down the mid in style, and they managed to, you know, just keep Yapaj down. He's not getting too much done. It's a slower lane turn. You've got a level advantage now.
Playhard may have gone too far, and he does. MJ is still going to tick out. But I don't think it's quite worth it, though. Giving Minos another kill on the PA is never going to feel good for the side of Neon.
Yeah, it's still kind of alright for Neon. At the least, you're getting something, but you're trading pretty hard here. 1-4, 1k lead. M&Z, Minos with all that space out, of course, can just keep getting last hits. So you're not slowing the PA down. It's still a good farming lane for Death as well. Still steadily building up. Want to hit those Necronomicon timings to force down towers. But for the side of Neon, I think this is to be expected for their laning. Like, you've got such a wonky lineup with Troll support and Oracle core that you need to hit some level spikes. And the most standard level spikes are for Death and Skem. So you want to hit level 6 on your core and off lane. More important for that, because the push potential is what you're really looking for here. Skem, I mean, even once he has this Sonic Wave, I don't know if you really have a follow-through to maximize it.
Oh, Death. Gonna be in danger now. The Spirit Siphon really slowing him down. Dagger out from Minos. Death very low. Crypt Swarm out. He tries to Fairy Fire, but Minos wants the kill. Dagger is available, but he lost vision. And now they might just turn Playhard. Trying to get the damage out. It's going to be pretty high, but not quite enough. Minos, of course, can just blur, and well, eventually they get the salve out. Of course, the Wolves will not really take the blur off the PA. Thunder Predator still just sitting pretty. No real pressure on this dire side at all. It seems like every lane is just going really well for them.
And they're just abusing the fact that Neon's going for a non-traditional draft. We usually expect Yapaj to relieve some of that side lane pressure, but the Oracle at 6 even. Yeah, you can get the value point now in False Promise at the next level, or just max out the Purifying Flames. It's still not great presence. Like, even with False Promise up, you don't have a core Troll to maximize that with. You have a core Quap, so it's not as good. And Louis, again, looking for these opportunities.
He's in trouble. Oh, Plasma Field not going to land. Murs would have been in range to get the shackles off had it landed. He's still going to give it a shot. But Yapaj is very well aware that something is awry here. He's going to sit back and just relax for a bit. And you can secure a lot of CS with Purifying Flames, so you don't really need to be nearby the creep wave. You don't have to be. Looks like Leo now going to make a rotation as they found Genuel on that support troll, and well, he's going to try and whirling axis his way out. Yapaj now moving in to try and help. He doesn't have False Promise, so he can't keep the troll alive. Leo, that's a lot of damage with that Plasma Field, but now Skem's going to move in with the Shadow Strike. They have the Sonic Wave. He'll commit and he'll get the kill. Leo actually gives the tip immediately to Skem. But while that's happening top lane, Death is going to die to MJ.
And that's much more important for TP to find. Like, sure, you trade away to Razor, but Death is going to have to carry that momentum for Neon. This Necronomicon timing into the Shapeshift timing is key for Neon to buy the space out to make this greedier draft work. And as long as they're keeping that Lycan down, keeping that timing away, your towers are not going to be under threat. Neon, you're finding a couple of kills here.
They've got Skem. Skem's in trouble. He doesn't have a blink up, so Frank might be able to get the damage out, but he has no more spells to use. He's relying on right clicks. Now Yapaj going to move in. Fortune's End is going to reach in time. And Skem will be able to pick up the kill on the Shaman. 3-6 now. 1k net worth lead for Thunder Predator.
Draw a line to Radiant's
Things fairly even still between these two teams. Thunder Predator definitely have a slight lead, but it is only slight for now.
Got to worry about how much Minos is getting from that top lane though. Like, he's in the jungle now, he's got the Perseverance up. He's not really being pressured by the Lycan, although you do have level 6 now in Death with the level 1 Necronomicon, so you could maybe shove in that tower. But this is going to be a relatively quick Battle Fury timing for RPA. And if you allow that to happen, it's going to outfarm your Quap, it's going to outfarm the Oracle for sure. The Lycan might be able to keep up, but worry about giving too much to a PA early. And it has been a really free lane for the PA, so they need to apply some pressure on Neon's end. They are clumping up top. They've got Skem around as well to get some burst damage off.
Skem right in onto MJ. They want the support TP down, and it looks like they might just get a too hard of a task. Sunray out with the Fire Spirits and play hard. It's able to secure the kill. It's the kind of activity you want to see from OB Neon. Definitely don't want to allow Minos to be able to just free farm, but man, oh man, that is going to be a fast Battle Fury.
It's going to be...
I didn't realize it was going to be that quick.
It's free farm. You know, he's up there just hitting all the creeps, sometimes clearing out some Lycan creeps as well. And it just gets a bit scary when the PA hits that point. They are lining up for the push bot, and it's only Januel around to defend. So that tier 1 tower shouldn't stand, and might give his life away if he sticks a bit too long here.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane tier 1 tower did drop. Death just taking care of it himself. Meanwhile, the rest of Neon hanging around bot lane. It looks like they're getting prepared to defend their own tier 1 tower. Could be a little bit dangerous though. Frank does have the arena up. JC would rather, of course, have the exorcism before he gets involved, but it looks like he might have to get involved a little bit earlier.
Dire's top tower.
Not going to be an easy defense regardless.
No,
but while this is happening, look at Death. He's pushing out that top tier 2 tower with the Siege creep. Somebody has to defend this.
Radiant's middle tower can't
Yeah,
handle
so
this
taking
deluge.
some chip damage, true. You aren't taking too much though. Death is going to TP away just to get some farm mid, as the mid tier one's much more key. It's starting to drop low there for Neon, just from the shove in from Leo Style, and Leo Style already has traveled, so he can just join these rotations. Great scan spot from the start.
That's a really nice scan, but Minos still in massive danger, is going to die. Yapaj able to take the kill now. Frank, he's going to try and trade. Arena down on the troll, but they want Skem first. Skem, he's been silenced, they'll get 2. In fact, they might just find 3. They found the Oracle. Yapaj tries for the TP play with the False Promise, and he's going to make it out. He's fine. So a 2-for-1 trade, but only issue being they lost their POS 1 Quap in the process, along with the position 5 Troll.
I don't think it's too bad for Neon. Like, you drop the PA, that's the bigger one. You're keeping Minoz down just a bit more, delaying that Battle Fury just a bit longer. It's still going to come out really quick, but you are trying to even out your course. So the gap between Skem and Minoz isn't that big anymore. It's around 300 gold, something that the Quap can easily close as the game goes on. You're just trying to buy that space, even out the map. And for the most part, Neon are keeping up just a bit. Thunder Predator is still taking that slight lead, 1k up. And they're playing to their strengths. Again, Travel's already up, and Leo style means he can run you down if you're not careful. They already have the ecosystem ready on MJZ as well.
Form, they're going straight after Leo style. Leo, he's going to try and make a run. He is a very, very fast man with those boots of travels, but Death is a little bit faster. The race is on, the Fortune's end. The follow-up is going to land. They will eventually get him. Surely Leo cannot escape, and he won't. Death picks up the kill, but meanwhile, Minos kills off Skem. It's a great trade, Minos. He gets another kill on the PA, and that's your POS 1 Quap gone.
That's a big one. You really need Skem to start to build up. He's still waiting out for that Orchid timing. However, Neon, because of that chase, can open up the push on mid. And without the Razor, they're man down for the defense. They do still have Arena to play with, though. Frank is just a bit too late in that one.
Top tower is on the rocks.
Scoreboard currently sitting at 6-9. Very nice to see.
Very mature, Mike. Yeah.
You got to point it out, John.
Nice score.
You're never too old.
Obviously. Obviously. Still, Battle Fury now flying out for Minoz. So there you go. It's going to have that flash farm potential in play, going straight for the Desolator next. You will have a PA problem really soon for Neon's end. They're still building up here in Neon, though. Yapaj still saving up for his own travels, has the 3 nulls up with the urn, so it's not the straight upgrade into Spirit Vessel here. I think it's more of just having heal potential through Default's Promise, so just trying to get max value from that spell. John Yuval on the Troll this time is rushing Drum, so we're not seeing him go greedy with support Troll Battle Fury, which I think they did last time. It's a slower game. He's not able to go full greed and just become a pseudo core. And Neon's just kind of trying to build up here and trying to, you know, catch up. The Orchid for Skem just a recipe away. That's going to be the major spike for your Quap. Just have to watch for that counter control on Thunder Predator. They are really good, just keeping you locked in as well. And Leo style now, he's gotten casual Windblade, so he's actually running at 520. Pretty much max move speed without any skills up.
Seems balanced. Well, lane, he's going to make a run down. Play hard. An Icarus dive out, but oh my god, look at this speed! He could have just chased him.
Yep. It's like he has a haste on permanently. Pretty much close to
that is quite literally what it is.
Balance.
That's ridiculous.
He just needs like a Yasha now to speed it up even more. Then you'd be really balanced if he actually goes into that itemization. Still, Thunder Predator, they're fine with his pace as well, right? Like the PA is getting farm. You're almost at the blink for Frank. 800, 600 gold off somewhere. About that. So once you have that blink on the Mars, you can easily start to force in more objectives, force fights. They have been sitting on this exorcism on MJZ. They haven't really used it to apply pressure in the tier 2 just yet. But again, they feel confident here. Neon are using this time well enough to farm. I think we need to expect to see Skem make plays with his Orchid timing out at the top, but looks like he might just wait for that BKB timing first because of all the control from the Shadow Shaman. The silence is ruining him, although Death.
In, Frank will walk the other way. Minos, he's going to be around. He's going to move in as well. Genuel going to be the first one targeted. Arena, Spear not on the mark. Wolfform was also popped, but they are stuck in the arena. That's going to be about it, unless Death, he found a target. Moose is going to try and lock him down with the Serpent Ward down, but Moose is in pretty big trouble. Still, their help is coming in. Moose, he's still alive. Genuel now, Battle Tramp's going to fly out. It'll be a 1-for-1.
Killing spree!
Get the kill.
Bottom tower faces a stiff win.
Pretty much be it. Mid lane, play hard. Be static link, but Leo style not going to commit all the way. Back right off. They are really just waiting on Minos to have that Deso up first before he can get involved with the team. And I suppose even after that, you really want the BKB before you get fully involved. But just judging by how this game is going, seems like as soon as that Deso's up, Minos is going to start fighting.
Yep, he's is going to be able to join in, burst down. You have to watch the False Promise and the Edict. So the disarm is going to ruin the PA if you're not careful. Again, which is why you might want to wait for that BKB on Minoz. Let's see whether or not that's the case. Neon now starting to clump up top. They've got the Necronomicon tree up. Death can just try and melt these towers.
Now moves. They got the Shaman again. Up to just burst him down. No, Hex is out into the shackles. Scam, he's going to blink out. They get moves down. Now the plasma field there from Leo into the static link. Scam, he's going to be targeted. He'll blink away again. Meanwhile, Death actually killed off MJZ, but MNZ now. Minos, he's going to move in. He'll find one, but here comes Scam with the Zalt and play hard. Sonic Wave, the X out. They kill off the PA. Never mind, John, he needs the BKB.
That he does. It's just too much control, too much magic damage. The Orchid ruins the PA in the middle of those fights. You don't even worry about the disarm. It's just all the control coming out here from the side of Neon. Very well disciplined from them to catch that trade out. They are actually swinging the lead back their way. So 10 to 11 after a bit of a slower start. Less than 1k lead going their way. In Death, he has to set that pace. He's just setting up top. Again, Necronomicon trees are up. They can shove in the tier 2. There is a Fortify available. He probably won't find it fully. And Moose actually tips Johnny Wall there on troll.
Tower faces a stiff
What I love about what Neon's doing with this draft is they're basically doing the same thing Thunder Predator did yesterday. Nobody knows what to expect from this kind of draft from Neon. And I think it's the element of surprise that makes it so it actually kind of works, at least for now, as they found Moose again, all over it. 5-1 and 2 on the Lycan, working towards that AC, but he's doing a great job thus far.
He really is. Basically, at this point, this is a pause 1 Lycan. Right now, Scam is playing more like obviously a traditional 2, and I get it cause issues. I mean, the Deso is up on Minoz. He's up on Death. It's not going to hurt as much anymore, and it's just going to build in.
Might need a bit more than movement speed to get out of this scenario, John. Sunray going to follow him down. They did blink strike in, and they will with the silence out, but it won't be enough yet. Leo is going to be fine to survive through it. Scam didn't want to give up on it, but Leo is just way too far. 32 movement speed. What's the bet? What's the bet he gets spider legs after?
Oh, that would be sickening. I don't know if Spider Legs lets you unlock cap. I think he's at cap right now, 550. As long as he uses spells, the Quicksilver Realm speeds him up. They get a good deny at mid as well, so just taking out some resources, some gold from the side of Thunder, although Leo style.
Yeah, static links out. Leo wants to chase this troll down. He has battle trance, and he will pop it to try and turn around. Slow out. Genuel is almost certainly going to die unless a Sonic Wave is there from Scam with the Yules out on Leo. He's going to be the one to die. Death now wants to chase further in. They go for the Phoenix Arena Spear way off the mark. Frank just needs to get out of there. The X down. They'll kill off Moose again. MJ being chased by this crazy Lycan. Minos, he doesn't know who to help. Who do you help right now? Neon, they're all over it.
They're way too scattered here from Thunder Predator. They cannot overextend like that, 1 by 1, running in, trying to chase down these kills without backup. Your Razor is strong, sure, he's fast. That's all he is right now. There's no damage here on Leo style. And you have to respect the durability on the side of Neon. They've got Phoenix, they've got Oracle, and the Troll can always pop that ult as a support just to stay alive and stall out. Neon play into that timing really well. Thunder Predator, they're going to lose the first tier 2 of the game. And the issue is starting to rise here. Yeah, you're finding farm Minoz. You're sacrificing everyone else. Look at Frank's progress. He's lagging behind even Yapaj's core Oracle. That blink needs to come out on Mars. He opted for the Yules first, without an easy way to initiate here on the side of Thunder Predator, without a blink on either the Mars or the Shadow Shaman. This run and gun strat from Neon is just going to pay off, and Thunder Predator needs to start playing as a team. They've got Exorcism, they've got Arena, they've got great damage from wards, they've got insane burst on the PA. Perhaps once the BKB is up, we can start seeing that 5 now.
Scam, he might be in danger. Minos just going right for the kill. Scam almost dies, but now they might try to turn around. Genuel's running in, they need the ensnares. They might just get a Minos, trying to kill off the clock. He'll be punished. Yapaj kills him, now Frank moves in with the false promise there in time. They'll keep the Phoenix alive. Genuel, the battle trance out as well. They just can't kill anyone. They should eventually get the troll at least. Eventually. But they've lost Minos. Very bad news for Thunder Predator.
It's the same mistakes. They're kind of rushing in one by one. They're trying to use burst damage on hand. With a PA, if you're not 18, that burst damage isn't insane. It's great, but it's not like one-hit burst against these squishier targets. And they're underestimating the damage output and sustain on the side of Neon. Like, you lose your PA, you get the troll, but it's a support troll. Doesn't matter to Johnny Well. And they get to start onto the Roche now. Death, it's a Lycan with an AC up. Necronomicon trees at 22.5 minutes. We can absolutely tear through the Roshan. There's no Exorcism up yet, although it will be up soon, but it just doesn't feel like enough if they commit now. And they don't even have, I mean, they have one ward watching Rap. They just know they can't fight in there.
Where was this Neon yesterday, I wonder? This is what you want to see. This is what this team does best. Run these wacky drafts that nobody knows what to do against.
Yeah, it's catching Thunder Predator by surprise, and it's working when, honestly, it probably shouldn't. I think Thunder Predator, they have a game plan with this strat. They're just going in one by one, and every single time they're split up, Neon's got the mobility to punish. They have really fast heroes. They can chase down. They've got good control. They've got long durability to stall out and back them up. And Thunder Predator, it's always been a constant cream of one by one. Minoz sometimes runs in by himself. Sometimes Leo Style comes in by himself. They need to either buy space out and farm and disengage, or play as 5. It's either or. Going in one by one, trying to find a solo pickoff is just not going to line up here. And Neon, they know they're strong right now. They are smoked up.
Smoke up. Hey, net worth lead. Thunder Predator, they desperately need that BKB on Minos to be able to really fight. He's almost there, but not quite. Feels like the whole team is waiting on that BKB. It would be Neon, they don't want to wait too long. Try and press that advantage, because the PA is naturally probably going to outscale you later on as a Hex. Oh, right onto Scam. They've got the control this time, but the false promise is there in time for Riopage, and now they can try to turn right back on the supports. They ripped him to shreds. Frank, he's trying to run, but there is nowhere to go. He can't even use himself. The false promise, or rather Fortune's End, will cancel it. Death having a great game as well, John, on this Lycan, 9-1-4. They're into the mid-tier 2 now.
Yeah, they're just absolutely ripping through. Again, for Neon, like, they had Rappy come in, and, well, Rappy had big shoes to fill in. They're even rotating and trying to catch Minoz out.
Well, Minoz, he's barely going to get away. Scam accidentally uses up, or rather Playhard uses himself. Gonna try.
Is Dire's middle tower.
The towers are just melting here for Thunder Predator though. Top tier 2 gone, mid tier 2 gone. Only the bot lane's kind of protected right now with the tier 1. They are getting BKBs out. BKB up for Leo Style. PA BKB for Minoz is up as well. So they can look for these fights now. We need to see a good 5-man. We need to see a great arena come from Frank, and the Exorcism follow-up, which is smoke up here on TP's end.
The very big power spike now for Thunder Predator. This is where I think OB and Neon might struggle with this draft. How do you go up against his BKBs? You've got to kite quite a bit and just wait out the duration. Otherwise, I just don't see them being able to fight. They have a 5k net worth lead, so they have that advantage going for them. Moo's going to have his smoke broken for a second there.
Oh, great scan.
Definitely a great scan. So now they know exactly where Thunder Predator are. They go for a counter smoke. This is what I talked about, John. If they know where you are, they're going to fight you. It's not about evading. It's about finding a way into a team fight. Minos, he's going to be careful. They're going to surround him right now, this PA, but he'll blink strike out. Death, he's on the chase for Frank. Is there to save the day. He locks down the wolf in a cage, and now Minos can get to work, but no, the false promise there in time. Death is not dead yet. Moves, he'll be the first one to drop. Now they go on to the DPMJZ, trying to survive. He will go down. They do eventually get the Lycan though. Now Minos could run in back after Januel, and they might just find a third here, Thunder. In fact, they will. Minos will take it. Perhaps even a fourth. Play hard, trying to get himself out of there, but Leo Style runs way too quick. Scam, he's around to try and protect. BKB pop, turning back around. Leo just gonna walk out.
Spicy.
So in the end, definitely a pretty big positive trade there for Thunder Predator. That's what I was talking about, John, the BKB timing. Once you have those up, it's very hard to contest this side of Thunder.
Yeah, they did the right thing there as well. They isolate out Death, he's the big issue in these fights, and they also immediately burst down your Paj. Without the Oracle to back up the False Promise, you will die through it, and the sustain isn't coming out. So the targeting is right here from Thunder Predator. They drag that lead back to 2k, up for Neon, so starting to reel in some of that gold back their way. And Neon now, they need to hit some item spikes themselves. Dead might need a little bit more in the tank. Maybe a BKB on the Lycan would help the cause. He's rushing the MKB now to ensure he can handle Minaz, which is going to help the cause for sure. But a BKB is just going to be key. The Aegis expires now as well on Scam, so they don't have that second life to play with. And Thunder Predator, their cooldowns aren't that long. They've got Arena back up. They've got the Exorcism up as well. They didn't have it in the last fight. They could force something here if they want to.
What did I tell you, John? Spider legs. They found it.
Oh,
give it a Leo style. Give him the spider legs. Let's see it. He won't hold it yet. Towards the south, Frank got the Yules off into an arena. They found the big target. They've got Death again, and they want him dead. And they'll get it. 1.3k crit from Minos with the Orb of Destruction that he got, by the way, John. Always good to see for the PA.
Is under attack.
Leo now moving down towards the south, looking after Play Hard. Yopaj, he's going to hang around the tree line behind the tier 1 tower. Go for the TP out while he can.
Ooh, it's a bit dicey now for Neon. Like, I get the MKB build up here for Death. I don't think the Abyssal's the play. He has to get a BKB himself on that Lycan just to be able to stand and fight. The control, once it comes through from Thunder Predator, they can easily focus down one of these heroes. I guess they're just assuming in a big team fight, Yopaj will save them. So if it's under that assumption, I guess the BKB is not necessary, but it makes it very difficult when you are caught out. And Thunder Predator now are starting to find more on the map. They're grouping up for a push on the tier 2s. They've got a wave set up down bot coming in, and they can start shoving in.
Leo, press the button. Press the Spider Legs button. I want to see how fast you go. He's got 520 without pressing it. How fast does he get if he presses the button? Like, never mind, because we're going to have a big team fight to break out. OB Neon moving in with a big smoke, but great positioning from Minos to break the smoke right onto Death. They've got the Lycan again with the basher from Minos. They'll stun him up. And now onto Januel. In fact, never mind, they want the others. Onto the Phoenix, the Quap, Januel. Trying to kite around, make his way out. Rather difficult. He'll pop the battle trance now, but it's going to be no good. He'll die anyway. Onto the egg instead. Leo's not taking fast enough. They can't burst the egg down. They'll kill off the troll. Now turn back around. The Hex out moves, trying to control up Play Hard and Scam on the Quap. In fact, that's your Paj there on the Oracle, getting speared up and going down. Thunder Predator. I feel like this is where their draft just overtakes the game.
Yeah, they're playing it right. They're getting the push out. They have insane push on hand as well. The issue right now for Neon is that Death just constantly gets picked off. If you lose the Lycan, you lose the fight. Like, he has all your damage, he has all your farm right now. Scam is starting to pull ahead, but the Quap needs so much more beyond just the Shivas to really dish some damage out. And these towers just melt. You have so much minus armor on the side of Thunder Predator that one set of racks just goes out from one bad team fight from Neon. They have to clear out these other tier 2s, but with how low the cooldowns on the major team fight spells are for Thunder Predator, again, they could just keep going. Arena's already back up. The wards are half a minute off, so is Exorcism. They can just look to try again or secure the Roche in the next minute and a half.
The answer was 550 movement speed, by the way, John.
Yeah, that's the cap. Yeah. Unfortunate. If he had, well, no. Like, you'd have to be a different hero to uncap it, I guess, so you're gonna be stuck there. Death, his progression in his life was really capped out, Mike. The MKB is just stalling out on the Javelin and the Recipe, and he needs that to progress into something else. I just don't think the Abyssal's gonna cut it. The control's great, but you really want a BKB on your end. Look at the Thunder Predator. They understand. They just keep getting BKBs. They stand in the middle. They don't worry about any of the spells. and they just get the control out themselves because Neon's going a bit greedy here with no spell immunity on any hero at all.
Leo right behind the troll. Genuine, he does have help around. Scam will show himself. He's going to try for the TP play out. He's not making it though. Dual Scepter was available. Leo Style will happily take the kill. Meanwhile, the rest of Thunder Predator are looking around for another target. Aren't quite going to find one. But it won't matter. Because they still control the game, and looking back at Minos, I believe he's about to buy a Satanic.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to burst him down with that. And once he
DD.
does have that up, oh, beautiful. Of course, just perfection right there. So 297 plus the crit plus all the Lance armor for the talent. This is going to be painful for Neon if they're not careful. And the BKB on Minos is really disarm the PA immediately. They can't press her down. And they need some of that spell immunity on the side of Neon to be able to stand and fight. Otherwise, they're just going to watch this map get taken over. Another smoke out from Thunder Predator. They're just waiting for someone to bite the bait and dip outside their high ground here.
That and Roshan's up now. I think they might just turn around for that instead, but Neon, I
Scanning for
believe they also realize Roche might be up. They need to take a fight right now to make sure they can get that Aegis instead. Loop around. Minos is there in the blur to break the smoke, but they are wrapping the long way around. But Genuine now has his smoke broken, and they know.
Scanning for enemies.
Scam. Oh, Scam. You can't get locked down like that. False promise will save the day. Genuine immediately getting blown up, but he's going to buy it back. Now the Shackle's out there. Caught the Oracle. He is in that ghost form, but it is not going to matter. Your Page is going to die onto the egg now. Thunder have all the control in the world. They get a full team wipe.
escape with you.
Triple kill for Leo Style.
It's looking spicy.
Yeah,
They're looking very
difficult.
helpless now.
It's very difficult for Neon to bounce back in. Death barely TPing out. The Lycan just needs so much more to really carry through. I mean, Scam with a BKB is great. He doesn't do damage on that Quap. It's the wrong hero to have the BKB on. It has to be the Lycan. But now with a Satanic up in Minos, I don't know if that's going to be enough damage. Thunder Predator is starting to set up, clearing out the triangle, going into the Roche. Moose is already setting up for his team, so should be able to start. And this is the one thing with Shaman. Once you've got those shards up, very obnoxious with all of the wards that come through in the middle. There's so much value with that hero now, and the Roche just melts. So Neon have to contend with Aegis Cheese. I don't know if they have the damage. Like, you're still missing the MKB for Death. He still doesn't have a BKB. The Egg is very vulnerable here from Playhard. He needs to find that perfect positioning in these fights. And Thunder Predator, they're online now. 16k up, 21 to 25. Very close early on. They've held out, and the investment in Minos really has paid off.
And it has. MKB's there on Death. Great timing as well, because Leo Style just bought a butterfly. So that butterfly value not quite as high as it used to be. Won't really matter though, because Leo didn't really feel like he needed it anyway. Like, I guess it's just great damage. If anything, the evasion, kind of like whatever in this game.
It's more for the attack speed. Like, you saw Leo Style struggle with the egg a bit. If he does have the fire spirits on him, this kind of helps him out in that cost. And they're chasing Scam.
Silence out Neon. They get out of here. No, the Yules, the Spinelings, they clear out the trees. Scam, you have to get another exit plan going.
Radiant's top tower.
Which way? South or north? He'll go south. Looks like he should be fine, but he's stuck there. He's gonna have to blink all the way back to the base.
Yeah, it's a painful time for Scam. Just stuck in the tree line. No real easy exit out. Just gonna have to walk with a creep wave. That buys time for Thunder Predator to maybe eye the high ground if they want to. There's a man down, basically. Like, this is worse than dying, because if you died, you at least have buyback. And they don't really manage to capitalize it on the Predator's end. Oh,
look at Moose. He wants to solo the Pons 1 Quap. Leo, he'll come in now. The patience from the Shaman. Moose was waiting the whole time by the tree line. They get the Quap back into the base. Minos, he started on the tier 3 tower. Scam needs to buy back. He won't do it yet. He's gonna wait it out. slowing things down. Frankie is in, however. He's got the arena with the spear, but it does land onto Genuel. Still the buybacks now need to come out soon. They do. Skep, he'll commit. Yapage about to drop. False Promise will be there in time, but he's not looking great. Egg going to be committed with the Sonic Wave, but there's no damage. Death now trying to move in onto the PA Minos. He's still going to be fine. He pops the Satanic. He still has the Aegis.
I was always against them.
They'll be right. They'll get the top racks, and they're right out of there. In fact, Minos,
Oh,
he's thinking about going back in, and yeah, he's going back in. Blink Strike. Onto the quad. Frank, Yules, Spear is going to land very nicely onto the Phoenix. Play hard, should be dead. In fact, yeah, nice Abyssal now through the first dive. Onto the quad now. They've got the Hex there. They've got the control. They've got the shackles. They've got everything. GG is called. Thunder Predator. It was looking scary for them the first half, but
Victory!
after that BKB pickup on the PA, it seemed easy.
yeah, I mean, there were some mistakes early on from Thunder Predator. They were running in one by one. They were getting a bit too greedy. Neon, they were making the draft.
Dire's turn to pick.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wu Dota. Wu was having great... I'd say as good as you can expect that draft to be. I think we need to see Neon still go ham, right? This is Neon at its best when they just do stuff no one knows what it is all about. Like, you mentioned Chen safe lane. Well, Scam is back on pause one. I don't think that's such a bad idea. Maybe they slip, you know?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Neon, they had a pretty good start there. Death is sliding into this lineup really nicely. Some itemization issues down the line, and just allowing Minoz to really farm up was a bit tough. But I think as long as they do these weird things with their draft, it should catch Thunder Predator off guard. Now, you mentioned Chen last time. That's something Neon used to run when Skem was their pos 1. Skem Chen, I think they've got to pull it out. Pull out all the surprises, pull out all the stops. This is a team that's undefeated, you know. Thunder Predator have been feeding off the gun. Vamos Rapido Peru energy. Well, Neon needs to feed off the Filipino energy too. You know, we don't really have a great EL. The only thing I can think of is Neon lang malakas. You know, they're the only one strong. Just try yelling that out. It doesn't hold up. Neon. This means Neon is the only one that's strong. Well, it's not holding true yet, but if you shout it enough, could come true. We'll see if Neon gets that energy up. They are looking good here in day 2 of groups. It's a much better showing in game 1. Their draft is a bit more standard here as well. I say that, but we have seen Yapaj mid Earth Spirit. So there's an option there for Neon if they want to go that way.
The Dire get a ban.
Could be something that comes out. Thunder Predator, though, they start with Enigma. Could be their core offlane. Could just be the support 4 or 5. Great way of just denying creeps, getting that EXP going. Love the response from Neon with the puck, as you have Dream Coil to break Black Hole, Ags upgrade to break through the BKB of Enigma. So there's a back and forth there to stop the big Black Holes. And Enigma's been a weird one. Like yesterday in groups, there were big moments for the Enigma. There were also really shaky moments. We saw a game where, I think it's Alliance, where it was like literally a 0.0001 second black hole coming out in the middle of a fight.
Remaining.
So it can be hit and miss. But, you know, we'll see if Thunder Predator work out. Black holes they want. Tough again. But again, BKB timing and Ags timing kind of shakes that up as well for the matchup.
Ten seconds.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
I think it does. I think statistically they're very likely to just go on through. If they clean sweep this one, I think it's 100% guaranteed.
Remaining.
Yeah, basically. So I think at this point, great start for them. It's basically, if you think about it this way, right? So Beast Coast couldn't come. They worked their way up to take that spot for Beast Coast in the upper bracket start. So there it is. They're yeah, they're doing it for the boys and carrying that flame for South America. The side of Neon, it's getting dicey as to whether or not they can pull out of the last spot. I think only Alliance is kind of tied in with them there, and they do have a series later on. That should be exciting to watch for anyone interested to see if Neon can pull themselves up. Again, only one team gets out from group stages. Only one team has to go home after group stages, so you really want to find those wins. We'll have to see if Neon can build up. I love the respect bans here from Thunder Predator. They take out the Phoenix, they take out the Death offlane Lycan, so they don't want to get cheesed in that same manner, but I mean, Chen is in the pool. Don't know if you really want it for Scam, but again, if you're going all out with these wacky drafts, you might as well give it a shot again. It's a pretty good hero for Scam. It's just that into Enigma, it can be a bit dicey. Yeah, I saw it.
Here's the Radiant ban.
I love the honesty. Love the honesty. Yeah? And they're coming out online now. You know, they were actually a bit noisier on Facebook, so if you use Facebook, of course, follow them there. Active, slower for South America and Southeast Asia in general. Thunder Predator, they get the Oracle. They've done a lot of work with this Oracle on their end as well. Enables them to go for one of those cores that they love. Troll could come out. Terrorblade could come out. That's something we've seen Thunder Predator really dominate with as well on Minoz. So we'll have to see, but enables a lot of those kinds of cores for them. And it's on their side. I don't think they're going to try to core Oracle themselves, but you never know. You never know. Maybe they just want to show up on Yopaj. Yeah.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick. Tide Hunter.
Very open. Oh. Into Rubik. It's an interesting set of picks from Thunder Predator into the Rubik. Lots of value here for Neon. The question remains, as you mentioned, which is our Yopaj here? Earth Spirit mid, Puck mid, Rubik mid? Earth Spirit, Rubik as supports together sounds a bit greedy. So one of them has to be core. And it's a bit tough to call that one out. Like, Yopaj just pulled off mid Oracle, right? He tried that out. So you can't call out what Japoy wants to pick. It wasn't too bad, yeah.
Dire get a ban.
Templar Assassin.
We've seen support TA. We've actually seen support TA, and I think that was actually Neon as well a long time back. So I honestly don't know.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's still pocket picks here for Neon towards the end. Like, what's their scam hero? Is he going to take a safe lane puck? Are they going to go for something strange? Are we just going to see a last pick Chen? Maybe slide through. That's the one way to make this draft super dank for Neon. Last pick Chen. I don't know what it'll do, but a safe lane Chen in this case, but they've gone all in on this wonkiness. I say just go even further. And on the point with TA, the last time we saw it was from Thunder Predator, and Leo Style did perform. So Neon, they're sending a message as well. Right? Like, all right, you give us all these spells to steal. We'll go with the TA. They go with the LC to close out. So I have no clue what's going on here anymore. What is this? Oh, you know, that would be interesting, eh? Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep. Yeah. Now. Would be nice. We'll see. We'll see down the line. But LC closeout. So are we looking at Puck TA LC cores? I feel it's a bit odd with Earth Spirit Rubik on support. John Uel Rubik is not something we see too often. I think it's really more play hard for both. And Thunder Predator, they're not joking around. They go Wraith King. That's into LC, so there's like overwhelming odds into the Skeletons. Leostyle is playing the Void Spirit, so there's no oddness there. Let's see, Yapaj TA, okay. Scam Puck, Death LC, Jonuel Earth Spirit. So play hard on his Rubik, which is to be expected. Jonuel Earth Spirit on the 5 is a bit different, and Scam on the Puck on safe lane is also a bit different. So he's taking a mid back to safe once more. We'll have to see what they bring out. It's yeah. That could be Yapaj. We've seen Leostyle pop off with it. Now, Leostyle had a very specific lineup for it. Right? Like he had the Weaver to help him out as well with physical damage. They had a lot of value with just the minus armor the TA brought out. In this case, not so much. We'll have to see if Neon can reel it in. It's hard to say Neon has the worst draft because they've got Rubik into Enigma and Tidehunter. So just off of that, I think Neon, on paper, have a draft that can actually team fight well, counteract Thunder Predator's pacing, and fight into it. But Thunder Predator's performances have been too solid. Like Minoz on Wraith King as well coming out, right? Like that's a hero we've seen just completely dominate throughout wildcards, throughout groups. Thunder Predator gets to pick it up. It does set up for himself quite nicely. There's a lot of pressure riding here on Playhard to get. We'll have to see if it's going to be impact. A bit of a left ball here on the game, just causing issues. We'll have to see if Thunder Predator can ride through. Again, Thunder Predator is undefeated still. Gotta get the call-outs. Go! Vamos, Peru, rapido! Get it on! And a shout-out to Pamechula as well.
Pamechula?
Yeah, I don't know. Someone told me to call it from Peru, so there it is. Neon, I have to give them some energy as well. Neon lang malakas. I don't know if it's holding up because, again, they've only got one win. No series win yet. But hopefully get the energy. They need to find wins to climb up. Thunder Predator, will they get their golden streak broken? Frank is already cutting trees here in the mid. And dancing around while doing it, checking for wards. Nothing to check, though, so no value there. But hey, he's dancing.
30 seconds to battle.
Very nice backstroke from Frank. So, Frank's hanging around mid lane. It should still be Leo in that mid lane up against the TA, and that might be a slightly rough matchup for Leo. Not very often we get to see the Templar Assassin these days, but TA is still very dominant in the mid lane, even up against the Void Spirit. Newell. Zen gonna fly out with Dota.
Cast off the lines. We embark for battle.
It's a good start for Neon. Nabbing 3 bounty runes for themselves and just getting that initial gold injection. So you set up your TA to have a good time with that. Faster first rate band, faster set of tangos coming through. Speaking of that mid before breaking out to the other lanes, right? You mentioned the TA against Void Spirit. You have to remember, Leostyle's a very good TA player as well. So he should know the limits in that lane. He should know how to push Yapaj away as best as possible. And that is something to watch out for Yapaj. He's also a fantastic TA player. We're going to have to see who understands the hero better in that mid lane matchup. Of course, Yapaj can try to harass out with the side blades, but the Void Spirit actually does well here. Resonant Pulse blocking off some of that physical damage, and you can kind of play around with Wave Creator as well. So it should be a good back and forth. Leostyle already off slightly better with a good amount of the denies. Should slow down Yapaj's pace for this initial wave or two.
Up towards the top lane, you have Skem there on that safe lane Puck. Frank, he'll be around on the off lane Tide. Januel, of course, on the pos for Earth Spirit, and you will have Moose. Now, we saw this the other day. Moose is probably one of the only Enigma players I've been seeing that actually goes straight jungle. Usually with Enigma, yeah, you go jungle eventually, but you might stand around in the lane a bit and just focus on denies. But Moose doesn't mess around. He'll leave his safe lane. He will literally start just jungling, or rather his off lane.
Yeah, and it's a Tidehunter. It's self-sustaining that lane. Against a Puck, sure, it doesn't do as much, but you're still going to be able to get your farm, get your timings, because it's a Tide. You know, it's just very stable there. Oh, and he just switches away. He snipes the courier, plays in that top jungle. So Jonuel knows he's in the jungle, but he can't really punish now. Gets a courier at least. So it's a courier trade. but Moose is still allowed to be playing greedy, and Johnny Well, if he wants to contest, he will need to be the rotation out. Like, you can't expect Play Hard to be the one to dip in. It's traditionally that roamer. He's got better mobility, so we'll see if Johnny Well actually commits to just keep track of moves, but just enabling this greedy Enigma start, we've seen it pay off dividends for Thunder Predator last time.
And it has. Bot lane as well, John. The one we haven't really mentioned, Play Hard, actually getting quite low on the Rubik. There with death, but they are up against Minos and Wu Dota himself, aka MJZ.
This one's a bit tricky for Neon. Like, the Rubik lane with LT is not amazing. You can see MJZ, Wu, just harassing out Play Hard. You don't actually want to trade with the Oracle. The burst damage on hand is way too nice. You could maybe fade bolt the wave and try to slow down the Wraith King, and you at least have overwhelming odds on death to maybe shut down the Wraith King when he's coming in close to the creep wave, but the kill potential's not that high for Neon, unless Minoaz really just steps out of that lane, and even then, just burst healing from Oracle to make it tough.
A lot of low heroes across the map. Thunder Predator gonna have to be somewhat careful. Yapage looking for those side blades onto Leo. And pulse out. Lift gonna be forced to try and protect that range creep for a second. Get it.
Dire's top tower.
Leo, you will be forced to salve. Definitely looking towards that 4-minute power rune timing. Yapage doesn't have the bottle up yet either, but he's gonna try and at least make sure that Leo can't take the power rune.
Yeah, just want to shut down the refill that's coming out for Leo style. You do have great rotations that can come out from John Yuel. At the least, he's level 2 with boots. And because it's a puck safe lane, you can leave that lane alone, so John Yuel can be a bit more active on the map, get some stacks up. And Yapage, he's holding this lane steady, 23-5. Leo style on the Void Spirit, 19-3. He is coming in for the rune cell.
Nice pick up there from Leo. Very important. Lane would have just been way too high power rune.
Good top up for him, gets to hold that lane a bit longer. They are going to start setting up perhaps for these bounty runes, and you can just see the burst damage from MJZ. Play Hard just can't stand up to it.
The Oracle is surprisingly strong. People underestimate the Oracle, but if you get a quick level 3 timing, it is almost impossible to lane into. Januel, he's going to get started, but MJZ, he's going to take you right out. And they scout out the Ancients. That's going to be one very important factor for Neon, is to try and protect those. Because now that they know, Thunder Predator should be looking for a way to try and snipe those Ancient stacks away. While you don't really have the most amazing heroes to take those Ancients, you do have a Tide, you do have a Wraith King. It might be enough. Yeah.
It's going to be a really good stack to steal out if you can on the side of Thunder Predator. I think for them right now, the greed is just paying off. Look at moves. Level 4 in the Enigma. Courier is sniped out by Scam, but he is keeping up pace. He's hitting that timing again with his arcane boot. So the Enigma is just allowed to be greedier, and the contestant's just not there from Neon.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Top lane, give a dive. Scam being stunned up is going to jaunt away, but Frank is on the chase. Play Hard now. Danger. I pulse down with the Malefice. Play Hard should really have no way out. Gonna try and juke around the tree line, but Moose is gonna cut him off. We'll fight. Oh, maybe not. Play Hard gets the first blood before he dies. A very nice orb out from Scam to get enough damage out. Now Moose, he's gonna TP away unless the roll does not connect in time. Very close call there, but Neon's still gonna be pretty happy with that. They got the first blood when they really shouldn't have.
Yeah, just a bit greedy from Thunder Predator. Moose was holding out and getting that last hit off just so he could give that kill onto the Tide. Kind of cost him. Frank would have been better off just having the support pick up that kill first so he could get some EXP going. Still not going to be set back too much here on Thunder Predator's end. They're starting to look at mid. They want to stop Yapage from running forward. It's just that with Enigma Oracle, your hold is not amazing. So Yapage should have enough angles to just get out, keep farming the jungle, to clearing out the small camp, start to chip away at the Ancients if he wants to. Level 7 mark with max refraction and 2 side blades should be enough with a couple of traps to get some DPS going to really get that gold going in. There's just no opportunity for Thunder Predator actually to run in, so they're dropping the side lanes a bit on Neon's end, but they are giving Yapaj this amazing start that he needs on TA.
Gonna move into the high ground of that dire jungle. Genuel gonna spot him out. Malithus is there as well. Orb follow-up, Dream Coil, Skem trying to go onto the Enigma. He's trying to get the deny off on himself. Can he get it? The neutrals are around. He's still alive, but eventually will die to Skem. But now Leo is in onto the puck. Skem should be able to jaunt out with the orb. Maybe not. MJZ cutting him off. Purifying Flame's not going to be there. Play hard. Saves the day with the lift. And may even be able to trade, and does. He gets the Fade Bolt out. Great Rubik play thus far from Play Hard. Neon will have a 2-3 lead. 1k net worth lead for this Dire side.
And they're just playing with the aggression they have on hand with the puck safe lane quite nicely. Skem is more than willing to throw his body forward to find these kills. The side of Thunder Predator, they need some levels up and moves. You want level 6 to be up, you want the Enigma blink up. You are playing with a Black Hole mainly for this. They do have Ravage ready. They could play with Ravage Black Hole, it's just that Frank's a bit too far out to follow up with.
Moose again. That's a very confident position from Moose. Midnight Pulse, he's going to be punished for this. He's trying to interrupt the farm from Yapaj here. He's throwing his body to try and get the job done. He is creating space. Meanwhile, Leo does get a kill to Genuel, but they are going to lose the Enigma. And I wonder if this is the way to play this. So you do have to try and invade the jungle and stop Yapaj. At the same time, do you really want to die that many times?
On the Enigma, not necessarily. It's slowing down the pace for the blink timing of moves just a bit, and you really want that level 6 and blink timing to be up on to support Enigma quite fast. They are at least getting space out here for Thunder Predator. Look at Minoz down bot, pretty much free farm against the LC. Neon aren't really able to capitalize on this early blade mail as well on death. So you'd love to get a duel off, but dueling into an Oracle can be risky. Even if you don't have False Promise up, you need it, it might just throw you off in that duel, and you might end up just losing anyway.
Leo diving real deep for that one. Coil is out from Skem, but do they have the damage follow-up? They have a Waning Rift. They'll get the silence. They have another orb as well. Leo trying to juke them out. Will Astral step the other way, right into Yapaj's waiting hands. Leo, he probably would have preferred to give the kill over to Skem rather than the TA, but had no idea Yapaj was waiting. Neon still managed to get the better end of things, these trades.
That's a good story for Neon so far. This is what they need. They need early aggression. They need to just secure a farm for Yapaj. The one issue is that Thunder Predator is still slowly farming up in Minoz. I believe the Midas is already flying out on our Wraith King. Frank has just solo pushed the top lane as well with no defense. So you are getting some map space out. It's getting easier to invade the jungle here. Black Hole is ready to lose. Blink is just about 1,000 gold away as well. So you're almost at those spikes for Thunder Predator, and it doesn't feel like Neon's gotten enough with Yapaj. He has the blink up, but you don't have the burst with the Desolator, and without that Desolator, it's going to be harder to rip through unless you get the numbers on.
Post call there for Leo. Nice to simulate out.
Scanning for enemies.
Bit of a group up in that mid lane. There's a smoke out from Moose and Frank. You've got the Ravage, you've got the Black Hole. They aren't going to find the opening for it. They back off maybe up toward the top lane instead. Of course, right now for Thunder, you definitely want to try and abuse these ultimates you have off cooldown, but you might have to wait for Neon to try and initiate onto you and look for a counter initiation instead.
Yeah, and I think patience is key here for Thunder Predator. They've got a bit of a slower draft, right? You just want to cook up on the Raid King, you want to get that farm up on that hero. For Neon, they need to hit these item timings on your Posh, then start running around. You don't want to have to force late game with just the puck and the TH carry you through. They are at least holding on to the mid tower. That's the big objective they've been throwing their bodies forward for. And Thunder Predator is not really able to maximize this push potential with the Enigma, not able to maximize the team fight potential with Ravage Black Hole. But again, Thunder Predator are playing this passive game quite nicely. Very close in terms of gold. There's not an outstanding gold lead here for Yapaj. They are smoked up though. You want to get some action here on Neon's end.
No, that'll be a big pick off. They could get it, but Roll is off the mark. Genuel gonna slow him down with the boulder smash. He still has Reincarnate. They've got to be careful. There's a lot of big ultis off cooldown. The TPs are coming in. There's a duel out. They caught the Oracle. That's one. They're gonna lose Genuel. Frank now moving in for a dash shot to play hard. Ravage actually gonna be committed for this. And we've seen this before from Frank. He will just throw it out if he needs to. He's not afraid to do that. Meanwhile, mid lane, Moose being caught out by the coil. Skem does get his team a kill. It will be a 2-for-2 trade across the map. Both supports on both sides dying.
Tower is under attack.
It's a pretty good set of pickups for Neon. You get the dual win on Death. He's been waiting for one of those wins for a long time. They find a right target to swallow though.
MNZ still has that secondary life, but Yepage's damage is quite high. He has no way out of this one, surely. Help coming in. False promise is there. MJ trying to save the day. MNZ, Minos, is he really going to TP out? He will. They didn't have the roll in time. They'll have to go for the Oracle instead. Mr. Wu Dota saving the day. And Minos, luckily for him, John, his Midas only had 5 seconds before cooldown was over. You never want that massive Midas.
No, definitely not, and he's going to be able to make use of it. Really clean play from Wu. We saw that earlier be an issue for Thunder Predator. Like, the isolation of Neon is great. They find the Oracle, they keep it down, you can clean up afterwards, and that's why they sort of won that last fight. But this time around, just diving for the Wraith King without knowing where the Oracle is, it's fairly risky. They're trying to set up for a push down bot while Yipaj can rip through these early objectives. No Deso, but with a Mithril Hammer, it's a lot quicker. Frank is around, no Ravage yet, but just having this tanky frontliner with the Anchor Smash can make it hard to get the creeps to get this job done.
Neon still looking pretty darn good here. Yopaj very close to having that Deso up, just about 200 gold away, and that's going to be the big power spike. Plus, he wants the BKB straight after. It's very similar to the PA we saw last game in a sense, with this TA, but
Dire's middle tower is under
can still get very active with the Deso. And the BKB just ensures you're probably going to be safe in a team fight, unless you get Black Hold. At least he will have the Deso on the way now, and that might be about time for them to just take this bottom tier 1 tower. It has been quite a while since it has just been standing up.
Yeah, they need to commit, clear out that tower, take control of that bot jungle a bit, get some farm up. You have to be a bit cautious. There's a blink up and Moose. It's flying out now, so you can get the blink Black Hole with a Ravage on top.
Frank.
There's a lot that could go wrong for Neon if they're not careful.
Frank's going to be alright. It's very hard to get through the Tidehunter, that's the thing. And Yopaj, he's just going to get out of there. Maybe a smoke in the mid lane instead. No, it looks like they're going back to farm a bit. Genuel does have a smoke up, and never mind, they are going for the smoke. Right into the triangle, it seems. Minos is there. He does not have reincarnation. If they could find him, it'd be a great pickoff. He's very close to that Sacred Relic to boot, so this is going to be bad timing for Minos if he is caught, but a nice juke on the roll. Now TPs are coming in, but it's too late. They blow him up. Very nice pick there from Neon. Thunder Predator still looking for a way to get into this fight. Leo style. Looking at the TA, they jump in with the Aether Remnant. He still has help around though. Here comes Death and Skem. They have the coil if need be. In fact, never mind, they don't. They already committed it. Leo, however, jewels up. Black Hole moves. He's in, but they've got no follow-up damage. They've already lost Leo. Now Frank's moving in, but it's all too late. A double kill out for Yopaj. Frank has to run. Just one by one they walk in, but without the Wraith King up, you don't really have that tanky kind of carry to take some of that attention away from your initiators, and unfortunately, it does cost them heavily for Thunder.
Yeah, and we saw Thunder kind of miss the mark in game 1 at around this time as well. Neon just forces big clump ups, huh?
Got an Invis Rune, John. Jewel up in 9.
Fortification can save them.
He's not going to go for the Tide, though. It's a bit too hard of a target. Maybe not with the TA. Instead, you'd love to catch Leo. They've got the jewel again, Leo. Oh, he didn't know. The Invis really proving to be very effective, and now they get another. MJZ to drop. Yopaj with a double again. Is it Roshan time? I think it might be.
Yeah. You've got this really strong TA. You need to mount the Roche. Take that second life for yourself. Thunder Predator, for their part, they need to be patient. They do have good team fight for the pit if they want to, but there's no blink on Frank yet. They're going to have to give that one away. They need levels. They need levels. They need farm on Thunder Predator's end. They scaled better late. You want level 3 reincarnation. You want higher levels of Black Hole from Moose. And it just takes time to get there. So they need to just stall this game out as best as possible. Neondo are playing really fast, really aggressive. They're going to look for more.
Well, they've got Minos again. He's got the Sacred Relic this time. They'll try to go on to Januel, but he needs some help. They've got the Ravage. Frank trying to get in range. Does commit it from the low ground. Connecting on 2. Is it going to be enough? Onto Skem they go. The puck is going to drop now. Yopaj going to get the job done himself. But how? He's just a TA on his lonesome. Play hard. He's trying to help out, but Moose is going to be there with the Malphus to lock him down. And they'll turn right back around. But now Yopaj back in onto Leo. But he has the false promise. He'll be fine. Duel out onto Frank to hold down the watermelon, but he's a tanky boy. He'll eventually die, but there'll be no bonus jewel damage. At least they also catch out the Enigma. And it still kind of works out for Neon. Not sure how even that team fight was. Did feel like the Dire just came out on top barely.
I mean, forcing the buyback out from John Wells pretty darn nice. So, and you save your Raid King. So you're not going to be too hurt by that if your Thunder Predator. Neon is still getting momentum their way with these kills. Snow Ravage for a little bit longer. Black Hole is still half a minute off, so you're not going to have team fight for the defense. Neon could maybe look for the opportunity to find a tier 2. Their own cooldowns are not that long. If Magnetize isn't that long, Dream Coil's fairly short as well. They have the BKB on Yopaj. This could be big.
Oh, might be the spot of danger. Press the attack, trying to help him out. He's trying to run, but Leo style. Now, Minos moving in. Frank also there. They want Yopaj, but he's popped the BKB now. Minos, he's going to drop very low. No reincarnation. He's gone. And this is what we talked about. The timing on the TA. Very dangerous stuff. Yopaj sitting at 8-0-5. So far, a perfect game. The 7k net worth lead, and the Thunder Predator. You talked about the patience, John. They need a bit more here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they need to build up. Like, again, you need max level reincarnate to at least last through some of these engagements. It's been long enough between the fights that you should have reincarnate for the second time when they do jump back in. So having that level up would be great. For the side of Thunder Predator, they do have the Radiance up now on Raid King, and they've lost the tier 2 mid. It feels slow, but it's still sub 20 minutes with FaZe and Midas. So it's still pretty good timings for Minos. The side of Thunder Predator just need to take these team fights on their terms. And again, we saw this issue in game 1 where they stream in one by one, they get caught off guard. They have these big team fight spells that need to line up. They just need to find that opportunity, that opening to abuse Neon Esports. And for now, they're sliding behind. 9k lead for Neon. They're looking great. BKB up now as well on Death. So they've got a lot of frontline impact. Scam, he's got travels to join his team across the map. Play hard, of course, already has the 8 relents up. So it's much easier for him to catch some of these big spells from the back line. And Neon are just playing really good. They're focusing on the objectives. Yopaj right now with the Desert can just knock that top tower. But they are looking for an opportunity in Frank.
They do want to kill Frank. He has the Ravage, but they want to get rid of him immediately. Still, here comes Minos. Right onto Death, Ravage out. They've connected onto 3 heroes. Rolling from Januel, but the Black Hole not going to be there in time. The silence. Moose gets silenced immediately. He's still trying, but he does not have the opportunity. Minos trying to find a way back into the fight. Buyback from Moose. He wants to try to counter-initiate. Minos, he's going to lose his first life. Yopaj still on top of this Wraith King. Disarm is there. They've got to be careful. The Enigma is right behind them. That'll be enough. Had that Black Hole landed, it would have been disastrous for Neon. Skem saves the day with the Waning Rift. That'll be it, Neon. They still come out on top at 3 for 1 if you count the reincarnation life.
Yeah, they are just working this out really well in Neon's end. Look pretty okay for Thunder Predator. They got a good initiation. At the least, you don't lose the actual life of Minos, so you're holding out on the Wraith King. And they are sort of defending their towers. Like, Yapaj had to TP in for that one, and the top tier 2 still holds, so you only have the mid set of racks that can be immediately shoved in for now. Neon just needs to be a bit careful about overextending like that, just a bit. You don't want to drop your supports too often. That's one way for Thunder Predator to sort of bounce back in. They will smoke up. They know Ravage is down. They know the Reincarnation's down for a minute. They can make something happen here.
Avoid that Aether Remnant. Don't get caught and give it away. Neon just got to find a way onto the high ground, but play hard. Has his smoke broken? Rolled. Not going to be on target from Genuel. Or maybe it is. He does catch him in the end. He does have the Oracle and Yopash. That's a lot of damage. It's going to get even worse. Working towards the MKB now on the TA. Things going very well. Still for Dire.
Are fortified.
They're just hitting their timings perfectly. They're forcing their Predator to play this really uncomfy playstyle for them, which is something much more patient, something much slower. They still need a build up here. I believe Minoz does have his Sanj up, so he's slightly tankier up front.
Oh, play hard. That's a very smart ward, but he doesn't have an observer. Had he had an observer, that would have been a dieback on Moose.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Unlucky there for play hard.
Dire
good
are
scans, though.
scanning for enemies.
They should know that Moose is in the tree line. I mean, if the ward's there, then you know he's hiding there somewhere. Everyone's hiding in the tree line. Everyone's just waiting for the right moment, but Neon, they aren't falling for it. They're being very patient, waiting for them to come to the high ground instead. You want that added vision when you're playing up against Enigma Tide. That once the initiation comes in, it's very hard to stop.
Oh.
Well, they found Jewel is out. They have caught again the Oracle. MJZ gonna die. It's always gonna be a nice feeling when you find the Oracle first. Just knowing the false promise is not gonna be there to help out in the team fight.
And they're just constantly finding Wu. He's always body that's lagging behind. You want the Oracle to be alive. He needs to be ready to save his cores. He's done some big plays in this game, just ensuring Minoz or Leo style or Frank gets out. You want them alive more than you are. So it does stall out the engagements from Neon, but they're always going to be happy finding free pickoff. They got a blink now on death. Jump in. Down the double damage.
Nice cancellation on the Black Bolt from Genuel. Skem is going to survive somehow, and now Genuel with the Magnetize is going to turn right back around. They even found the follow-up roll. Oh, what a perfect roll in. Even play hard. They find Frank. Oh, Neon, 14k net worth lead. They might be the ones to take the streak off Thunder Predator.
Oh boy, that would be one hell of a comeback story for Neon. Beating the top team, the only undefeated team to take one loss up against one of the bottom 2 teams right now. Neon just on fire today, going for the high ground. They still, well, the double damage does fade, but they've got a ton of damage coming out from Yapaj anyway. And the towers will not hold for long. They're going to have to play with the disarms, stall out for at least Frank to be back up for the Ravage, but they're going to lose some objectives for that.
It's going to be a close matchup, I think. Unless if Neon don't finish this in the next 10 minutes, things could get very close between these two teams. Because you know the TA eventually is not going to be able to outscale the Wraith King. That very well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The one rack's advantage, they're going to be feeling quite confident. Now Minoz has to be cautious. Death around with Genuel, but he does have backup. In fact, they're going in onto the TA now. Aether Rim to get things started. Death jumping in. Ravage is committed. Frank, he does catch the Rubik. They'll get play hard first. Yapaj now going to turn right back around with the BKB back onto Frank. They want that tie dead. Jewel out death. He'll get some dual damage for himself. Minoz can't fight back anymore. Needs to run. They are dropping like flies. Leo, the only one left behind, but he's gone. 10-0 now for the TA, and an immediate Roshan attempt to follow. Very bad news once again for Thunder Predator.
it's just starting to fall behind a bit. Like, they got the Ravage off, but there's no black hole. They force a fight outside. A lot of that control was dodged out with BKBs as well. So they're just simply not finding the angle. So now Neon with a second Roshan, Aegis Cheese. Yapaj is just not dying. He's having some major power spike. He's got the MKB up. He's got the Crystallis waiting for the Daedalus upgrade. He's very strong and hard to deal with. And Thunder Predator, it's still the same story. They need to wait. It looks like Minoz is staving up for the AC. That should make it a bit tankier up front against TA's physical damage. All the minus armor on hand. Finishes up the Sanch and Yasha first. So there's a little bit more from the Raid King. You have max level reincarnation up. You can maybe live through a couple of back-to-back fights now if you play your cards right.
Oh, Scam's right in and he is hitting hard. He's got the Gleipnir up. Neon. Still going, looking for more. Top lane, Leo, he's going to try and skip the creep wave, but Playhard's in with the blink and the lift up, and Death, he's got the jewel out. Another one. 130 damage for Death. And that's one hero that can keep scaling from Neon. You know, if all things said and done, if it goes too late, the LC can just keep going with that bonus damage. But for now, it doesn't look like it will go too late, John. They're going high ground again. It's going to be a very difficult defense without Leo Style for 30 seconds.
They at least have a black hole. Ravage is going to be up in 20, so around the time Leo Style respawns, they're going to have all teamfight spells ready to go. They need to find the angles. Like, it has to be black hole and Ravage together. Getting the control, getting the burst damage off.
Minos. Careful, sir. It's a lot of damage.
Your king thanks.
I guess if they keep holding high ground here, Thunder Predator, eventually they will get to a point where they can fight back. But with a 22k net worth lead deficit, it's very hard to imagine.
Yeah, it's so difficult. We have seen games off the back of good black holes, though. So we just need to see that performance come out from Moose and a follow-up coming up from Frank. Again, they've got this amazing team fight for the high ground, and you can see that coming out from Neon. They're paying respect to that fact. You don't want Moose to get caught out here, though. He has to be very careful when he cuts the waves like that. Does TP home unpunished, and they do smoke up here.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff win.
All it takes is one big black hole. All you need sometimes. This is a great bait for the team. This could be a big Ravage, and he does get two into the black hole. They found the TA, they found the Earth Spirit. Januel's gonna die, they've lost the Aegis, but now Scans it. A big Dream Coil. Yopaz looking to clean up, does get one, and we'll find another. That'll be the reincarnation line. Minos needs an exit plan. It's not looking great for him though. The Gleipnir holding him down. They'll get the kill with the buybacks. Are out from Thunder P. They're going to try and counter-initiate, but with one, they've lost Leo again. There's two heroes down with that buyback. This game could be over. Thunder Predator is going to start dropping like flies. Scam will get another 3 down. It looks like it's it, John. They can go for the tier 4 towers. And the perfect run may no longer be perfect.
I can't wait.
Oh boy, this is wild for Thunder Predator. For Neon, bouncing back in good form again. This one much more dominant from Neon. This is the Neon we've been missing for a while now. We've been missing from day one. Death's just holding the team together. Yapaj popping off on TA. 13-0-7. Like, that is just ridiculous. And Neon in very fine form. Thunder Predator, they want to defend, but they're so reliant on these teamfight spells. It's a minute 10 for Ravage, about a minute 30 for the side of the Black Hole. They've got this Ags up on Leo Style, but the BKBs kind of make that a moot point, and bot racks will fall. It's almost Megas here.
They protect one. Malefice there with the Midnight, but to press the attack, going to save the day. In fact, they're going to turn around now. Dream Coil out on Minoz. He's all right. Daedalus now on Yopaj. My goodness, they roll in. Januel perfect onto the Raid King. FJZ already dead on the Oracle. Now the Jewel out. Death just holding him down. He'll go down without buyback. That's got to be it. Frank rolled on. They call it. They've had enough. And you know what, John? This is what I was saying before the tournament started. Neon were one of my favorites before those roster issues happened. Due to unfortunate circumstances, such a strong team. And Thunder Predator, I mean, they're still a great team. They're still the highest
Dire's turn to pick.
This further complicates that bottom spot. I think Neon's prove something here. They want to show that Europe's alive and kicking. Neon will want to show them wrong, so we'll have to see who comes out on top. Draft isn't too funky yet. Neon, they get the puck Tusk, so maybe some flexibility as to whether or not you Paj plays that puck or Scam plays it once more in safe lane. Alliance seeing that puck, of course, they start off with Nyx. Darkseer combination is pretty nice. We've seen some Darkseer come out with a Warlock. I don't know if you really want to do that once more, but you've got the Vac Wall to play with. Really nice setup for big impales coming out from the Nyx. And of course, a puck into Nyx is never fun. So you do have some ways of breaking the puck's mobility, stopping her from being a super big nuisance. With your Spike Carapace, of course, Neon kind of have some counterplay with Tusk on hand, so they've got Snowball saves on hand in case someone does get caught out. But that can be tricky until, say, the Blink comes out and Tusk down the line. So a good back and forth already, but I think Alliance, when you have a Darkseer, you have some very specific ideas as to what to do with the game.
Remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
It really depends. I think the most successful we've seen Darkseer the major, and the last time we really saw that kick off was maybe BTS Pro Series 4 or BTS Pro Series 3. One of those two, and it was Darkseer. Yeah, it was Darkseer Magnus back then. So you had Vac Wall and then RP, and just secured him through from multiple illusions, and it could really hurt in those bigger team fights in an enclosed space.
5 seconds remaining.
But then you'd have Magnus with Darkseer. Right now, it's just not the strongest set of picks for the meta, so it's a bit greedy to go into that. Maybe you just build off with the Darkseer, like say go Nyx 5, get an Earth Spirit 4, and then you suddenly get a lot of value from just having Darkseer roll in, get the control, get the damage off in the laning phase, pressure that safe lane. That could be how Alliance looks to play it here. We'll see. There's still some openings for the Nyx to move into the pos 5 role, and just giving that Darkseer more value for the run and gun. So we'll have to see what they do end up with. Neon again, still open. We've seen Scam just play the core safe lane puck. Could be what they're going for again, but they are keeping it open and flexible so far from Neon's end.
To pick.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd say, yeah, they don't have the option for the Oracle here. They could maybe snipe the Earth Spirit themselves and then go with a Tusk 5 for Johnwell. They go with a Clockwork instead. So they've got this reach now with Clockwork Puck. Even the Tusk can snowball in. We've got a lot of ways to initiate on Neon's end. We've got great pick-off potential. Alliance doesn't really have anything that's slippery yet. And Darkseer can run fast, but once you're blocked in by shards or the cogs, you're kind of locked in there. So Neon are playing into this faster style that we're used to seeing from them. They've got a lot of potential once they hit their level 6 marks. Alliance, for their part, it's looking like they've got better push. Jakiro on hand just means that you melt these towers a little bit quicker in the support. They've got great wave clear. They've got pretty good team fight. Vac Wall with Ice Pat and Macropyre is actually pretty potent. as you mentioned, though, it's a very different story in actually landing all those spells. So we'll see if Alliance actually does go all in and team fight that way. Maybe they just look for pickoffs. We have seen more casual drops of the wall, just denying off an area is what we tend to see early on. We'll see what the game plan there for Alliance is. But at least with the Jakira, you do have some steady push. You have great wave clear with the Darkseer and the Jakira as well. So you can kind of hold steady on the objectives and force out some objectives. Don't necessarily shove lanes that well. Puck can wave clear, but you don't really have natural tower hitters here, so it's a bit slow. Objectives.
Right to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It does give them that control onto the Elk. It's very hard to shove out the Elks. Even with your fairly tanky, you can always just spam the press the attack to heal up in the lane. You will be 3 melee heroes in that case, 2 melee supports, and melee offlane as well, but that should be manageable enough. You want to play with the aggression Tusk, Puck, and Clockwork give you. So you just play with that reach, you get the duel off. Once you have the blink, it's going to be easy to follow up. And you play the pick-off game for Neon. Could be a nice way to tie it up. We'll see, though. They're thinking twice about this Neon. Still holding that Puck pick as a flex pick. So, again, still could be a Paj or Scam. Maybe even Death if they just want to go off-lane Puck. Could be an option there. Not too common, but still a possibility for Neon. Really digging into the reserve time. Not going to have much left for that last set of picks and bans. So, could leave them short-handed. They don't have last pick overall as well, so Alliance will be able to adapt if Neon's trying to throw some curveballs at them. Gotta be a bit cautious about that.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Juggernaut.
Ten seconds. The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
LC still ties in well, although you'll be lacking team fight. You'll be relying mainly on the Puck for that wider AoE control. You've got some pretty meta picks left in the pool. Tide Hunter is still available. Tide into Alk can be kind of dicey. Venomancer would have actually been pretty good for the side of Neon, just kind of throwing on that DOT onto the Alk early on, mitigating his regen. With the Gale is also really strong, so you don't have that option on hand. I don't know, you could maybe just go for team fight again, looking at the Tide. Could be something for Death. We have seen Death perform the Tide when he was playing on MG Trust. So it could be something they fall back to. Maybe even, I guess there's an option for, say, like a Core Phoenix here as well. Egg plus Dream Coil. It's not the most steady combo, but it's still pretty darn good. Gives you some regen to play with the healing ward. So,
Radiance.
Dire's turn to pick.
Vlada.
ooh. Yeah, into the AM. Yeah, this is great. It's just a lot of on hand, so just having the Slaughter to provide that corrosive haste to your Jug helps the cause. You've still got a bit of a back and forth there for the Jug, right? Like Omni Slash timing is going to be really important to dictate those fights. Alliance do go back into the Ember Spirit, so this is something we've seen once or twice in the groups. It's been rather mixed. We're going to have to see what they can bring out with it. Should be, of course, our Limp Hero on hand. And it's going to be a great one. I think very different drafts for both sides. Neon not going for anything strange. This is a traditional core for Skem, a traditional off lane for Death, a stable mid for Yopaj. So nothing too wild. And that might maybe cause it to be a bit more predictable for Alliance. Like they should be able to get a read on the timings here. Blink timing for Death, level 6 timings for the supports. Yopaj hitting maybe his travel through blink timing plus Eul's as well. It's going to be big. And they might be able to punish Skem on the Jug for just hitting that farm pace they want. Alliance, they do have good push. They've got some global presence out with the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit Darkseer is actually really potent for fights. You have to respect that. Jump in with a Remnant, Iron Shell on top, can melt some of these heroes fast except for the Jug. So there is a lot to play with early on for Alliance to buy Nico Baby that's space to farm up. I like Neon's draft. I think having Jug plus Slaughter is really darn strong. You've got a lot of good damage coming through. I do worry about the Elk going a bit too late. I think down the late game here, the downtime for Jug is just really painful. We've seen this over and over again. Like, Omni Slash's cooldown is just terrible. It is such a long cooldown. It's really bad. And they start off, Skem just getting in their heads.
Already.
Love to see it.
5-man smoke up as well, John. They want to go straight in. Love to see it. Into the mid lane. Paj, he already places his ward down nice and early. Alliance, they do have some very strong level 1 heroes here. Means they aren't going to really run into anyone yet. Closest target being Death, but Death seems to be aware that something may be wrong. Alliance, they are going to be set up to secure both bounty runes at the top side. And there is still a possibility Death shows his face for a second, trying to go for the other bounty. See if Death is just going to stick by that tier 1 tower and remain safe, or whether he's going to risk his life for it.
Yeah, could be costly. You don't want to give First Blood away to Alliance. That just makes the entire rotation worthwhile. But Death is playing it safe, so he's going to go for the... Yeah, just going to go for that 2-for-2 trade. Not too much excitement. They maybe come back in though, but they don't have the highest mobility heroes on Alliance's end. You don't really want S4 to go for level 1 Surge as well to enable that, so just going to be steady in the trade. Neon could maybe go for a bit of a cheeky play like Clockwork's Tusk. Roaming together with Battery Assault and Tag Team could be painful. So I guess Limp will have to be the one cautious if they do want to play aggressive, because they are kind of lining up by that ramp. They're looking for someone to jump.
Won't find anyone. The bot lane, they might start with a bit of a tri-lane, and it is actually quite a potent one if they want to go for that first blood attempt. Genuel, he's going to show himself. Playhard's going to stick around on the clock, out of vision, but Hanskin is going to be able to spot him out, it looks like. Playhard, he's going to turn right back around, though, with the battery assault, but it's only Playhard. They are not going to chase down Hanskin. It's going to force him out of the lane, and now that he's gone, they can abuse the tag team onto S4. That is exactly what Genuel does. It won't be too much damage, but he does get rid of half his HP pool. Genuel is making S4 feel very uncomfortable in this off lane already.
Yeah, that's a good amount of damage actually from John Yuel. So I guess this initial tri-lane start already paying off. As the levels goes up for Darkseer and Nyx, there's a lot of control and damage that can fly through, so John Yuel's going to have to be cautious. And he now loses his own half of HP, so you can see the difference when Hanskin's there with a stun, Iron Shell up, can really melt in, and it's a meat up against the Darkseer. That's never fun for the opposing team. So the Darkseer should just be able to keep scaling on just purely off Iron Shell. And Neon's just gonna have to be cautious and get some stable, steady farm for Skem. Not push the issue too much as the levels go on.
So over in the mid lane, you've got Yopaj up against Lim. Lim currently leading by 2 CS. Yopaj, be a little bit careful about all the harassment coming out from our Ember. Going pretty smoothly in this mid. Very good to see Limp getting aggressive on the Ember, but he does have to be careful. Yopaj is known to punish if you overextend, and Limp will actually tip S4 for some reason.
Yeah, it's a stable lane mid, right? Like, outside of that tip from Limp onto S4, I mean, just trying to boost his morale. Puck against Ember is one back and forth we've seen go the way of Puck as the levels go on, but Limp is doing a fantastic job initially, so slightly ahead of the last hits, although Yopaj is starting to catch up. Very low on regen, and every single swipe from Limp, those aggressive sleight of fist, is just painful for Yopaj. No more tangos, and only a Fairy Fire left.
They'll salve up Yopaj. Limp doesn't have the sleight of fist to try and cancel it. We'll have a quick gander at the top lane. He does eventually cancel the second half of that salve. Top lane, you've got Nico Baby there on the Arc, along with FNG. Death, of course, on the Slaughter, and Play Hard on the Clockwork. Looks like he's just going to go for a pull. It's creep wave, and just keep the creeps away from the Alchemist if you can.
Yeah.
Courier.
Need that.
Micro there from Nico Baby. Try to pull the large camp over, but it's a bit too far.
Yep. You're going to get that stable EXP now for Play Hard. Needs to hit those level beats on the Clockwork. This is a pretty aggressive lane if you catch someone out. The issue is you don't necessarily want to fight under the Acid Spray, which, of course, that's the area that you can expect Nico Baby to play in. The hero,
Bot lane, they were getting very low. S4 barely avoiding the shards that were flying out from Genuel. Get himself out with the surge. How's that mid lane been going, John? The Yopaj still keeping up. 17 and 3 now. Rocket's gonna fly through onto Limp. Orb. Force a Fairy Fire usage. 4-minute power rune's about to come up, and this mid lane is getting very hot. Very spicy. I need to see some support rotation soon.
Yeah, Yopaj needs that bottle refill. Like, Limp just had a full bottle first, just flew out, so he gets to top himself off before this. It's going to be dangerous if he doesn't find that. They do drag the support down. It's only Play Hard, though.
Gonna be down bot. They want to kill off Limp, though. He's not level 6 yet. They might be able to punish pretty hard, but Hanskin gonna be around with the body blocks. They still want that bottom power rune. Yopaj gonna go for a race. Orb John is gonna make it, but the impale. Hanskin, he saved it. He didn't use it on Play Hard. He body blocked Play Hard to save the stun. To be able to do that to Yopaj, and it pays off, John. Great play from Hanskin.
Yeah, he loves seeing it. Hanskin has been on point with all of these ground target spells. The impales, the earth spikes on his line, just doing a lot of work the last time we saw him, so have to respect that on Neon's end. Just kind of balancing out the lanes. Limp gets a bottle refill. Yopaj doesn't. He doesn't have a support that can keep you from base as well. So you're going to be behind on that puck just a bit. And because Play Hard left that lane for so long, top lane is under really good control from Alliance. They've got a pretty big stack that they can pull into.
Score, which way you're going to run, sir? Shots are out. He can try to surge. It's already over, though. That'll be the first blood. Skem to pick it up.
Last of my kind was first.
Never underestimate the task. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, FNG goes down. Death, able to pick up a kill himself for the Slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 5. You have to respect the Bash of the Deep. At level 3 now, it's a lot of damage that flies through. Jakir is not very tanky up front, and if you don't drop the acid spray where you're fighting, then that is going to be feeling much more comfortable up front to get those hits off. So you're starting to hit some leveled spikes here on Neon. Once the Slaughter is 6, you can expect more aggression coming through. FNG just having a bit of a slower time. They're still trying to just build stacks up for Nico Baby to eventually clear. And it is there. It's just you run the risk of that being discovered by Neon as well. They are aware that stacks are being made and pulls are being made. And you already have this very early put of Defiance on Death, so he's going to be much more tanky throughout any of these contestations.
Oh, they've got a lot of control in the mid lane. Limp. Be able to get out. Shards not going to be on target for Hanskin either. He'll be fine. But I do agree with you, John. Those stacks, a lot of gold going to Nico Baby now. Death trying to kind of interrupt this happening. Already a bit too late though. He got pretty much every creep.
And the Alchemist is growing quite big, lagging behind last hits compared to Scam, but Network should just be tied up, if not slightly ahead, because of the nature of Alchemist. You have hit your level 6 spikes here in the mid, so both Limp and Yopaj have their spells ready, and ooh, Hanskin missed.
Oh, Spike Carapace very close. Had that landed, that may have just been a dead puck. These two really going at it in the mid lane, just trading evenly. The Ember always going to have the advantage of being able to TP back to the fountain to fill up that bottle. Nice little juke out there with the sleight of fist from Yopaj. Back into the silence, Hanskin is still around. Very cautious about this Nyx Assassin. Now it looks like he's going to make his way over to top instead.
Like a drunk sailor.
Now Gen Yuol's going to show up mid. I don't think they can kill off this Ember. Oh, Coil going to be juked out very nicely by Limp. Not sure if he meant it, but we'll pretend he did. That was a very nice sleight of fist.
And we've seen a lot of pucks that miss Dream Coils. This hopefully doesn't set the tone for Yopaj. He needs to settle those team fights for his entire team. You can see Playhard's trying to contest Nico Baby's farm in the jungle, but Nico Baby's level 6, so it's going to be hard to kill him off. All you can really do is soak some EXP away, but this is the point where the Alex farm does kick into overdrive, and they're also applying that pressure onto mid Alliance. They've got the Jakiro. You can slowly chip away at this tower and just drag it low.
Yeah, it looks like Death's going to have to stick around with the Slaughter and just kind of frontline and deal with this creep wave. They want to be doing the opposite thing, right? Like into the Alchemist, you want to be taking their mid tier 1 tower, not the other way around. Alliance, understanding this, are trying to really get that pressure going in that mid tier 1. Making more space for Nico. Speaking of though, he might get ganked now, Death. Be able to close the gap. Play hard, still around, is going to use an illusion to spot him out. Nico still trying to run, but Battery Sword is going to be there. They don't have the cogs up. They can't really hold down the Alchemist, at least for now. But Playhard has been pretty much consecutively just following around Nico Baby, making sure he does not farm in peace. Generally speaking, if you can't get the mid tier 1 down early, that's what you've got to do against the Alchemist. You've got to interrupt this farming. Snowball is going to be there. They have the tag team. The Shards out. Nico needs some help. He's still healing, but not for long. The neutral creep. The neutral creep even helping out, or maybe not. Neon. It may work against them. It bought time for Alliance to TP in. And Nico will survive. Sometimes it happens, John. Centaurs just get upset, start stunning people.
Yeah, the funny thing is that Centaur was kind of pump faking for a bit, so it didn't quite work out for Neon. I love to see that the supports are playing aggressive. They need to. It's a clock perk, it's a Tusk, you need to buy that space out. But with that kill, Alliance are just going to look mid once more. And with the Jakiro, it's not quick, but you know, you get the liquid fire out, the tower slowly melts. It's down to 520 HP now. The best they can do is have Death try to pressure top lane. Slaughter can hit pretty nicely. It's not a natural tower pusher though, so you're not going to be able to trade that quick. Alliance are just holding on to their objectives really nicely.
Ken's got the Omni if he needs to. Limp will not be able to get the bounty away from the Jug. S4 has to be very cautious. Skem hasn't done enough damage to feel like he needs to commit the Omni. Secure the kill. Hold on now. You've got to give props to Skem, John. He is still top of the net worth board. Just barely, but up against an Alchemist, it's still quite impressive. Zobi Neon, they not leave the man in peace.
Radiant's middle tower.
You have to keep seeing that. As long as the Alc's not hitting creeps, he's not getting farm. If he's not getting farm, then the battle here timing's a bit delayed. Still lagging behind. Like Nico Baby treating being 300 gold behind a Jug is never good news. Right? You're an alchemist. You need to be #1. So we need to see that escalation come out here for Alliance to make this investment in the core alch pay off. For now, Neon, they can just wait for this Battle Fury on Scam. Once that's up, we need some early fighting items on the Jug. You don't necessarily want to play a full farming game against the Alchemist, but he should be able to hit his fights really nicely. Again, we just need to see perhaps the blink here from Det as well. Once you have that blink into Slitherine Crush, you can start to melt some heroes, but they are just pressuring mid once more.
It's really nice play from Alliance. That's the only way you're going to make space right now for Nico. The moment they stop doing that, Neon immediately start going into the dire jungle to just chase down the
Radiant's
Alp.
bottom tower faces a stiff win.
He's Nico now, getting very close to that Battle Fury timing. Skem is actually closer, believe it or not, to the Battle Fury himself.
Dire's top tower has
So Skem might get a Battle Fury before the Alp does.
And that's always good news. That's what you want. They do manage to find that kill down bot and play hard. That was the wall committed from S4, but early levels of wall, you don't really mind if you just find a pick off. Does even out the kill board a bit. 2-2, 12 minutes in, 2k lead for Neon against an Alp. Very good news. Just need to see more come out. We haven't seen them force anything big. They do have the hook shot ready now on play hard, so they can jump in with a hook shot, maybe follow up with a roll from Johnny Well. Still needs his own 6 for the punch.
Oil. There, your Pash. He has a DD rune if he needs it, but he definitely doesn't in this scenario. We'll take a nice, easy pick off.
Dire structures are
I actually don't think that was too bad from FNG, though. Again, he's dragging so many heroes into the mid lane and taking the attention away Nico Baby. And that's what he needs right now on the Alk. So, Pos 5 Jakiro dying like that, really not a big problem.
No. Worthwhile. Yeah, it would have been best if you found the tower, but you know, just getting the attention is great. Nico Baby now is #1, has his own Battle Fury, so this is where the Alchemist can really just sit back, farm up, use the space really well, be efficient on the map. The Jug is also sort of efficient, but not as fast, and it's not as, you know, not as much gold because you don't have a passive like Rega's Greed. So Neon will have to watch themselves. Again, they've already got hookshot on play hard. They can't just play fast. Det's blink is just about 200 gold off. I mean, once these items are up, you can't play passive anymore. You have to play as 4. You have to hunt down Nico Baby, get some wards up. Alliance are very defensive with their wards. They've got preemptive sentries up. They're just trying to keep this top jungle safe. Neon needs to make him feel unsafe. They need to just keep running around. They have the smoke waiting. And just find that kill on the Alk, because if you wait too long, it will hit its mid-game spike really nicely and just be really hard to kill. Like, he's rushing the Assault Cuirass. And once you have that up, well, the additional damage from Corrosive just fades.
Yeah, but look at this, John. Death with the Blink Dagger now definitely wants to start getting involved. On the courier. Expect to smoke up very soon from Neon. Alliance, not quite prepared yet. Still working towards that Maelstrom on mid. Power runes, Coil, going to be committed. Again, it's going to be a regen, but a hook shot onto 2. Wall drop by S4, but the snowball going to save them from all the damage. But do they have the follow-up onto Limp? Not quite. OB Neon might just make it a nice chance to block the way. And everyone's going to barely make it out as Death goes right back in. He really wants that Ember, but he does not have the lockdown. Ash of the Deeps wasn't prepared. Still, Yopaj, he gets him. He binds Limp in the back, and now Januel's right back in. S4's in trouble. The tag team damage might just be enough, and Death, he's there with the follow-up stun. They clean them up, John.
under pressure.
Suddenly 4 heroes down for Alliance. The only guy alive is Nico Baby. That was really nice kiting.
Dire's middle tower
Neon
is under pressure.
just in and out, in and out. But Yopaj, he starts the fight again with Death. Picking off the Ember, and as you can see, it pays off so darn well.
They find the mid-tier 1 off the back of that as well, holding on to their own, so they can start to invade the triangle, start to take away some of these smaller stacks from Nico Baby, and they've got a 5k lead. So the investment in Nico Baby choking them out, although...
Oh, here we go. Con's out, play hard. He's trapped. He's definitely dead, but Skem is going to be able to spin TP. Still Alliance looking to punish Neon for that previous fight. Nice snowball dodge, and again a Shards out is going to block the way. They only lose the clockwork. Not too bad for Neon.
Really worthwhile trade. You force a lot of movement out. Your ward is not spotted there as well. by Alliance. It's still standing in that triangle. They can still keep track of the stacks, keep track of Nico Baby's farming areas. They finally get the deny off onto their mid, so map control evens out slightly. You are slightly ahead for Neon because you found a top tier 1. Alliance will need to get some push going on the bot. They have drawn lines, but Neon are ready for the defense. They've got Scam up front. Could be risky if he doesn't get that backup. So there are a lot of heroes on the side of Alliance, but looks like they expect Scam to be safe here.
It'd be a big pick off if they could get it, but it's just an impale. Meanwhile, on the back, Death, he's gotten started onto the Jakiro. It's so much damage. FNG, he's just trying to run for now. He'll drop the macro, but here comes Yapage right into the back. He will get 1. Coil onto 2, though. No, in fact, it was an S4. He'll be able to get away. It's just the Jakiro going down.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
So Alliance, they can sit back, not lose anyone else unless Limp gets caught. Silence is nice from Yopaj, but there's no follow-up. Unless Death can get the stun off. Limp, gotta be careful, but he does cancel the blink of the Slaughter. Remnants away.
Can't be breached.
It'll be just fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hanskin,
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
fine as well. But they are gonna get the bottom tier 1.
Bottom tower is about to fall.
It's such an aggressive base here from Neon, just not resting at all. Constantly keeping the aggression up. There's still a lot of space here for Nico Baby. Has about a 1k lead over the Jug, so it's not an amazing amount for the Alchemist, but the AC is up and running. With the Battle Fury, there's a lot of durability for Nico Baby. We just need to see more come out. Saving up for the Blink next, into the Basher Abyssal is great. Whether or not, you know, he's going to join these fights anytime soon is a different question, and I love the build-up here on your Paj. Dagon. Wait, just going for the burst damage on the Pog.
First of all, Skem's still only 900 gold behind the Alchemist, and secondly, they've started a Roshan against an Alchemist. 17.5 minutes in, Neon, they're very confident. You can feel it. Alliance obviously having to react, but this is all time that Nico's not farming. Not good news for Alliance.
Yeah, they should not smoke up with Nico Baby. He can't join these fights. Like, he's lagging too far behind. I say that, but again, he's on top, but not ahead enough.
Here we go, Dreamcore, they found the out into the Omni, they just blow him up. No chance for the Alchemist to try and get himself out. Onto Hanskin they go. That'll be your Nyx Assassin dead. Perfect initiation and coordination. They could go back for the Roche now. There's nothing stopping them.
Yep, they know it. Like, they found a big target. Nico Baby, even with the AC, it's just not tanky enough. Like, you need some stats to back it up. You melt a bit longer than compared to without it because of Corrosive Haze, but Corrosive Haze still cancels out that item, which is going to be very big for Neon. They've got 2 lives to play with on Scam. He can stand in front. He can throw his body a bit more forward. They still hold on to their bot tier 1 here. Scam's just going to farm that up.
Death. He uses Corrosive Haze on the creep just so he can last hit it. I love it.
Yeah. That's how you play on the edge, and Neon are really playing on the edge here.
Yapage with the Dagon almost killing off the FNG, but they're going to turn with a nice double impale out. They'll get 1. It'll be Genuel down. Yapage still in the middle, does also get bursted. In fact, make it 3. Scam now needs a way out of this. He has the spin, but no TP to boot. They'll chain him up. He'll spin away, but there's the unstable concoction. He needs to try and fog them out of this. Scam, can he do it? No, he can't. The stun will fly out onto the junk, but here comes Death to try and stop them with his own stun, but the ice path gonna lock them down again. But he does trade his life away. Keep Scam alive. Now we go right back in. The coil will be snapped by Hanskin. They don't really have the follow-up damage to kill anyone in Alliance. That's going to be it. Alliance will walk away with a pretty nice team fight.
That's just really awkward from Neon. Jumping in, again, pretty split up. We're trying to find some pickoffs in the triangle. Instead, they get clumped up into a 5-man. Alliance just cleans up on top. You have to respect the damage output of FNG in such tight spots and the control that we can see coming out from Hanskin. Just, again, landing all the big spells. The impale onto 2 just causing so many issues for the side of Neon. They still hold on to the Aegis. Scam does get to live true. He's saving up for the Ags upgrade now for that Swift Slash. But you do have to be cautious about those fights. You need to play as 4 or 5 or not at all. And you can't just go in as 2 and find a pick off. There's always going to be a response out from Alliance. They are very disciplined around getting that fight out, so have to be cautious. There is a bit of a smoke play out now. They're pinging top.
Yeah, front for the team, leading the march. Okay, I'm going to try and bait. A little bit obvious here. Alliance know exactly what's going on, and Heartskin, good positioning from the Nyx to make sure he breaks the smoke. He's straight out afterwards to make sure the dust doesn't connect.
Structures
Very nice.
Fortified.
Still 3k net worth lead for Neon. Skem, he is 1k away from having the full Aghanim Scepter upgrade. That's when the Jug has a huge power spike.
Yeah, it gives him more uptime in these fights. He's not as worried about just fully committing the Omni Slash. I think you really need a Basher up in the Jug though. Probably his best timing outside of Ags. Like Ags just keeps uptime, but the damage output, if you don't manage to get the corrosive haze off, can be dicey. And there's starting to be some responses here from Alliance. BKB up on Nico Baby means they actually do want him to join these fights. They are smoked up for it. They just need to find the angle. Their wards aren't giving vision onto where Neon's at. The scan from Neon also not spotting the smoke. So they're just gonna have to sit back and hope they run into someone down by.
From Blaze to Inferno.
Regen Rune gonna be left there for Yopaj at that bot rune spot. Incoming! Yopaj, he was queuing up the Aeon disc, but it looks like he wants to try and finish off the Dagon first. As for the Dagon 2 build-up, it makes enough sense as well, because it just seems like they just want to make sure Nico Baby gets bursted down, assuming they get the stun initiation, which they have been.
Yeah. They just need some more damage. Like the Dagon gives you that instant burst. You do have to watch for BKB though, but the Ags is now flying up for Skem. As you mentioned, it's very close. Swift Slash now available for the Jug. Now we just need to see the Basher come through. And you are still matching this Alchemist really nicely. Nico Baby has no real lead to speak of. 500 above a Jug is not what you want to see from him now. Look how far behind Limp and S4 are because of this. They are so far behind compared to Death and Yopaj that the progress on the Darkseer, it's not lining up. He's still saving up for the Guardian Greaves. Once that's up, you might need a Blink Dagger on hand. You might need a Pipe of Insight as well on hand for S4 to just block that magical burst. And there's just not enough farm to distribute that out. Even Limp, he's still waiting for his Yule. It's like everyone else is so poor just to get Nico Baby up to the point where he feels strong.
Very rough time indeed for Alliance. Yeah, that graph, bit of a weird one there, bit of an interesting curve, but that was due to the last team fight. And it's managing to pull that one off. Dota Plus thinking. Currently just flatlining at 67% the way of Neon. Could go either way though. It takes one big team fight to turn this whole game around. Go either way. Gem, he's gonna start working towards the Maelstrom build-up into the Mjolnir now. Very interesting stuff from the Jug.
Yeah, it's a damage-oriented build, playing into the magic damage you have on hand. And I guess it maximizes your Omni Slash and Swift Slash. They really benefit from more attack speed. So if they're not looking for control, I guess they're just kind of just relying on Death to land a Corrosive Haze first, amp up the damage that way. Got enough control on the Puck and the Tusk and the Clockwork and the Slaughter to not really require the Basher on Jug. I still think it helps out massively. There's a Basher now as well on Nico Baby flying through. I think for Alliance, right? Like they're sitting on this 10-second BKB for Nico Baby. They want to make use of it. They smoke up once more. And they do this time. They do have a rough idea as to where Neon is.
That kind of helps them. Maybe if they pick off Genuine first, it may. Shard's gonna block them out. Apart from Limp, and Limp might have enough damage if the healing ward is gonna be there, and the snowball. But Genuine, he's been left behind. They'll get something for their trouble. I think Alliance wanted a bit more than that, but they'll have to take what they get.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill. Johnny Well in the pause 5 is pretty happy with buying that space out for Neon. They're still building up on Skem. They're still building up here on Yopaj. Trying to get even more Dagons up in the Aeon Disc up just to prevent that burst down on the Puck still.
Scam getting picked off here. No, the spin is there in time. Coil was committed by Yopaj to make sure they could not follow up. Now he just needs a way out. He'll use up. Hanskin doesn't have another impale. Now the swift flash jump from Scam. But the ice path going to be on target. Snowball going to save the day. Play hard. Hook shotting in. There's your Omni now. They've got S4 down. Nico Baby moving in. He really wants that Juggernaut kill, but he will not be able to take it. Death. He's looking to counter-initiate. Hit off the mark with the blink. Yopaj. Alright, Hanskin's gone. Onto FNG. Should be a dead Jakiro. Death, he is still chasing down Limp, but he's not able to keep up. Still a triple kill out for Yopaj. And it was a great opening from Alliance Hanskin. He gave them the perfect start, but it just wasn't enough.
Now, they needed to land that ice pad. Had to be a bit quicker coming out from FNG, but he was just a bit too far out to maximize that stun. And once the spin's up, you have no control in the jug until you get the Abyssal up on Nico Baby, so it's still a ways off. Good turnaround from Neon. You have to consider this as well. That came in there late. So the Omni Slash damage wasn't amazing because you didn't have Corrosive Haze up. If that was actually there on time, you might have even lost Nico Baby, you might have even lost Limp. With those bounces around, you have to really be careful with how far you push yourselves in these fights.
Death knows where he is. He's going to find him, stun out. He needs some help, but there's no one around from Alliance. He's going to pop his BKB. Scam, he doesn't have the full Omni. Now Limp, Remnant and Ink Shards are going to block the way. Nico, he's going to try and squeeze himself through and will make, but the 4-man Dream Call out. Vacuum Ice Park Macro. It's not going to be enough. They'll get out of there. Or maybe not Neon. They'll lose Januel. Scam, hook shot, play hard. He's in. The Cogs to split up the team fight into the swift slash. It is not enough. Alliance, they will turn it. Well, they saved the day again. FNG this time around. A great ice path macro. Neon, they had no choice but to sit in the fire and try and fight. And Alliance, they even out the game.
It's that back and forth with the jug. Like when you try to force these bigger engagements with only the swift flash, with this itemization on Scam, it's just not enough damage, right? Like maybe you got a Corrosive Haze off, but if you're bouncing around, not all of them is going to be hazed up. The damage is too split apart. The Scotty might help the cause against the Alk in terms of the regen. It will stop him from being too menacing with a regen, but damage is always going to be a constant issue for the jug, and they're going to need something more on Scam to really take control there. Alliance off the back of those fights do slide that lead of Neon back to just 1k. They're invading the triangle. The next rush is in about 40 seconds. So Neon's going to have to be on point for this next few engagements, otherwise they're going to lose access to that Roche pit.
30 seconds to go for Roshan. Alliance would have loved it right now. They will not get lucky. Meanwhile, the side of Neon going to start moving in through the dire jungle. They have a smoke on Januel, but they're going to save it for the Roshan pit, it seems. Alliance, they're just going to sit back and wait it out. And as long as Nico Baby's farming, they're happy.
Yeah. Just building up, and Nico Baby's starting to pull ahead of Scam in a very big way. We're seeing a 3k lead now. Still not amazing for the Alk at this point, but it is up. The Abyssal is going to be up for Nico Baby now as well, so the spin is not going to be effective from Scam in terms of keeping himself safe against the Alchemist. Just the timings of the Alchemist starting to come online, so have to watch Nico Baby. It's been a massive issue in the middle of these fights. Everyone else is still sort of lagging behind. Limp is only matching the farm of Death, and S4 is still slightly behind.
Scam's very far forward. Things out. Hard's gonna get great initiation. Remnant in. Scam, he can't TP away. He needs the help. Abyssal Blade is out from Nico Baby with the follow-up stun. The macro, the ice pop, but no. The snowball is gonna buy a bit more time. Omni Slash will be committed. Now the quick call Yopaj. He's right in. Scam's out of there. They'll save the day, but it is gonna cost them. Neon, they'll lose 2 for 1. It might just be 3.
Double kill!
Nico Baby with a double. So a 3 for 1 trade in the end. Scam just a bit too far forward, misreading the map. Alliance, with that team fight, they should be able to sneak a Roshan. Have they realized it's up?
They should know. Like that, the last time they checked was pretty close to the timer. They could just secure it. There's not going to be a Dream Coil for a while. It's a fairly short cooldown. Respawns are short enough that if they don't move now, the rest of Neon's going to be online on time to fight back. And it looks like Alliance are just going to take the step back, keep building their farm up. The blink is almost done for Nico Baby, so I don't kind of blame them for taking it slow. You get the blink, you save up for the swift blink on Alk, and then you're going to have massive issues. The Scotty is up on Skem, so he is mitigating some of that regen on the Alchemist with that item pick. You've got the Dagon free now on your Paj, so even more burst damage with that stick. It's just not enough burst to really clean anyone up yet, and he needs a little bit more. Like the Aeon Disc is saving him. Alliance, they do smoke up though. Want to take a fight before the Roche.
Through the mid lane. Oh, there's that target. They want Skem so darn bad, but they won't be in range. So close yet so far. Kind of shocked they didn't want to use Hanskin to initiate, but perhaps just weren't in that mid lane. They are quite frequent in there. The triangle, they've got to be careful. Neon have the high ground. S4 moving in, Swift Slash out from Skem. Oh, Abyssal Blade going to be there with the follow-up stun, but is not gone yet. He'll be able to spin away. Yapaj gets one on Hanskin, but the buyback is out. Now on to another. They want S4 gone. The Darkseer solo with the macro, going to save the day. Now a snowball out from Januel. His life away for that. Skem 10 seconds away from the Omni. He needs it up right now. He's losing his teammates. Play hard. Will drop to boot. He might turn though. Omni? No, it's a Swift Slash. It might be enough. Nico, he stuck around too long, and now the Omni just ripping them to shreds. Hanskin, he's been left behind on the Nyx. He's gone. Full kill out for Skem. Onto Limp. Remnant in 1 second, but Death might have the control in time, but no, not quite yet. The Remnant back. Yopaj gonna follow him down with the silence, and they get the kill, an ultra kill now out for the Jug. That Iron Skadi, it makes it that much more difficult to be able to work through that Omni Slash.
Oh man.
Neon.
Way too big of a mistake from Alliance. Nico Baby overstepping. Like this is the game of missteps. Like, sometimes get way too out of position. This time around, Nico Baby forcing the issue while the rest of his team was lagging behind, way far away from the wall. Like you don't want to deviate that fight away from that control that the Darkseer gives you. And because of that mistake, Neon are suddenly 8k up again. They're taking the lead, they're finding the tier 2, they take the Roche. Dagon is up and running for Yapaj. Dagon 5 now, there's the burst damage you're looking for. And they just rip into the objectives.
It's gonna be a hard defense now for Alliance. Maybe they just lose the tier 3 tower, maybe not even that. The respawns aren't coming up. Never mind, not so hard of a defense. OB Neon, they'll back off, but they'll go into the triangle. For Alliance, is there any items you're seeing here that could change the game? I mean, Swift Blink is nice, but is that going to be enough?
No, not enough. I think at this point you need items to come out on your other cores. The Ags on S4 is going to be nice for the Darkseer, but you really want to Blink. You need big back walls to come in just to force fights in some really tight angles. And S4 is just not given the space to really farm up. Staying in the back seat here, even Limp. He's got the Yule, still saving up.
Death, he's looking to initiate double stun out. He's caught S4 shards, not going to be on the mark. They pop his BKB for that. Alliance still standing their ground, however. That'll be enough for Neon, at least for now. I suppose Skem with that Abyssal Blade being so close, he may as well just go finish it.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
It's going to be really strong once it's up. And, you know, just with a Basher on Jug, with the add Shard, the Blade Fury additional attack is really mean. Like, you can bash through teleports, you can just keep them locked in. This is something to worry Alliance. Like, the BKBs they have is just, it's just not going to do much with a Basher and the Jug up, along with that Shard. And Neon can just keep that control on the map. They're just steadily building that farm up. The Alchemist is starting to look like a dead end here. Nico Baby's tied up with a Jug, but not ahead, so he doesn't have an item advantage. He's still waiting for that Swift Blink to come true, and all of his cores are just so far behind because of him. Like, it's really just sacked the farm with everyone else. They need farm in S4, they need farm in Limp.
Gem's very far forward again, John. Vac Wall, Swift Slash, going to be committed. However, Nico Baby, he couldn't get the stun off in time. He'll still be able to get the Chemical Rage. Stun in from Death. They're trying to control that Alchemist. Now the Omni comes through. It will bounce to Limp, but it will bounce back to Nico Baby. They'll get the Alchemist again. Onto the Nyx Assassin. The Dagon from Yopaj will get the job done. That they just can't, that they can't defend once that Omni Slash has been committed. They don't have a way to disengage. Nico Baby, he's always a sitting duck.
It's tough. Like, they need some of these saving plays from the Darks here. And having that Ags on hand would really help them. Just having that additional HP with the Iron Shell would kind of cover the difference for a bit. Maybe let them bail out. But Neon now are just way too strong. Look at Scam. He's ahead of Nico Baby once more in gold. These objectives will not hold for long. The respawns are short, but the hook.
They are right in. Death the follow-up. Vacuum into the T4 towers, but they just poke them up. Gem on the deck. Play hard. He's going to survive the T4 tower damage. They just leave the gem there. They don't need it.
Nah.
It's all good. You guys keep it.
Yeah, you know, give a handicap to yourself. So 19k up to go again, though.
Yeah. On to Limp. Yules is going to be out. Swift Slash again from Scam into the Dream Corner. Now the Dagon.
Oh, boy.
Hanskin. Oh, not a good time at all for Alliance, John.
No, we're lagging behind. 1 racks down. Scam still holds the Aegis, and that's still a full minute. We're going to go for another objective. I have to say, seeing Yopaj, Dagon, Hans, it's like a bug zapper, isn't it?
Oh, look at that. Swift Slash, Bash, Limp, and yes, it is like a bug zapper, John. Definitely is.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Neon woke up on the right side of the bed today. Obviously had their merienda. Feeling very good.
Absolutely, just on top, bouncing back after a bit of a slower start, but they were never too far behind the Alchemist. Like, Scam somehow kept up in farm. Nico Baby just, you pointed it out. They spent a couple of smokes with Nico Baby walking around with him. It just wasted so much time where he needed to just sit back and farm. Like, that's the game plan with the Alchemist. You don't want the guy to run around early on. He bought BKB after the Battle Fury, and they didn't really fight with it. So it didn't really do much except stall out the farm again, and it just misaligns the timing of the Alk. Neon now, smoke up, double damage for Scam.
Oh, no.
Aegis is gone, but this is a big fight for them to come out with the Abyssal.
Double damage, Jug. It's going to be painful in Alliance. They're coming out of the base. This is not what they want. Scam is going to see them dead. He got the stun off. They just control the backside. Hanskin's gone. FNG, he's gone. Limp S4. It might just be time to call it. They're going to try and defend one more time, but it's a 2v5 scenario. He still has the Omni.
Oh man, Death is delivering. Perfect position. Alliance, they tried to smoke up right as he jumped in. They knew something was wrong. You know, it's that moment where you know you effed up, right? You're right there, the smoke doesn't go off. And you're like, oh god, we're dead. That's the feeling Alliance got there. And now, Tier 4 is just being pushed down. Death. What a player. Just stepping up again. This guy has been stand-ins for 2 teams and he's looked great in both of them. At least from the tournaments we've casted. Just spectacular, giving Neon that momentum once more.
It makes you wonder why he's still a stand-in.
Yeah.
What these teams doing? Wake him up, John. Go, baby. Stun out. Scam gonna juke that out with the spin. Nico gonna be careful. Death again in with the stun and the Omni. In fact, it was before Omni committed. They're gonna try and jump in onto Scam, but the Swift Slash is there. S4. He melts. He just melts. They delete the side of Alliance again onto the Ancient. Limp is the only one left. He'll Remnant forward, but he's doing no damage. He's going to try and get Januel. He'll get one, but it's going to probably cost his own life. He'll still try to play around after play hard, but there's your Swift Slash now with the Dagon. Yopaj just zapping away. FNG just flapping his wings. He just wants to fly. He wants to know how it feels. But Neon, bring him back down to earth. That'll be game 1 in the books between Neon and Alliance. 32k net worth lead at the end. And it might be about that time, John. We've got to start moving away from the Alchemist.
Yep, it's about that time. Look, we've seen the Alk.
Is the Radiant ban?
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
They've got to play around their timings better. Like Nico Baby, he was stuck in a very awkward spot where Alliance wanted to fight with him. He bought a BKB second item, but they never really fought with it at that point, so he went back to farming, in which case the BKB does nothing for him unless he gets jumped, which ideally shouldn't happen.
Radiant's
And it just
turn
threw
to
off the
bat.
timings for the Alchemist. We saw him start to lag behind.
Dire's
Skem was
turn to
within 1,000 gold every single time
Radiant's turn
and
to
started
pick.
pulling ahead. So when you draft that Alchemist, you really need to step up to the plate. Alliance, though, gets something spicy. It was left there. Io comes out. That could be the core. Could be a support as well for Alliance. They're really depending on what they want to do. Very open. Neon, for their part, they go into the DP, and we've seen Neon run this a couple of times. Could be the support DP, could be the mid. Although with a player like Yapaj, you know, you would prefer that on a different role. You want Yapaj to be able to style on the opposing team. But they've got some of that durability their way now. So they say, okay, you take the Aya, we take the DP. These are just consistent bans, and it does slide through.
Dire's ban now.
Timber Saw!
Oh. All right, the Ponlo stack. Yeah. They want to run through, I think, the lower div, yeah.
10 seconds.
5 seconds
Hey, he's looking
remaining.
hot, you know, Ponlo. He's looking hot. I like the
Radiant's
chances for
turn to
Ponlo.
bat.
Best of luck to them in the, I believe, lower div run. So that they have, and they've got really big names. Last I checked, so let's see if it holds out. Hopefully it does. Looking good already with how Death is playing. OB Neon do go into the Timber Saw. So they've got the Timp to try to burst down the IO.
10 seconds.
Alliance do go with a Weaver, so perhaps the IO is a hard 5
5
rather than
seconds
a
remaining.
core. Still some possibilities there. Maybe you flex the Weaver mid, not something you tend to see too often. But you do have this really good combination for the IO Weaver. Lots of durability. You've got second chances with a Weaver with the time lapse back. So there's a lot of HP Neon will have to dig into. But Neon as well, they're really tanky up front. Timber Saw into Weaver. He doesn't mind the hits. Weaver, as you love to point out, Weaver tends to have a damage problem early on.
seconds.
And Timber Saw is very tanky with armor. Weaver, I mean, a Javelin's
5
nice
seconds
into the
remaining.
Maelstrom, but you really need a lot more to burst down the Timber Saw. Even the DP with a sustain on hand from that hero can be tough. So there's a lot of durability for both sides. I do like the burst damage and the silence on Neon's end, though. Just a little bit better control and a lot better in ripping these heroes if you do manage to gap close. So Alliance will have to find a way to mitigate some of that damage output.
Is the Radiant ban?
Yep.
Dire's ban now.
Yeah. I think the last time we saw support IO was, I believe it was Nigma. So, and obviously Nigma has had to leave, unfortunately for them. So, I know, like the support IO is just, it's all
10
right.
seconds.
You really need to draft around it. I think Weaver's okay with an
5
IO support.
seconds
You
remaining.
would really prefer, I hate to say this, but you would really prefer something like the Gyrocopter, maybe the CK, maybe the Tiny. I hate saying that, IO Gyro. Gosh, we've been so far gone from it, Mike. because China used to love that combo when everyone else didn't. And I can't believe I'm saying it's actually something you should pick up when you get the IO support. I feel sick.
Here's the Radiant Band.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't need to soak up too much farm anyway. It really just needs EXP. You tend to find that level spike by the 10-minute mark anyway for most supports. So DP support kind of works out. I think I'm trying to think back. I think the last time Neon picked up the DP, they actually gave it to Skem. So there's a possibility for that as well. Oddly enough, you know how it is with Neon. They kind of do strange stuff while Natsumi's not here. Like, they're back to this old style of Neon where you never know what Skem plays on Pos 1, and it's a possibility.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah. It's funny too, because I think Natsumi's like the youngest one. We've had a chat. Natsumi's like 17, 18, I think. Around the same age as Yoe. So they're the younger generation of Dota players, and it's funny that they're the ones that tend to give them more stable drafts. Whereas when they leave, Skem just goes ham. It's like, all right, I'm carry again. I'm the boss. I want Chen. You know, it's just silly. Still, what's not silly is the Tusk. Right, so you have a saving play now. You've got the snowball plays that can come out. Play hard, and Jonuel can play this hero in either position. Really solid support to have. We saw Jonuel do a lot of work with it last time. Really good blocks coming out with these shards. Lots of plays you can make, and does give them some burst to dig in. Like, Tusk burst initially is good to keep the IO down. Alliance do go into the line. This is the Hanskin special. Of course, we have seen him really land a lot of Earth Spikes. Neon going into the Rubik, though. Lots of good spells to steal, so a lot of good back and forth. And the draft is just blitzing by. Mars for Alliance now as well. Alright, so team fight ties in. You've got control. Mars into Timbersaw is a bit weird because it's a strength hero into Timbersaw. So obviously the Timbersaw would enjoy the matchup down the line. It is one way to kind of tie in your team fights. You have to worry about the snowball saves from the Tusk. You at least have the burst damage to deal with the Timbersaw we were talking about. So Lion Finger going to be important to melt the DP and the Tim before they regen too much. But the timing for BKBs or, you know, a casual Hood of Defiance for either hero kind of cancels out the damage of the Lion as well.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's still a possibility here for Neon to run the Pause Rubik, right? Like, might not be the case, but again, it's always possible with Neon. You could still run, say, a Jonuel DP with a Play Hard Tusk in this game. Could be one way to shake up the draft. You do take out the Razor. Might be looking at something... No Ursa, maybe just a Jug? Straight up Jug here for Neon, again. Like, spins out of Mars Arena, dodges out the Lion control as long as you're not hexed up first. And into the Weaver, it's kind of weird because Shukuchi kind of ruins your Omni Slash, and Time Lapse does as well. At the same time, your constant damage output's pretty good, and Ag Shard kind of allows you to just spin, stun the Weaver, and follow up the damage afterwards.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Shadow Fiend. Ten seconds.
The SF work out. So in that sense, I think it's probably only one of the few drafts where you could justify the SF pick. Is it strong enough is a different question. I think there is enough to back it up. Like, Weaver IO is really solid to have on hand. Lion 4 is really great to follow up the damage if you don't clean them up with the Requiem yet. So I think there's some power there. They need to play around with the initial finger timings though. Level 6 going to be really important here for Hanskin. Neon, gotta find a pause 1 that ties in. No option for Jug. Alliance did ban that out because of the Razor ban, kind of signaling that. And of course, ruining Mars. Not sure what options are left. Neon are fairly open. They go to PA, so that is pretty darn nice. You worry PA into Shadow Fiend, there's a lot of magic damage on hand, but at the same time, once BKB is up, suddenly that's a non-factor. So good back and forth there for Neon and Alliance. Alliance, I think they did draft this last time as well at some point. Mars plus Shadow Fiend as a combo they're comfy with. We'll see what Limp itemizes for, whether or not he rushes Blink Yules, and just focus us on team fights while Nico Baby farms up. There is more of an aggressive pace Alliance can play with, and we've got to see that come out here if they want to take the win. I'm gonna have to say Neon. I think they've got a solid way of dealing with the IO, a solid way of kind of just avoiding the fights. They've got snowball saves coming out from John Uel. Already saw him do good work with the hero last time. You can sort of save people from the Hex combos, save people from the finger. You've seen snowballs actually ruin Lions a couple of times, so there's a lot of potential here for Neon to just dodge out those initial fights. Alliance, there's pressure here to play fast. Just at least buying out space for Nico Baby. You can't allow him to have the same game he had in game 1. That initial timing to be on point for the Weaver. Javelin timing into Maelstrom is usually what we tend to see. As well on Hanskin. FNG's actually playing the line as well. Just hit those spikes on the Weaver. Once you get late enough, IU Weaver is very durable, but you have to prevent yourself from being run down by Neon, because Neon, Battle Fury, Desolator, they're going to be ready to go once you have some levels up as well in your supports. Burst damage is going to be there on hand for that side.
Game. Oh boy!
Prepare to make way!
Who made you captain?
It's pronounced Admiral.
You know, surprisingly enough, John, you haven't talked to Neon at all about food, have you?
No.
They're literally from
Just
Southeast Asia. You've been...
No, I told him a while ago. It's like right after the last Muna, we eat first. It's lunch. Then all I got was a ha 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 from John Uel. They're business now, Mike. All about business. No time to choose food, sadly. I could poke them on Facebook though. That could be nice. But they're busy. They're busy winning, Mike. Tournament lives on the line. If they 2-0 this, they suddenly have a really good chance of making it to lower bracket. And Alliance are the ones in question as to whether or not they can stay in the tournament. So, got to stay focused here, Neon. If you want us to yell the war cry, they need to find that win. Alliance, it's one of those situations where a team, their back is against the wall. They need the win. Because otherwise, the current lowest ranked team beats you out, and it suddenly looks very clear as to who stands where in getting eliminated.
Yeah, it's gonna say hello to Nico Baby.
At last, the battle begins!
Meanwhile, towards the south, Hanskin, he was trying to get in range to swipe the other bounty away, but just leave. Go. Still managed to get one himself. Does appear to be a 3-for-1 trade in the end. A great start for Alliance there, just a bit of bonus gold for them. That top lane, I mean, Death play hard up against Nico Baby and Hanskin. I don't really see Nico Baby dying in this lane. It can get a little bit rough with the Timber if he just keeps kind of going past the creep wave and trying to harass you. But overall, Nico should have a decent enough time.
Yeah, it should be stable enough for him to hold that farm. You have to watch your Shukuchi harassment. That's something we've seen kind of work against Weavers if they want to get damage off onto Timbersaw. Last time around, we saw it on Tide. You close the gap, Timbersaw just pops his Whirling Death, and suddenly you're in trouble. So have to watch the back and forth. There is a little bit of aggression that can maybe come out from Alliance. Tether plus Shukuchi is fairly high move speed. You can run people down. but the damage output is certainly going to be feeling a little lacking, so maybe need some levels up before you can get that done. Playhard happy enough to just stand back, perhaps pop a couple of fade bolts every now and again to make it tougher for Nikobeep to find farm, and of course, he's just going to constantly contest these pulls.
Absolutely, very important with this kind of lane, especially up against an IO. Hanskin doesn't necessarily want to stay by the Weaver soaking XP. Wants to find XP elsewhere, but Playhard will make sure he gets in the way. Still, of course, in the mid lane as well, you've got Limp up against Yopaj. So far, Yopaj having a pretty nice time. Limp, of course, going to have to slowly build up those souls to get that right-click damage up. At least for now, the Death Prophet should have the advantage. And maybe even later on in the laning phase. The DP is just pretty strong as a hero when it's a 1v1 matchup.
And there's some laning potential here for Limp, some harassment potential. If he stacks up the Shadow Raises, it's always going to be a lot of damage onto Yopaj, but Yopaj is sort of set for that spell spam, has the magic stick up, so as you spam those spells on Limp.
He's going to try and go for this, but Yopaj is forced to back. That level 1 Spirit Siphon damage not too high. But he's going to continue to spam away with this Crypt Swarm, excuse me. Of course, over to the last lane as well, John. The bot lane, you've got FNG along with S4. Scam might harass FNG a little bit, but the Hex is going to fly out. S4, not really with the angle for a spear, but he just may want the damage. Scam is going to Blink Strike out anyway and get salved up by Januel.
Yeah, this is the slower lane for Neon. There's some aggression you can get out with your Tusk, close in, get a good shards, get the tag team off, and with a Phantom Strike in, you can get some pretty decent damage in. But PA's initial damage is not amazing. The line's your best bet, but we've seen FNG just zone him out, and really good shards from Januel though. Not enough.
They might be dead. Januel has tag team. He's just trying to tick him down a little bit. FNG has no mana, but FNG is faster than Januel with those brown boots up. He's going to be able to outrun the Tusk. He's going to be leaving S4 alone at the bot lane. Not that he's going to be fine. He's just up against the PA. Mars PA, S4. He's not going to have too many issues unless Januel comes back. Which, speaking of the devil, he is here. He's going to find an angle to try and go for that tag team, perhaps. Even then, they may not have enough up against that Mars.
Yeah. Devil, Mike? Don't you mean devil?
You You're terrible, John. Get out of here.
That's his name, though. You know, that's his name. Scam, going old school.
I was referring to Januel, Jonathan. You know what I was referring to. You tried to stretch it for the pun. Mid lane, play hard. Gonna be just fine. Limp, gonna be cautious as Januel was around, but he doesn't have the snowball, so he can't really initiate. And I'm gonna get out just fine.
They block off the bottle refills for both mids, just getting the deny off. On a power rune, that's going to hurt Limp slightly more. He really needs that spell, that bottle up to keep the spell spam with Shadow Raises. You're seeing him lag behind. 16 to 1. Yopaj almost twice that at 31-5. Just an outstanding start on DP. And you always talk about Yopaj being a very flashy player. DP's not very mechanically flashy, but if you play on edge like this, you can certainly get a lot of wins out.
Can save them.
Any port in a storm.
Put him tanking the T1 tower. He doesn't care. Hey, oh my goodness, Hanskin.
I cut you, and I
Death.
split you, and I
calm down. We know it's a major death. Just calm down, sir. It's your first day. He's not even warmed up yet.
You know, I saw a very interesting point. You know, this is how it probably happened. Death was just sleeping in his bed in Singapore, wakes up, suddenly has to go to the hotel to play in the majors. Isn't that hilarious? And look at him. He's just owning. Just having a great time across all his games and really putting Neon on the table. 1-0. Very slow game so far, but putting that IO down in one.
Mid lane.
Had a slow start.
They tried to get the kill. FNG ends up dying instead. Limp, he came back in for the... Oh, he gets it in the end. The raise. It barely connected. That was just on the edge. Limp. I'm not sure if you call that skill or luck. Either way, Limp's going to be happy about that. Yopaj, probably not so much.
Yeah, just getting greedy there. He wanted to go in for the Spirit Siphon or perhaps just get off the Crypt Swarm. Limp now kind of resets that lane. Can get some catch up in terms of clearing out the wave. And he even gets his bottle refilled from FNG, so all set now in the mid. Limp bouncing back there with that nice little kill. Yapaj gonna have to be cautious. And the raise damage is starting to be ridiculous. Level 3 raises up, you cop more than one, and you cop the next one, well, you start to fall apart. So you need to watch the spacing now. Makes it hard for Johnuel to get anything done. Tusk is, melee hero, needs to gap close. Not an easy time. You are winning out the other lanes, like Death up top. Nico Baby's starting to struggle a bit on that Weaver.
Nico, no.
They're being aggressive.
Gets lifted up, Death. Doesn't have the chains, though. He can't really abuse the Weaver any further. But it won't matter, because Death, he's going to be able to force his tier 1 tower in. This is just classic Timbersaw play. Just applying pressure in the side lanes. That tier 1 gonna go down prior to the 10-minute siege creep spawning up, and then he can just defend the bot lane and mid lane with this Timber. It's gonna make it very hard for Alliance to try and get map control. Arena, oh, it's off the mark. S4, he tried to get it right on the edge. A very nice attempt from S4, but well, sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't, John. You miss every shot you don't take.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because the farm coming out here for Scam is pretty stable. He hasn't died. It's been a bit slower though, so it's kind of matching the pace of Nico Baby. Again, you're just equalizing the PA and the Weaver. You would like your Weaver to pull ahead faster. Scam should still have a relatively smooth ramp in the Battle Fury, but it's not going to be a quick one. So in that sense, Alliance, despite missing that arena, they're still forcing Scam to be uncomfy. You really want some levels in onto FNG. Like, once the 10-minute mark comes around, finger has to be up. Once you have that finger, you can really threaten that PA, really threaten the DP if you want to. But that top tower, as you mentioned, pushed in by Death. He's just gonna start pressuring the tier 2, maybe invade the jungle a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Always ready for a fight.
Guards limp, connect.
Dire's
Snowball, I don't know about this, Genuel. You're going a bit too far, sir. Raises out. Genuel, he's actually taking attention away. FNG, he's been caught out. Exorcism is going to be there with the Spirit Siphon. FNG goes down. They do eventually kill Genuel, but it forces S4 to rotate mid. He doesn't want to be here.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
No, it's he's missing out on the pressure he can apply onto Scam. Scam gets a much freer lane. Exorcism lines into this little shove as well. They're not going to be able to find a tier 1 yet. He'll drag it low enough that Alliance will now have to constantly respond to the pokes and shoves. And Neon now can set and dictate where the fights happen. They're always going to be eyeing mid. They're always going to be forcing Alliance to respond. And while all of that happens, Death still keeps shoving it in top lane. You still have Scam farming the bot lane. The cores are finding what they want here for Neon's end, and that does lead to this little advantage they have, less than 1k up. And we're still waiting for item spikes here on Alliance. Like, the Javelin's up on Nico Baby. He most certainly wants to make something happen with it. He's lining down bot, perhaps looking for a bit of a shove in tier 1. Build up here for Limp is a bit slow as well. Like, he's still saving up for his first item. Whether or not it's the Blink Eul to the arena is still remains to be seen, but Alliance just not finding any way of setting up for themselves right now. And Death just TPs down bot to stop the push anyway.
Yep, that's it. He was pushing out the top tier 2. FNG was there to clear the creep waves. He says, screw it, I'm going to go defend that bot tier 1. This is just great Timbersaw play right here. He's even attracting everyone down from Alliance. They want that tier 1 bot tower gone. Nico Baby needs the triangle and the extra camps for the space to farm. Death, he knows they're there. He'll try to chain out, but the trees are gone. But the spear is not going to miss. Death is still fine. Genuel trying to get a snowball. Does get it in time. Oh, he gets it before the fear came in. Genuel now going to turn around. The shards out S4. He's going to be the one to drop. Death is still alive. Limp, he will try to go on Yapaj. They might get something even better though. Alliance, they'll keep going. Nico desperately trying. He wants something for this time. They will get him. It's not so bad in the end for Alliance. They get the mid DP. They'll lose the offlane S4 Mars. But they do not get the bottom tier 1 tower. That's essentially what they wanted in the first place, but I think they've got to still be happy with that.
Yeah, they eventually find a kill. Just really big saves coming out from Johnuel. Again, the snowball saves that comes out from the Tusk are just something you can't underestimate. The setup isn't quite there yet for Alliance, and at the least for Neon, you're buying space for Scam. So he dips out of that lane, goes back to farming, losing The punch is pretty darn big, but now he's back online with EXO. So he can start to look down mid, eye that mid tier 1 once more, and aim to melt it down. Death is around to tank the hits. It's going to be a lot harder for defense for Alliance as Requiem is down for a bit longer.
Death's just casually at the top of the net worth board, like this whole game.
I have fun.
Yeah.
Alliance, they've smoked up. They're going to try and wrap through the backside, but look at this. Neon, they take the high ground now. Nico Baby, his stacks are being taken away. Play hard, he's got the Sakuchi up. Into the triangle. Alright, they're going to find a big target. That's Scam on the PA. Finger out, they do get something. That is massive for Alliance. FNG, oh, Sakuchi in for play hard. He'll make it in time. He'll try to get the deny off, but he will not get it. Yopaj secures the kill toward the north. S4 being caught by Genuel into the tag team. And that should be a secondary death. But again, I think if you're Alliance, you're pretty happy with that PA dying like that, even if it does cost you 2.
This is a stiff win.
Yeah, you kill the PA. I think it's a pretty big issue when you lose your mid-tier 1. You see how aggressive Neon is in that top jungle. Without the mid-tier 1, you're going to have easier access to that forward area. Still keep slowing down the farm. They can easily replant their wards here, maintain vision. You are slowing down the PA, which is great. You're pulling ahead there in Nico Baby compared to Skem. Skem's still saving up for his Battle Fury first, not quite coming online yet. So there are some silver linings here for Alliance in finding that kill. You need to be cautious about map control. Like, this ward is at least protecting you for now, but you know Neon's just going to be looking to make some plays. They've got level 6 up in Januel. The punch is there. They can steal some big spells. Play hard has been very on point with a Rubik, as you could expect from him. And once he has his Aether Lens up, it's going to be much easier to catch people off guard and keep that control in place.
Definitely a much better game. You look at Skem, his farm has really been struggling. He even just skipped the treads to try and finish off the Battle Fury faster. That's how much of a struggle we're having here for Skem. It's never really worth skipping the treads either. The treads just allowing you to farm so much faster. He does have the Gloves of Haste though, so he gets the main bonus of the treads anyway. Trying to be a bit cheeky here, Skem. Play hard.
Is under attack.
Playing with fire, S4, no way to initiate, but he does have FNG with a great Earth Spike out into the Spear and Arena. Get the Rubik. Nice pick off. Down a bot lane. Nico Baby having to deal with this Timbersaw. Of course, he knows he can't kill him. He might just have to sack that bottom tier 1.
Is about to flounder.
Yeah. It's pretty darn low now, not in deny range, and Death is just going to stand for it, throw his body forward. So they want all outer tier 1s, at least they got all the tier 1s here. Alliance probably not going to be able to defend. They have some nice item spikes lined up though. S4 has his blink up, so it's going to be much easier for our Mars to jump in, get the arena off, set up, and the follow-up is going to be much easier there for Alliance. There's less pressure for FNG to get his own blink timing up, and it should allow Alliance to find some more angles in these fights. It's still hoping for the Blink Requiem combos as well with the arena. So Limp has his blink ready, working on the BKB just to ensure he can get the full channel off.
They need to be careful. They want to go after Hanskin. Look at the damage output from Death. He'll try to heal up, but Hanskin has a snowball after him, and Januel with the left-right good night, right on to the Spirit Ball. They will go back into the triangle now. Alliance, they will do the same thing on the other side of the map. It is still a very close game between the two. Neon just having that slight net worth lead of 1k, but that's about it.
Yeah, look at the core farm. The only core lagging behind is S4 on the Mars. Everyone else is pretty much dead even. So it's all really even across both sides. All of them are hitting these item spikes. I think there's more pressure here on the Lions to play quick. Like, you're playing with an SF, you want to kind of overwhelm them while you've got a lot of power on hand. You need to see that Requiem Arena combo that Alliance does dip into every now and again. Limp probably just wants the BKB before fully committing. Worried about the silence, worried about the control from the side of Neon, and last time they did try, there were some pretty big snowball saves. Still, the smoke does fly out here from Alliance. Smoked up his tree. Might look for something.
Using
They can find something here. S4 in the Roshan pick, gonna move forward to the triangle. Hard to invade. Genuel is gonna leave at the right time. G and Lim still gonna follow him down. They want Skem, they know he's there. S4, a nice arena, into the speed. Snowball gonna be off the mark. He could not save him this time. He was a bit too far away. And Alliance, they will get away with the double kill onto Lim. Another massive pickup here for Alliance. Genuel, he was just an inch away from being able to save with the snowball. Very unfortunate for Neon Esports.
Really tough.
Just a bit too far. If he just waited slightly more, he might have been able to get the save stall out. The issue is, I don't think the rest of Neon were ready to fight. Like, they could have TP'd in with that, but it just doesn't feel like enough. There's a lot of magic damage on hand. The Threat of Defiance is nice. Still not enough to tank through perhaps the Requiem follow-up if it did come in, and the Finger as well. Still, Neon, not too dissuaded from that. They actually start the Roche. That tanking through, and without the arena, this is actually harder for Alliance to fight into. They need that control.
S4, they know he doesn't have the arena. That's why they're trying for this Roshan. FNG will move in with an Earthspark to get vision, but the lift is there. Play hard, he has the vision out. Skem will take the kill. Very unfortunate for Alliance. Neon really abusing the cooldowns of this Dire side. Now you've got an Aegis on Skem. He can safely farm towards that Desolator and try and catch up. Mind you, Nico Baby, he's still been free farming this whole time. He's having a great game thus far. Almost at that Eye of Skadi. Almost, but he's on his way. I wonder, is he going to be forced to buy an MKB though? Like, it is still a PA, or are you relying on like the SF Requiem or an Arena into a speed? It does feel like the MKB might be important.
A stiff win.
I think you really need the MKB as the Weaver here. Like, relying fully on the magic damage might be a bit of a mistake in the arena.
Oh, it's a nice spear again. S4, great initiation into the relocate. But now, Skem, he's going to lose the Aegis. That's all Alliance want. They're right out of there. Rotation. Anskin, he'll be sent back. Nico Baby, he wants to stick around. Going again, Yapage. Respotted, Earthspike out. He can't get the Siphons. Finger. Go get him. Another massive pick off into Genuel. That'll be the Tuskon. A double kill for Nico Baby. This is more like the Alliance we're used to, isn't it?
Yeah, they're playing on point. I have to say, this ward they've planted here in the jungle, it's been giving them so much. It's what allowed them to kill off earlier on. It's what allowed them to find that pick off on Yapage. Neon need to get some D wards up there. Respect. That Alliance are just looking to make plays with relocate right now. And Alliance, they're not even showing their full power. We only saw Requiem come out once from Limp, so they still have that option for the aggression. Skem, outside of the Deso, he will need a BKB. Like, this PA is just way too squishy with a magic damage on hand. There's no pipe coming out anytime soon. In fact, Death is going for the Wind Waker rush. So we're going back into the all-in play to save your core.
I like it. I think that's a genius pickup. Like, you've got Arena, you got Spear, you got Requiem, you got Finger, you got Hex. I mean, there's so many things going on. That Wind Waker has a lot of value. And of course, the Timber Sword does tend to drop off later on in the game, so it's one of those items that kind of never gets old. As top lane Nico Baby, he was trying to go on to Play Hard. Play Hard is going to be able to get himself out with a nice Earth Spike, and he does, of course, give away the fact that there's a Sentry Ward on that high ground. Lion should be able to clean that up rather soon. So all things considered, John, a very quiet game. 8 to 10, 20 minutes in. Not too many fights happening yet. Skem looks like he is just about to finish off the BKB. Perhaps once that's up, Neon might go for a smoke. But Alliance, they aren't going to wait that long. They've smoked up. Down towards the bot lane, they want the DP. Deep wards being placed by FNG now. Love a nice Earthspike or a Hex. S4 Arena going to be on target with a great speed, but it's underneath the tier 3. Where's the damage? The Snowball going to save for now. Yapage still alive. The Essence Ring to heal him up. Limp, Requiem not going to be enough. He needs to get out. Genuel, he doesn't have the Walrus Punch. They get FNG.
Tower can't handle this game.
It seemed like a nice initiation. But the tier 3 tower bonuses, they are a little bit too high to go into it 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's very, very much on the edge. Very optimistic coming out from Alliance. I love the bravery to dive behind the tier 2 straight onto the tier 3 to try that, but doesn't line up. They get some punishment out on Neon. The kill board is starting to even out 9 to 10. Less than 1k lead for Alliance. Again, everyone's kind of tied in on farm. It's only really Nico Baby pulling ahead slightly here, along with Lynch just very slightly ahead. So the rest of the cores of Neon not too far away. Nico Baby though being cheeky here is going to TP home.
He's not interested in contesting the PA, even if he is more farmed. Still very scary. You never know how lucky Scam gets with these crits. Mid lane, smoke up. OB moving in. Oh, and that's going to be a dead FNG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like Death's gone back to the side of the Vice, by the way, John. Interesting. I like it though. I think it's really effective into the Weaver.
Dire's top tower is about to
It's
take
one piece
the
of control that they kind of lack. They don't have in full lockdown initially, so they can just go back for the Wind Waker down the line and just have this control for that slippery Weaver. Always going to be nice, because you're not going to get the Abyssal up fast enough and scam this game. Still, they jump in.
Just Death forcing them away. Just in case. What's Dota Plus saying? A very weird graph, 62% the way of Alliance. Never seen a graph like that. It's very stagnant.
Radiant's
It's very
middle
even.
tower
Like the
can't
game, as you
handle
mentioned,
this
it's
daily.
slower. They're finding farm across all cores. No one's really having a major item advantage. Map control is fairly even as well between both sides. Although this mid tier 1 standing for Neon does give them easier Roche access, better roaming potential in the opposing jungle,
Radiant's
and
bottom
Alliance aren't really
tower
able
is
to
under
abuse that
attack.
bot jungle themselves. Still, Neon, BKB has been up on Scam for a while. He's got double damage really bottled up as well. Looks like they're just going to be sitting back, farming up. They want to finish the Desolator first on Scam before anything else breaks out. It's lacking some damage there in the PA. They've stalled out long enough that level 18 is up on Scam. So max level crits coming through, always good. Side of Alliance though, Scotty done on Nico Baby, mitigating some of the heals that comes out on DP and on the Timber. That could be very potent in the middle of these fights, and might cause some issues for Neon if they expect themselves to be a bit tankier in these engagements.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Tier 2 tower going down Alliance, securing that with Nico Baby.
Dire's top tower.
Towards that MKB, meanwhile mid lane, looks like they do end up finding out play hard. There's a nice Rubik kill, S4 with the setup. Bottom lane, Scam, being a little bit cheeky onto Hanskin.
Blood.
He used the Blink Strike already though, so Hanskin is going to be able to tether away. Back to Nico Baby.
tower has
Alliance, they do finally get that mid tier 1 tower, and they do take the net worth advantage. But it is extremely even. I mean, it's just on the line basically.
Yeah, it's really just stay there for pretty much, I'd say, nearly the entire game. Net worth graph has bounced back and forth. Neon had a little bit of a lead earlier on, but I say a little. That's less than 2k of a lead, and now it's just dead even. Very good farm distribution for both sides for every single core, but it is the waiting game, and I do slightly worry about Alliance in this waiting game, right? The Blink Requiem combo is not going to be as effective with the BKB up on Scam, and you just worry if that's enough. The BKBs are flying out as well for Alliance, but they're the ones much more reliant on that spell damage compared to the side of Neon.
Bounty gone, they should know Scam's around. Back in a turn now, S4, he may have moved too far. Snowball in with the Chakram, they burst him down. And they find a bit more though. Nico Baby hiding in the tree line. FNG gonna be spotted. Death right in the middle. Gets Earth spiked, dagger around. Nico trying to fight, but lifted up. This could be dangerous. Hanskin, we there to heal him up. Lions, they've seen enough. They're right out of there.
Come and fight me.
It'll be Neon. About 100 gold away from having the Deso up on Scam, and well, that's when you can expect a little bit more damage. It's going to be very late timing for him, but better late than never, I always say, John.
Yep. Really good Hex reveal from Data. As you mentioned, this is paying off. This is instant control. Great window to just burst a target down.
Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger
Yeah.
Timbersaw.
With the Yules, it's like a puck. Sort of. Right? You dodge some damage, you can chain shot forward, Yules up, blink away if you're in danger, so there's a lot more mobility there. Death just wants to buy that space. With the Desolator up, they go straight into the Roche. And they do have Exorcism if they want, but there's no need. Alliance, they need to get something done. We've been waiting for Requiem Arena. It's never come out.
I mean, those crits are high, John. 1.7k on the Roshan, and it's down. This is looking bad. Alliance, they need to get out of here right now. Liv, smoke broken, Death gonna front line, just getting all the vision. Earth Spike gonna be juked out. Nico, he'll run to the right side. FNG immediately jumped. Esports trying to help. It's all too late though. Scams in onto Liv. He'll pop the Requiem, but they have the BKBs. They'll get Death down, but that's about all they've gotten so far. Scam really wants the SF. A defensive arena placed by S4 will save the day for Liv. But what about the Weaver?
Double kill!
Play hard with the Requiem. Finding Nico Baby with the fear and play hard gives him the tip.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's a nice steal from play hard. That's cheeky.
Yeah, very cheeky play from Playhard.
Dire's
Alliance,
middle tower
it's
is
that
under
BKB
attack.
time. Like, they've had their BKBs for a long time, so has Neon. It's much more impactful for Neon. Because Alliance are the ones that need that control. Alliance are the ones that need Requiem spell damage to go off to get the fear running, to lock them in with the arena. Whereas for Neon, they just need to run them down. So they wait a bit too long. If they were holding on to the heals for such a long time, holding on to the Blink Arena Requiem combo for such a long time, and the one time they choose to fight, they lose it massively. So big win for Neon. They could get to start pressuring the top lane just a bit, but they're playing it safe. If you pull back, side of Alliance are just playing down bot. They've got the AC up on Limp, so they are a bit tankier on the side of Alliance. We've got some ways of mitigating that PA damage coming through. You need a little bit more. There's still some level spikes to hit here on the SF. Perhaps once you hit your level 25 talent, and up with some neutral item drops as well.
Oh, he wants to turn. Arena, BKB, they just want... Didn't want the PA, but they didn't quite catch him out. Scam, maybe they did. Shards though, Januel gonna save the day, blocking the staircase. Yeah, he still has the Aegis. He might try and turn back in onto S4, but he's lost the Aegis now. Not looking great. The Requiem, Silence out, Snowball in. They're trying to go after the Weaver, it seems. Januel, Warrior's Punch. He's gonna drop. They're trying to get Scam out of there. He's still in massive danger. He'll pop the BKB and just try to blink strike out. But Alliance, they have a pretty big opening.
Is under attack.
They're trying to at least get some more objectives down. They'll go into the mid-tier 2, and it's not going to be a very slow process for them, John.
Radiant's middle tower
Go Baby,
can't
he is
handle
hitting
this
very hard
deluge.
now.
They really do start to melt these towers, especially once you pop that overcharge on. Neon just getting a bit sloppy there, staying outside, not respecting power. As soon as they saw Playhard die, they didn't immediately retreat. Sort of standing around, trying to get some bait off, and Alliance just punishes that. Now, they're down Aegis. I believe the cheese was consumed as well. So you don't have that durability on hand. The next Roach is still 5 minutes off until we see the respawn. And Neon suddenly lose their lead. It's suddenly going the way of Alliance, less than 1k. Very close game so far. But the IO is starting to really buff up the side of Alliance way too much. Like, Nico Baby, even if his farm is just keeping up with Scam, just barely ahead, because you have the IO, it feels a lot stronger than it should. And Neon just needs to find a way to really get control. He needs to start these fights with Death. If he's not in the front line and you lose a man, you're in trouble. Now the MKB up on Nico Baby, the durability is not going to be there in Scam.
Don't want to start on Death, but they might have to. Hex out, Arena down. They caught your Parsion there. The lift is out with the Snowball now. BKB's pop. They want to take the fight. There is an MKB out on the Weaver, so Scam needs to be somewhat more conscious. The Arena has been stolen. They locked down Nico Baby. He can't fight with his team yet. Death now will move in right into the IO. Scam, he can just get away with murder. Locked up. Januel, Snowball will be back in onto Limp. They get the SF. Oh, play hard, you little beauty. How dare you steal the arena like that? But it may not be over. Scam barely survives 80 HP. And he steals the finger too. The play hard, you're showing off now. That's enough.
Oh, play hard. What a god. All these big spells being taken winning them these fights. Alliance, like the isolation of Nico Baby, just held back, not able to do much, and boy, really making some plays happen on that Rubik.
Oh
now,
my goodness, play hard. It's getting hot in my room, John. I've got the aircon on, I've got the fan on. It's getting sweaty. I'll tell you. I love me a good Rubik play, John. And that was to lock the Weaver in. He's got no BKB. He's got no way out. It's just this is why Dota's the best game in the world, John. It really is. I mean, no game compares. You know, no game compares.
Definitely not. Now imagine if Play Hard finishes up this Ags. Ags upgraded, Fingersteel. Requiem upgraded. It's just so much that can happen here that it's kind of scary just how much Play Hard's doing. Now, we have seen him deliver performances on the Rubik before, but it's been a while for us, and it's always such a treat. Neon all of a sudden up 4K. Even game is starting to pull their way because of that one set of team fights, and they can look to get more as long as Play Hard gets the spells he wants. With his Blink, with the Aether Lens, and his talents up, he can just kind of set up, and it's so hilarious to see. Look at the Rubik. He has the Finger of Death kills buff from Stolen Finger.
Plus 40 damage. Play hard carry now.
Jeez Louise.
I mean, I think more importantly, he's got the Arcane Supremacy, which really amps the damage quite a bit. Very nice stuff from Play Hard.
Cooldown.
It's off cooldown. Let's get it used. How much damage does it actually deal with Arcane Supremacy? It's only 26% spell amp so far. Never mind that, because you're Parch. He found out the IO, Hanskin, Silence, not there in time. Quick fingers with the tether. Right out of there. 3k net worth lead for Neon is sitting there, but...
Wait, that Paladin sword he pinged out, and that was from Alliance. That was their Paladin sword.
Oh.
They lost it.
Uh-oh.
That would have been really good for maybe Nico Baby, but he's holding on to the Enchanted Quiver anyway. Still, you know, it's an extra tier 3 item. Never going to be unhappy about that if you're Neon.
No, of course not, John. I mean, in all fairness, actually, Hanskin could have held it. The heal amp is quite nice for IO. Bit unfortunate. You'll have to hold on to the bullwhip instead.
Yeah, at least he gets to whip his Weaver, whip that bug into shape, run even faster. They run really quick when Shukuchi's up in the tethers there, like 680, popping through the speed cap, so it's really hard to lock them in. And that's what Alliance is playing really well with, right? Like, they're just constantly weaving in and out. As long as Play Hard doesn't get a good arena off, a good stolen arena, you don't have too much to worry about. So you're going to have to watch that. Neon starting to feel confident, starting to work the map together as a team. Scam is saving up for his Abyssal. So that much needed lockdown for the Weaver. And IO is going to come out soon enough. Even just the Basher might just land him some lucky stifling daggers and get the hold off that they need. Alliance still patient, still just slowly building up. Limp is going for a right foot SF, of course, with the AC up, so he's saving up for the MKB. And perhaps
BKB
once he hits
now,
his,
Nico Baby.
finally, can stand in the front. So, well.
Manuel, Aura's Punch, has a snowball, will go back the way of the creep wave. Shards, gonna get vision. They want to kill this Tuskar. Manuel's still alive, Limp gonna move in now and does get the kill. Buybacks are committed. Arena is down. Scam. He's man fighting S4 in the arena, but now going to be fine. He blinks strike out. Yopaj instead will take over, chasing down the Mars. Meanwhile, back to Scam. He's still alive, but just barely. Nico Baby on his tail and should be able to get the kill. A really nice start for Alliance and Death. Oh, he could have chained out. He'll juke out the Requiem. He'll be just fine for now, but Play Hard. He stole the Requiem. Can he turn it back around? He's going to try right up against Nico Baby. It's not going to be quite enough damage, but Yopaj now can turn back around onto Limp. They'll at least kill the SF. Skem's brought back. FNG's gone. Hanskin, he's just trying to roll with his Weaver, but he's been left behind.
Dominating!
Oh, the ultimate anime betrayal. Nico Baby had to leave him.
Oh,
The Requiem from Play Hard again.
yeah, this is becoming a problem. They can't find a backline. Sure, they find John Uel, but the Tusk at this point is just there as either a distraction or as a snowball save. Maybe a TP cancel with a punch. You don't find this Rubik. He has a lot of easy spells to steal. That Requiem Fear is just causing so many issues. They're just not able to get their BKBs off on that point. And they usually save the Requiem for the end of the Neon BKBs anyway, so it lines up. But that by the time it's stolen, by the time it's casted and stolen, they don't have BKBs to play with. So Neon just working their timings well from the back and forth, still only having a 4K lead. Alliance isn't out of it. Very even game still, but you can feel Neon starting to build up. There are many opportunities for Alliance. Like we've seen them find a couple of pickoffs. They look really scary up front. They've been dropping Skem down low. It's not very durable on that PA, but you also have to be very concerned about the combo of Alliance. You're not landing the Arena Requiem as they'd want to, and it really is starting to cost them a bit in these bigger engagements.
Nico Baby now, he's going to start working towards the Lincoln Sphere, and I think he just needs any defensive item he can get to just really be able to stand there and fight. And after this, I mean, it's kind of Divine Rapier territory. You might want to nullify if there's Ghost Scepters up for Nico Baby, but the way this game's going, you might be looking toward that Divine. But now they are both looking towards the Roshan. Roshan is up. And so are tier 4 items. So both teams want to start farming those up ASAP. Kim will take himself a nice level up.
The Minotaur Horn is going to be really strong though for Alliance. Just giving them more spell immunity is always big. Still the smoke up here, Neon.
Let us fight.
It has the Hex. Nico Baby's going to be very cautious about that Hex initiation. Instead, S4 going to be the target, and look at how fast they can burst down the Mars. That Whirling Death, just so darn easy. He will buy back. They need to fight for this Roshan.
They can't afford to give it away. It's got the Aegis cheese. It's got the Ags blessing now as well. So a free Ags upgrade coming through here could be big, especially for Skem if he wants it. But even Yopaj could do with it. Even Death with the additional Chakram just to blow people up would be great. They still hold on to the Requiem as well.
You got to be careful with that. That Requiem Fear is a really big deal, and you saw the damage output. Onto Nico Baby. It took out 3/4 of his HP last time. He gets caught without the BKB active. Could be a real disaster for Alliance.
Yeah, they need to be really careful in forcing these fights. They need to be aware of what spells Rubik steals and adjust accordingly. Have a nice spell pressing coming out now as well.
Made them in. Dagger out as well. Nico Baby to make his presence known. Chance. He's locked in there. Nico's actually got no way out. Oh, no one as well. Gets in. He wants to burst out the Weaver. They are trying to keep him alive. Requiem is out from Limp though. And that will put an end to all the fun for Neon. Death has to try and run. Yopaj, he's going to keep trying. Play hard to fall back, but Yopaj is dropping a bit too fast. Nico Baby has the damage. Not quite enough for Yopaj, but it's 3 down with that buyback. And Alliance looking pretty darn good now.
Skem messed up. He had a BKB, he didn't pop it on. He jumped in, he saw the bash from the dagger, got too excited. The immediate stun and Hex out from FNG just cleaning up, and then the finger flying through for the burst. No buyback on Skem. Aegis Cheese, Ag Shard, Ag's Blessing up. They can do a lot here for Alliance.
See what they can get done.
Radiant's middle tower.
In the one big opening we've seen for Alliance thus far.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh man.
4 towers. No messing about. Like, never mind. Back to the mid-racks. They just wanted the buyback from Death. Now you've got that Blink initiation coming in for FNG. It's gonna be a while till the courier gets to him, but could be a big surprise. Especially for Neon.
Bottom tower has rung its
Even the Abyssal Blade now up on Nico Baby. A lot more control on the way, and they are going to go back for the T4. They know Skem could not buy back. Arena down, S4 by the fountain, trying to get at least one. They have found the tusk. They'll get Januel. A 5v3 now. T4 still on the siege. Yopaj, she'll jump in with the Spirit Siphon onto Nico Baby. He's still pretty healthy. FNG now with the Hex Blink in. to be enough yet. They just are going to ignore them completely and go for the building. But S4 is there with the spear now. And Yapaj, Lim, just focusing on the Ancient. It's all about objectives. And Alliance, they will eventually be able to tie out this series 1-1 and keep their hopes alive of making it through to the playoffs. John, the longer this day goes on, the more I realize we are probably in for some long tiebreakers.
Anymore. I bet against Monkey King last time. It didn't work out.
And it's
for me.
Monet Monkey as well, so pretty scary.
What do you mean by that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we have the first game of Team ASTER versus VICI Gaming. Let's take it over to our casters, Black and Cyclops.
Hello. Thank you, Sumi. Listen, and welcome everyone to One Esports Singapore Major 2021. This is a match between Team ASTER.
Не так давно пересел на легкую. Скорее всего, взял бы что-то еще на МС и просто райт-клик. Скорее всего, это будет ЕТ, хотя это может иллюзия банально запулить. В общем, здесь я вижу линию для Вичи, что пулят крипов.
不是说不强啊，就是其实也挺被动的。
老十一带了一个毛出门，撑了一下血，然后准备后续合成这个腐蚀之球。 上高坡吃了个西，哇，加个板，好凶啊 ！Black and 5 again, Black.
Yeah, we have seen it do a lot of work
30
in the
seconds
last
to
series,
battle.
so also very proficient on it. Still very strong, though they've been struggling a little bit.
Now we
Yeah.
get
And they're
the
fighting bottom here.
Impale connected. I think that might be the first blood. Nice watch, Bucko. Trying to do some body block, but Lamb. Walking away quite fast. Look at his movement speed.
Fast.
Yeah,
335 movement
335.
speed without boots. Yeah,
Fast.
balanced.
True.
Just saying, Storm has 285. He has 50 more than Storm.
I am thinking about
Boots is slower than DP without boots.
yeah. I'm thinking about starting playing a DP as a sport right after the cast today. Gonna go into a ranked game, pick a DP, and then telling people that.
Да, заменяет у них. Пока сказать, мне кажется, кто на этом турнире играет менее стабильно, потому что Астер играют с заменой, и Астер играют, вот начинали они очень бодро против Альянс, там выиграли 2-0, все сразу решили под хайп. Но Альянс мы видим совершенно показывают результаты пока что на этом турнире, и Астер тоже после этого, вот вчерашние игры я их смотрел, ну...
蝙蝠现在一级游主要就是自己补刀用，
对的，
但是会给对方叠很多魔棒。
是的，魔棒就是送魔棒，所以会打得很舒服。
主要是已经吃了一个大药了，小强的蓝已经没有了。TB 大魔棒，小强是攒了8个小魔棒，血量低正好就顺势吃出来。
对的。
补给，哇，这 PLW 直接把线勾到了这种高地下面，那他这波兵可以全消啊，因为这个位置对方是不可能跟过来的。你这波消兵大胜很难受啊，整少了一波兵，
勾到了老远了。
对。
哇，中路的这个补刀怎么压了这么多啊？
是的，蓝猫这个刀有点狠啊，15-4。压的有点多，
是的，
他也是选择了先出属性装，先撑了个挂件，这样攻击力本来就更高了，然后再去补平。看这手蓝猫还是自信之选啊！
确实，他还是3手的蓝猫。
自己瓶子也是很快可以顺利的补出来。哎，这一波土猫是选择了一波动啊，踢下，直接动手找到了滚滚，应该是有机会，一个板给斩杀，漂亮，而且板了2个，还断了一脚踩。这波应该是经过了一个沟通，是滚滚虚张声是 CD， 哇，就是一轮击打赏吧。这星辰开始玩杀人诛心了，
这是搞心态吗？
搞人心态，搞老实一心态，
战术，战术搞老实一心态。
两边中路都有平，打一波消耗，互相和平。土猫又来到中路，配合蓝猫的拉，但这波很漂亮，奥日是毛滚，小强也来了。因为也快刷符了，这个符对于双方来说都很关键。大牛也过去了，看了一眼好像来不及了，不去了。TB 只要交变身的话，蝙蝠还是没办法的，而且这波蝙蝠扛塔了，血量有点不健康，还是在继续的续游。
因为他不续游就没办法有击杀的机会。
蓝猫补刀领先，但是运气站在了火猫这一边啊，控到符了。
是。
哦，这里
握手言和，
两兄弟啊，也是握手言和。
这两兄弟，
这样两兄弟各积3分。
对。
还是 分不出来，这两兄弟不会最后打加赛吧？很有可能，目前来看，
有可能。
3级土猫，天上星辰的1、2号位还是比较肥的。
这补刀都很舒服啊，他这个补刀。
我发现老吉这个滚滚，他虚张声势打大圣总是刺不出被动。我看了2次了啊，虚张声势打大圣都没有出被动。哎，这里小强被粘了，土猫也在。
开壳，土猫滚没滚到，但是可以继续粘。
哎，要冲刺。没办法，因为他
没办法，他两个人2个角度，他刺一个都没用。
对，而且他不能转身，他只能是就稍微调一下，只能这样直接刺。
对。中路压了400块钱。
星辰这一局感觉还是挺兴奋的，各种什么打赏轮盘拉得很满啊。
他们好像经常发的。
是吗？
只不过这次他们好像都统一发这一个了，因为之前好像是发那个英雄轮盘比较多一点。
大牛一个反绕，想拼掉这个DP吃一口，
踩了一脚，
先DP。
但是大圣这里，
这里关键时刻出被
了，
但还是被一棒子敲死了。
时间太短了。
大牛也实在是没状态了，不敢跟大圣拼，大圣还想再追。过来1下2
下，
被绕了1棵树的视野，还是击杀了。
手比较长，
莫奈双杀。
对，因为大圣前面 A 出了他的一个被动，有一个吸血的状态。
中路这里蓝猫到6想单杀这边的火猫，撞过来无影拳躲残影好像没躲掉，再一个滚打小强支援过来一个刺，滚滚也来了。火猫吃这个仙草没死，拼得很凶，中路
都来了一波。
蓝猫这个状态可能是打不过也要回家了。那滚滚这波选择了踢中。可以看到上路 TB 的经济确实并没有被压，高的没有被蝙蝠压。这波反而是要动蝙蝠的手，瞄。这样躲刺的话反而会多走一些路，人头也是直接非常标准的让给了火猫，这个人头连 TB 都没有抢，就是给火猫。
对，这蝙蝠这英雄真的很难压人啊！如果是以前的那个边路的蝙蝠 ，TB 应该是挺难玩的，但也是酱油上也有一定差距吧。
对，
这边是。这个土猫线上保人就不是特别厉害，如果是
个海民的话，
对，换个强一点的4可能还有机会压一下。
哎，这波5号被DP来上配合蝙蝠，但蝙蝠是没有学烈焰破击的 ，TB 站桩直接反打，这么猛吗？还真是配合老师1连4啊，先杀了蝙蝠，这开 S 2连死，有点崩。
他们这是最近什么战术？
他们自己人死了也发轮盘吗？
对啊。
你星辰就是杀了老十一，打伤老十一，被老十一杀也打伤老十一。
关键是 VICI 这边不为所动。
VICI 不接是吧？
对，完全不接这个茬就很尴尬。如果说他们对上的话就还好。
这波想单杀小强啊，有机会土猫也在，应该是杀了，直接头让给蓝猫。
这个感觉有点不熟练啊，这个踢石头。
8分钟上路又控到了一个双倍，很舒服。星辰1、2号位还是比较肥，但是蝙蝠这个对线加上2连死，经济有点差。
是。我现在整体经济还是团队上来说比较5-5开的，经验也没什么差距。
中路这一波
想动，
一口臭蓝恶心一下，没刺到，
没刺到。VICI 这个防守反击，感觉有个小强在还是挺厉害的。他蝙蝠如果开火先手或者蓝猫滚上来，万一撞到这个壳，可能人没了。
而且他这都属于是小强可以开壳撞你，就直接踩火或者撞残影。这波他 S 直接顶塔进攻，火猫 TP 支援，塔下一个 DP 直接死，蓝猫也过来强打，双倍的蓝猫。
一会儿打赏一下。
这波有点凶啊，星辰小强来了，一个刺，蓝猫没拦，
这个换了，
撞死，这是蝙蝠强行拉，有个火盾也被烫死，增加了3杀，这个莫奈也来了，
被捆住。
被捆住，
小强没拦，小强魔棒一直有刺，
再贴小净化，漂亮一个风路刺，
踩一脚，
踩好像是被躲了伤害，但是 TP 过来变身输出，土猫想掩护，有没有机会？
差一点，
差点伤害 DP 拍了一个沉默。最后这一下高台没视野啊，被无影拳收了。
线位置的无影拳。
还在往前追。
DP 2连死。
DP 2连死哇！这波星辰裂开了。
这个
还在往上面码人啊！这蓝猫活了又踢上，直接进行一个滚，没敢往高坡滚。这一波对线的经济优势全部葬送啊！
感觉阿瑟这边打的也有点过于激进了，也不像他们平时
风格是吧？
平时的风格，因为他们平时风格都是防守反击为主。
这波是次接滚，在这个地形，蓝猫还是滚上去了，滚那里没有直接的位置，但是好像还在追击，蓝猫蓝好像不是很多，
还是能追死，
还是被补死了。
他蓝不多滚不远。
这样蓝猫也是连续阵亡，
啃了一下叉在死，
又还在打。反手的一个双刺，小强这个位置血量不是很多，掩护然后 TP 还走了，难受啊星辰。大牛自己被留，回魂之后有移速的增加，不过土猫是一个加速符，消失了。看要不要还上去啊？不上了。
他追也没有什么伤害，他才5级。
这样一波乱战之后啊，感觉这个星辰的各个核心都受到了发育的影响。本身无解飞大圣上了参团也死了一波。蝙蝠0-3，现在只有950的经济，还在补飞鞋。
Like a drunk sailor。
土猫有大，感觉想上来还是想配合蝙蝠继续打啊。这小强已经是隐身在看了，直接一个 A 刺配合滚滚的一炮加，开车被动被蝙蝠反拉，这手沉默很漂亮。蓝猫过来完成收割，再往前滚打应该能杀个小强，可以。
这波不错，这个轮盘起效果了啊！搞心态搞到了啊！
又开始轮盘加打赏。
对，其实刚才滚滚就是犹豫了一下，然后想开车，然后被断一下，然后也没走，被留住了。
下塔反补。这一盘莫奈的大圣选择了电锤出装啊，并没有选择出狂战。
是。
Dire's top tower is under attack.
中路 TB 交变身也是直接拔掉了星辰的中一塔，这个是。上路的话是5号位DP 交大，推掉了 VICI 的上一塔。滚滚藏在这边有大，土猫已经上了啊，还没有滚到。特意是踩住了一个 DP， 大牛选择交大。DP 被杀，然后麦在这里的信使是被杀了，里面东西挺多的。
这里的话，掩护队撤退了，
没了，
滚走。
PYW 也开始了，被传染了。
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
这样有点意思，很久，最近好像看比赛没有这种特别喜欢发轮盘的队啊。
对，
特别中国队好像以前没有这个习惯。蓝猫更新了紫苑，这里 TB 在打对面这个阵容的情况下，还是选择了出双刀撑抗性，没有选择出分身斧去解这个沉默。对面其实有紫苑之后，他也是个三沉默阵容啊。
是的。
火猫是先出一个小电锤，然后再出吹风，比较标准。这里星辰是选择了一波4人开雾啊，这一波是比较强势的。蓝猫紫渊第一波，
小强在这里蹲，但是队友还很远。中路的话是蹲伏那边想抓一个人，
好像被反绕了。这里大牛是被动手拉住 ，VG 马上 TP 支援过来反打。大牛第一时间没死，但中了一个磁化，可能后续还是要阵亡。正面一个 TC 捆住蓝猫，小强跟了个极限刺没刺到。
可能再追，
蓝猫已经干了，中了个无影拳，但是进了2塔，不敢再追了。正面麦子应该是被留了。滚滚开车往前追，到了2塔也只能掉头。一个 TC 捆住人，还是位置太深啊，不能上了。打了个1换1。大圣出的还是狂战啊！刚才看的应该是火猫出的是电池。这波小强进来也去调皮，被蓝猫直接制裁。
狂战一仗。
对。
感觉国内队好像还是狂战多。对，
达成共识了已经。哎，这一波各种沉默，大圣直接摇大。技能太多了，
招的有点多。
大牛虽然说这个踩很漂亮啊，但是火猫还是死了。
对，大家哎呦一个
上坡找到人了，直接往前跟。这波星辰的人非常多，敌 P 开了大招。想追跟 TB 很关键，在追 TB 可能变身直接反打，但中了一个蝙蝠，拉人顶不住啊！能不能换血？
没换出来，
感觉是被这个蝶游叠了以后，他的转身有点慢。但是这波大圣也在被追，反手的一个板，土猫再给一个滚掩护，但是滚得太近了，没滚到人，土猫死了。他是被沉默了吗？好像是被断了一手啊，这个换血是没换出来。这波击杀了 TB 非常关键，星辰的双核没死。
Stupendous！
我现在打了乱战了半天，人头差不多，经济也差不多。
对，
感觉这把两边，可能是关系比较好，然后就打得比较放得开，感觉，就没有像之前
我们来复看一下
风格。对，
这波的话，首先星辰第一轮是技能全交，各种沉默，然后强杀了一个火猫。顺势的一个乘胜追击，正面其实这波星辰是一个5打3，一个板2个，然后高破 DP 开大招的一个进场，先杀了滚滚，然后直接过来击毁这个 TB， 主要就看 TB 他那个换血是被沉默断了，还是自己转身没转出来拉滚是土猫的一个滚，补了一手控，
对，补了一手控。
打完这一波应该是要进入到一个双方互刷的时间。
是的，大战之后先休整一下。
对，这个时间点，星辰的这个3沉默还是比较厉害的。其实等到 VICI 的核心出到一些能够解沉默的装备 ，BKB 吹风之后，就没有那么容易被星辰一套直接带走了。蓝猫也是要出 BKB。蝙蝠骑士，打到 CD， 蓝猫也是来迟一步。火猫这里装着一个恢复，小强的上路蹲塔 ，TB 的话再补 BKB 也是很快就可以做出来了。两边核心经济还是差不多，星辰还是选择了一波开悟。这波蝙蝠有拉。
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Are Radiant using echolocation?
这视野内好像没什么人，中路这里看到了滚滚，直接动手，滚滚是落单的。DP 顺势开大反逼 VG 的中1塔，上路有一个加速沉浮，但蓝猫状态太惨了，也不选择去控。给蝙蝠装到也可以。
中路的话是不管了。上路是好像在断线，在推那个塔。
VG 还是要等一下核心的装备啊。火猫差一点前吹风 ，TB 是差一点前 BKB。
这把对位上经济还挺平均的，就每个位置上都差的不多。
咬的比较紧。这里DP 竟也点了一个视野，也是被对方的眼位看到。蝙蝠骑士更新了跳刀，这一盘双方确实是比较接近啊。这里麦子的位置，叶晚视也不知道是否被看到了，好像是在找他。那个土猫呢，他们也第一时间不太好杀。大牛也是更新了一个吹风啊，到了 TB 的脸上 ，TB 也没控。
是在运 BKB 了。哈哈哈 ！TB 拿到 BKB 之后，这里 VG 可能会组织一波反打。这里 VG 拿到了一些中期比较关键的装备，能解沉默的装备。然后现在是星辰的蓝猫大圣还没有 BKB， 在 farm 期。
BKB 了，拿到。大圣这边 BKB 可能还差个1000多块钱。
这波 VG 选择直接推下。哦，蝙蝠这样
飞到脸上，哎，取消了。
对，
他是想 TP 到2塔吧？估计是点到那个小兵了。
我感觉只是晃对面一下，我觉得这波星辰应该不太敢这样过来接团。这波是 VG 算是个强势期啊。
我是看到有队友往，讲道理，刚刚有3个人在中路那个2塔位置想靠过来的，然后那个小兵被杀掉之后，他取消了。
哎，一波声东击西，想用大圣 A 杖偷盾，被 VG 一个扫描直接准确捕捉，马上开悟杀过来。
马上杀过来，而且你这个打盾也没那么快。
对，其实没有很快，他就一个大圣的喉阵，血量确实不多了，
来得及。
哎，正好 DP 有大
，DP 刚开大。
对 ，DP 开大补一点伤害，应该有机会正好拿盾。
正好来得及。
但是拿完盾之后，VG 选择直接给你开团，滚滚车位置非常理想，盾是给了蓝猫，大圣直接死了，土猫应该也是跑不掉。
哎，他。盾是蓝猫拿了是吧？
是，盾是给了蓝猫。
哦，那可能还好，因为蓝猫是直接就撤了。他们这个盾打掉之后是蓝猫拿了盾撤，止损了。
蓝猫带盾更新了 BKB。
对，如果刚刚是大圣带盾的话，他可能
就会死2次。
对，原地死2次，他走不了。那感觉还好。
因为这波 VG 确实很强势啊 ，TB 10秒 BKB 直接过来变身顶 BKB， 星辰毫无办法。这波 TB 也交了变身，两边再回来互刷一波。下路火猫带一波比较危险的线，小强在蹲他，一手沉默，一个跳拉，一个是4个，哇！DY 这一波也太漂亮了，但是火猫感觉还是有危险。无影拳之后他是没留魂吗？他好像没魂，
留魂呀。
是的，再无影拳还是死了。
这波不应该啊。
是的，这波小强尽力了。
这波我们是以为他留魂的话，刚刚小强一个刺，那个拉正好中间结束之后，他可以立马传魂。
对，
应该至少2段晕中间有一个间隙是可以传魂的。
他无影拳的时候没传走，就感觉好像是没留魂，或者说被控的时候到时间了。
有可能，或者是被拉的时候那个魂到时间了，刚没注意。
上路一个加速蝙蝠，但是没拉，想开团打但是滚没滚到，炸了一下，大牛一脚踩住蝙蝠，滚滚是被拍了一个沉默，开不了车，
可以再来一个石头沉默，
撞住又一个沉默，滚滚一个四地形，小强一开飞因为撞住啊，滚滚难受没开出来，
对，
再拉住小强。大牛又踩3个，放大招，烈力沟壑，近身的输出，大牛直接撞翻非常高，直接秒了猫这个土猫。正面小强买活，这波 VG 想打。
但在大圣状态还不错的情况下，这波能不能接呢？
吹风吹住蓝猫落地的一个一口抽蓝掉了半血。
卖了，我看到大圣已经跳出飞走了。
对。这一波大牛是打出了一个非常高的 AOE 伤害，而且是一个对 VG 比较有利的战场，离2塔很近。小强觉得买活。刚
大牛是踩了3个，然后烈地沟壑3个，直接把那个蓝猫盾先打掉。
对，而且中间火猫是撞了个3魂。
对，然后结果是蓝猫盾起来之后没有能够飞走。
对，他是想紫苑滚打把大牛杀掉，但是被一个吹风接小强定位刺，直接给留住了。
他如果选择直接跑的话，可能好一点。
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
打完这一波，VG又是取得了经济的领先，然后对方也没盾了。
是，这把挺焦灼的。这两边的大哥都是后期能力很强的，然后一边是吃大圣大招，一边是吃魔化，
对，
就也不是都能打起来的1号位。
上路是蝙蝠在蹲这个大圣啊，扫描一下看小强是否在附近。想掩护大圣推2塔，但感觉还是有点危险，还是撤了。大圣差点前 BKB， 不想节外生枝。TB 是补了一个 A 杖。
那这样的话，有个恐怖新潮。 可以有个10秒的魔法。
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
卖的这一局的土猫确实是经济不是很好啊，没有什么大件啊，他的魔晶，就他是多放残岩当视野，
是的，
没有出装备。其实土猫这一局感觉打对面的阵容还是比较需要一个 BKB 的啊，没有 BKB 的话进去很容易就死了。这边一个无影拳，各种技能全交，控制链拉得非常的满，很高摇，还是被烫死了。但大牛大招位置同样是不错 ，TB 开始 BKB 变身输出，大圣在猴阵里面直接被 TB 点死 ，TB 非常的刚猛。
这边开车的话他留不住人了，
留不住人了，
又是一波1换1了。
Precious bounty.
现在感觉 TB 正面能力还是比大圣要更强，他主要是能把大圣的血量先打低的话，大圣在猴阵里面 TB 有 BKB 这样点他也受不了。哎，这波强行进来留人，但是被反手一个倒影，差点被踩住，有点危险。
主要他们前面那波输出点的集火目标是个火猫，都围住火猫了，然后正好被大牛又放了一个不错的一个踩大。
对。他们先手技能一股脑全给一个火猫的话，比较容易被大牛这个反手踩多人。
对，
然后 TB 这个时候就会找一个非常好的位置输出。
是，滚滚有跳了，这样的话就不会说是在人家脸上开车的时候被沉默打断了。
对，
他这样直接开车然后跳上去，位子也好找。
下路两酱油配合。先踩火 A 刺，大牛再接踩，控制的非常完美。回魂之后的普攻漂亮，
太克了这个小强。
哎，这蓝猫长驱直入，吃一个奥数，但是他没有把紫苑点到公认头上啊，只是为了吃符好像。滚滚也是有吹风。
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
蓝猫想保一波自己的奥数符，火猫是快 A 仗了。火猫这局也没有出 BKB 啊，还是选择出 A 仗去抢一个先手。大牛是在补这个 BKB。VICI 开悟。
开悟往上面的话是土猫在带线，然后还有一个大圣。
这波开悟火猫的 A 仗还没有拿到，先手能力还没有能够得到进一步的提升。
大圣有 BKB 的话，没办法。
这波小强是直接刺，
但他
配合一个恐怖新潮的恐惧
效果，没让他开出 BKB。
对他那个恐惧的环，正好和刺形成了一个 combo。
对，
也是利用了一波高台的视野，抓了莫奈的大圣。正面中路好像也在打，蓝猫的一段滚打加紫苑留住滚滚，土猫在滚进来的控制链滚滚被其他蓝猫开启 BKB 直接TP，啊，但是土猫被踩住了。
感觉好像现在主要大哥经济上渐渐的有差距了。
对，拉开差距了。
大圣那波死了很伤，现在经济是落后了。而且 TB 就是本身就手长好打，
对，就除了1号位对位之外，感觉星辰和 VG 的2、3号位对比也是 VG 这边顶正面能力更强，包括这个4号位大牛的经济也比较好。
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
在这种偏劣势的局面下，你会发现星辰这个哎，这里 A 罩的火猫非常远的一个先手，一批。哎，蝙蝠骑士 BKB 跳拉住火猫 TB 没死，修容术把血吸了回来。TB 是中了一个沉默，再用普攻输出。正面火猫吹风自己落地，再放无影拳传走也。这波星辰是少了点伤害，高坡还要冲吗？躲了一手刺，土猫还是强行滚进来。TB 交了一个变身，顶起了 BKB，TC 2个直接点土猫，被点死。国士无双吹风落地之后。吃了口魔棒，差一点血量中了骨灰，感觉也很危险，没什么躲的空间。蓝猫 BKB 进来切这边 TB 有危险，恐怖心潮，但是并没有解这边的紫苑，还是被秒掉了，没能换出血来。小强隐身 TP，
这波的话感觉队友都有点，要么就是没状态了，没有人来护这个 TB。
是的，而且 TB 的 BKB 他开的比较早。
然后感觉他第一时间还被自己那个幻象卡了一下位。
对，到后面的话，蓝猫这个晚给的紫苑是比较克残血 TB 的，换不了血。
就你 BKB 开过了，然后你又没办法解了。
对。滚滚下一件可以考虑出个莲花，感觉，因为对面毕竟沉默太多，自己这个核心的 BKB 后面时间会变短的。BKB 消失之后，还是挺怕这个沉默的。
这把确实阵容打到后边也不好讲啊。会的。对。
星辰这个阵容的先手能力还是非常强的。
是的，而且看蝙蝠能不能跟一点那种类似于什么 A 杖啊之类的这种装备啊，他再出
A 杖魔晶套。
对他做出 A 杖魔晶套的话，还是挺质变的。
是的。
相对来说 VICI 这里的话，可能质变能力没有那么强，他的这个3号位。
后期的话，星辰这里可以让土猫不要命的先滚上去开视野打先手，然后蝙蝠的 A 杖拉土猫带对方的人，20秒一个拉。这土猫自己还能减伤，然后蓝猫也能跟进切入。
对的。
团战还是有画面的。这里盾刷了啊，这一波盾团非常关键。蓝猫在直接做羊刀。TB 是更新了冰眼。
羊刀最直接了呀。直接养住秒掉，让你换不出血。
就是要用强先手。
对的。
VG 的话都是出一些比较偏个人的正面装，但是能抬大哥的手段很有限。滚滚下一件确实要补莲花，但是还差比较多钱。
他帮大哥想办法解一手沉默。或者解个控也行，就让他能换出血。好像这把 TB 经常死都是没有换出血的情况下死的。
对。对面的小控和沉默太多了。这波星辰抱团 ，VG 率先选择了一波开雾，中路星辰的人露馅了 ，TB 的幻象在顶线。哎，这是第一批土猫，小强一个跳刺刺空，蓝猫进来滚打开启了 BKB， 大牛也是开启了 BKB， 但正面的话VG超良已经倒了。还在往前追，蝙蝠机的拉还没交 ，TB 恐怖倾巢，正面输出蓝猫直接是暴毙，滚滚选择买活，蓝猫冲太深了，大圣百大留住蝙蝠，反手一板想跟 TB 刚正面 ，TB 这一波有冰眼，
被沉
默了，再往回走拉出来能不能换出血 ？TB
能换出来吗？
能换了个队友，因为大圣有 BKB， 但是血量电话就可以反打，大圣不得已 BKB TP， 但其实伤害非常的高，点死了大圣，正面卖了的土猫应该也走不了。
这波本来打赢的，但是蓝猫当时滚到 TB 那个脸上被那个恐怖心潮给那个恐惧了，然后再被那个火猫一个无影拳，我记得那个伤害直接爆炸了。
自己上的位置太深了，而且他们第2轮想激活 TB 也是差了那么一点控制跟伤害，让 TB 走出猴阵，换了队友小强的满血。
那波杀 TB 伤害少，也还是蓝猫先死了呀。
对。蓝猫这一波也是没有买活，没办法。这波关键的肉山团还是被 VG 打赢 ，TB 再次空盾。
对，其实那波追击还是少计算了一个这个恐怖心潮。这个技能，因为有时候不太习惯，你 TB 也有这么个恐惧的一个技能。刚那波团灭很伤。
是的。中塔是被敌批反补掉，上路的塔应该也是要被VG推掉，快速的拔掉了星辰的2个2塔。哎，这里直接开车，瞄的是谁呢？是要找敌批吗？看队友谁能跟，好像没什么人能跟，他自己状态也不好。
这车
展示一下，
来吧，展示。无聊开一波车玩玩。
蝙蝠魔晶是有了，但是 A 杖还差钱。现在星辰应该是要进入到防守的节奏了。对，
带球防守，把线带出去，让对面上不了高，然后把这个盾的时间拖掉。
这 VG 也是要通过这个装备来弥补自己的这个防御力。火猫出林肯，然后滚滚应该是出莲花。蓝猫的羊刀还差点钱。其实我觉得 TB 这一局甚至可以考虑出像龙心或者撒旦这样偏肉的装备啊。 正面 TB 只要不被秒，还是很好打的。刚才那一波也是有点危险的，差点被秒。他是在出蝴蝶，还是偏正面比较暴力的输出装，也比较相信队友。这一波因为他有盾，倒是可以这样做。火猫是更新了林肯，大圣是更新了一个大炮。这段时间还是要守高的。VICI一波开悟，但是上路线不是很好，想去找对方上路的人。
这个路，
哎，蓝猫逗留了一段时间，滚滚一个开车撞到了，
然后原地
再吹风，3段撞，第3段没撞到啊！
对，那个他顶开了一下，然后
对，
再吹自己的时候，那个角度已经顶不到他了。
位置不是特别的完美，但是侧翼的话，曾骄阳是杀了麦子的土猫，正面破悠悠感觉还是想来一波，对方减员了一个4号位 ，TB 有变身，
想要上高，
2部车这一波，
蓝猫扬刀了
啊，下路小强
开壳
蝙蝠壳 A4，火猫跟进，伤害非常的高，
没了，
直接死，根本动不了。
是的，
有 BKB 也没用，小强对蝙蝠的克制就是这样的先手能力。哇，中路国士无双也是胆子很大，强行过来点了一个线眼，那只有 TB 一个人对他没什么办法。滚滚还是补了一个保自己的装备盘子，并没有帮 TB 出莲花。那就只有火猫的林肯可以给他套一下了。
然后现在有羊刀，然后蝙蝠也有先手拉，然后上高的时候，万一待会被拉到里面去，没人救就不好了。
是的，下路这波线被蓝猫直接滚掉，感觉 VICI 也没那么好上高啊。正好1分钟的时间啊！哦，直接交了大变身，不管了，就利用兵线剩余的粘滞时间强上一波，就想卖盾。啊，还是逼出了塔防，想先退一下，等下一波线。大圣是上路露头还没回的，蓝猫这波滚线没有成功，VICI顶了一个塔防 ，TB 退一下有换血，变身时间还有一半，怎么说？破了高地塔，选择撤退，很稳。
走了。往中退 TB
是，他带盾暂时没格子拿血。
Time to move。
大师来都金箍棒。
国士无双的5号位 DP 是中期憋出了一个 BKB 啊，也是有点这个装备了。他这个 DP 感觉已经转4了，卖的这个土猫应该已经转5了。大牛也很有梦想啊，他标了一个强袭，带的是魔童之爪。大圣出的是暴力输出装，蓝猫出的是比较硬的一个点控羊刀，就是想打秒人的。TB 盾消了。
小强又开始去找人了，
但是也不敢胆太大。
蝙蝠的火有那么一点点在这儿。
蝙蝠是还差点钱 A 仗，
就带宝石了吗？带宝石了。
滚滚带了宝石，自己是有盘子加闪灵，不太好死。星辰应该就是在等蝙蝠 A 仗这个道具了，其他的英雄装备基本都出的差不多了。
对，
这里 TB 是自己买了本书，应该是要升25。买了一个大斧。看一下装备是不是能直接运过来，龙心还是撒旦 ？TB 这一波装备也是拉满了啊，已经不带鞋了。哦，撒旦加吃书25级，这波 TB 有点猛啊，完全体。
是的，然后上高的话，包里还有个平时剑，到时候拉上来拆。
对，站稳了以后可以拉平时剑。 这是 TB 的一波绝对强势期啊！
对，绝对强势期啊！这一波啊，6神装。
大圣是还差点钱做出自己的金箍棒。
鉴于对面要推的局势的话，他们天辉还得留点买活，不然待会儿一波直接结束。
哎，千手板想把这个盘子嫖出来，没有成功，赶紧走。高台眼被 VICI 反掉，现在 VICI 是掌控了地图，压制星辰的活动空间。等到蝙蝠，现在他这个 A 账好像有点不太好买，这个精气球买不到。野外商店已经是被 VICI 占据了，信使过不去，这有点尴尬。
下路的也比较远。
对，40分钟 ，VICI 控一波4潜伏，经济领先15000。再点这种高台眼，哎，你别说。哦，这里蹲到了蝙蝠的鸡，哎，大圣1个4，火猫直接过来，大牛放大，大圣直接开 BKB，
内地攻破，
蝙蝠是用魔晶拉救了一手大圣，蓝猫也是滚掩护了一下，这波星辰的 BKB 全交了 ，TC 留住2个，蓝猫开了一个恶牛角啊，国师无双也是开了10秒 BKB，
是的，BKB 都开完了，
VICI 应该只交了一个 TB 的 A 账小变身，
对的，然后把天辉这个 BKB 全打出来了。其实那一波蝙蝠不拉那个大圣的话，大圣也是 BKB 的状态，对面也没有打算要硬追了。
他还是担心有危险。
对，
这样星辰又要缩一波了。
是的，
看 VICI 会不会利用这个 BKB 的 CD 直接上一波啊，还是说再等等盾？其实等等盾也可以，盾也是快刷了。哎，小强的一个跳刺先手，火猫跟进，又是一个蝙蝠的魔晶拉救人，大圣直接摆大掩护 ，TB 往大圣的外面稍微站一下，利用25级的魔化攻击距离天赋，又打掉了中路高地塔。那这一波大圣大招结束之后，VICI应该是可以上了，对面没技能了，蓝猫滚线没滚到 ，TB 变身还有一半时间 ，BKB 撒旦全在。直接拆得非常快，蓝猫接着滚，停了一下，蝙蝠的一个拉住 TB 真身，但是 TB 很肉，补了一手羊刀，能秒掉了 TB， 可以，再继续往前追，
没人能救呀，
对，没有任何的救人点，小强这个位置咳一下，大牛踩一脚自己 TB， 小强应该是死了。
是看还能不能再留到，没有了，
大牛自己踢回去了，这一波盾，
不过 VICI 能买。他们有机在里面。
对，刚才蝙蝠其实2波救人用的都是魔晶拉，20秒 CD， 真正的大拉是留给了 TB 啊。
对的。
然后拉之后又补了一手羊 ，TB 还是被秒了。
蝙蝠 A 账了，下一波他魔晶拉队友的话，可以连拉到对面的人了。
对，这波肯定要打的，要逼 TB 买活，小强也是可以买。TB 买活暂时没有大变身 CD， 小强先买。火猫一直用无影拳消耗这个盾，说实话，星辰也不是很好打，也没技能。这个 TB 的买活不太好逼。星辰选择了一波4人开悟，想多打少，先打起来。蝙蝠开火，但是暂时没大，蓝猫直接一个盲滚，先手羊刀 ，TB 选择了买活，这边拉住了火猫，想直接秒，有没有机会？现在的吹风暂时没死，有奶酪吗？多迪一个无影拳开 BKB 传魂走掉，拉扯了一波，大圣原地放了一个猴阵，但对面的已经撤退了，没死人。这波星辰要走，
赶紧走，他们逼了个 TB 买。
小强一个跳刺留住了 TB 蓝猫空揽，只有一发恶牛角应该是没什么用的，被 TB 直接过来 A 死。
是。蓝
猫可以买，国士无双开了一个隐身衣跑掉了，正面卖的土王与 BKB 被挡住，交了一个磁化 ，TB 过来给输出，
围住了，
直接围住啊，没地方滚，
难受，包围圈。
蓝猫可以买，但是土猫是刚更了 BKB 买不了，这个大圣也没有大招，那这波盾应该是得放给VICI了。虽然说是逼出了 TB 的买活啊，但是 TB 买活也是打赢了团。看一下肉山里面是什么东西。哎，这里小强又是一个踩火接刺，滚滚开车，留住了蝙蝠骑士，吹风的2段控制，蝙蝠骑士又是动不了。
太克了。
小强杀蝙蝠，蝙蝠根本就开不出 BKB。
对，而且这把 D1 小强玩的也好。
对。
他总是能出现在该出现的地方。
拿盾加击杀蝙蝠，这里VICI是取得了一个很大的优势啊。
对，这一波感觉要拿下来。
对，而且这一波 TB 是有大变身的，直接来了。
啊，然后蝙蝠也不能买。
对 ，TB 不选择交变身，再平拆，感觉平时剑可以拉出来直接拆了啊。他们是可能不知道这个蝙蝠买不了，蝙蝠是差钱。
差200块钱。
大牛更新强袭，滚滚更新龙心。
45分钟去拿个赏金符就可以买了呀。哎，那个下路是大圣，赶紧去拿一个潜伏。
大圣是买出圣剑，准备 all in 最后一波。
哎，拿个潜伏再回来呀。
大圣已经回来了。
哎呦，这个
啊，那还是没有蝙蝠。
对啊，差100多块钱，刚才那潜伏一拿，
这一波林肯是套给了 TB 啊，很有经验。大圣应该是想切后排吗？滚滚提前开灯，国出双战败，直接被 TB A 死。大圣在阴影处摆了一个大招，正面还是要秒 TB 的 ，TB 有盾。TB 交盾，刚交的是小变身，大变身还在，起身直接顶 BKB 非常稳，先走出猴阵，大变身还在。
哦，那有点难了。
近战兵营残血，小强跳过来，蓝猫滚后排，这波滚的是兵线。火猫过来打一下信息，给一个无影拳，自己中了一个沉默，往回溜一下 ，QW 顶起 DKB。
哎，想拉。
掉了近战兵营，这是蝙蝠犹豫了一下没有交拉。
哎，他在拉 CD 呢。
拉林肯了吗？好像拉林肯啊，蝙蝠已经没拉了。那这样的话，VICI如果知道这个情形，肯定要打。滚滚开车后来撞了2个，加个吹风刃的连撞，蝙蝠很危险，直接是被撞死。大圣本来还只能往回走 ，TB 点掉最后兵营，打超级兵，VICI稳健撤退，其实已经基本上拿下了。
对，超级兵到点了。
星辰没有敲击技发了一堆轮盘，但是已经非常难了啊。这 TB 变身是还在的，对方蝙蝠没有蝙蝠，他们就不用担心会被拉进泉水，直接就可以继续打。变身还有将近一半的时间。拉着平视剑，有奶酪，马上有 BKB， 很安全。大圣虽然说有圣剑啊，但是有点上不去。蓝猫还是强行给了一手羊，但是队友根本就没法跟。大圣在很靠后的位置。滚滚在泉水门口用车连续撞蓝猫，大圣终于等到了大招撞好，找这边 TB 是克了一个奶酪，回头反打。蓝猫再滚出来 ，TB 这里已经没有变身了，恶灵角挡了一个刺，星辰守的还是非常的顽强啊！这里超级兵也过来了，VICI要不要先退一下呢？那对方是少2个人，大圣没大，大圣反手一板，裂地沟壑，
直接拱死，
莫奈被震死，这里 TB 应该是捡起一把圣剑，
打出 GG，
恭喜 VICI 拿下了对阵星辰 BO2 的第1局。
好的，恭喜 VICI 啊！这一局的打到后面这个。
Off that one fight, they just went crazy, and Roshan's up. The Alliance can't really let this go down, but I don't think they have much of a choice in the matter.
They don't have great team fight there. Like the last time they tried, they got wiped in the pit. They're not going to tempt fate again, so Aegis Cheese going out the way of LGD. That should be able to last out your push. Take that tier 2 into the high ground. Alliance needs to find a really good angle for that defense. I think ideally right now they find a pickoff. The issue is LGD is not going to split up, and it's going to be very hard to find that angle. You have a Daedalus up on Ame, so you can just focus in, Abyssal out, get a crit, and just win.
Ame on high ground. How do you fight into this? 29k. They're gonna jump in. Ingswell not gonna connect. It was just a Dragon Tail. Nothing to say.
Radiant's top tower just got sent.
They've got a poke and prod, it seems, onto Ame. Well, again, S4 used up. Spot of danger. Do they initiate? Yeah, they do. Burrow Strike is out. The snowball safe is going to be there from home to try and buy some more time for S4. Now the soul bind, but there goes your DK. Down with that buyback. Made beyond Burrow Strike, Epicenter all on to the Grimstroke. Limp can't really afford to die at the moment, but he doesn't have much choice. He will go down again with that buyback, and they'll lose FNG to boot. Everything falling apart now for an LGD looking to close this one out. Not really much Alliance can do, but they're going to try. 3 versus 5.
This one's about to sink.
Whip slash. Does pretty decent damage. Ame is actually quite low. Snowball from Hanskin is there, and they do get the Aegis, but Nico Baby, he's dropping. He'll get himself out. LDD, you don't have the Aegis, but you might just keep going.
Yep, no cares in the world. We've got all the damage out. It's 3 against 5. Defense throughout the Jug is just so difficult here for the side of Alliance.
Try onto Nico again. The Jug being caught out by the Burrow is still fine, but look at the damage up on the Daedalus. My goodness. Ame gonna turn around with the Abyssal Blade now. He's got Nico Baby. The Swift Slash is there, but the patch on the range hit. Nico Baby will still survive, but Ame is back to the Ancient. He's back to it. They'll clip it up. They've bought enough time for their teammates to be back up and alive. But the Ancient's half HP. LGD, they're not gonna back off. They pop the Exorcism. They're committing to the objective. Inkswell on S4. Not going to initiate. Ancient's still dropping. Yule's up on the Dragon Knight, and the Ancient's gone. No messing about. LGD do take game 1 and Alliance. They look good for the first half, but LGD just proving to be too good in the end.
That as well, obviously.
Unfortunately. If you're having a rough sleep, you could take a
Let me see Liquid's results. That's all I care about. Did they get enough sleep to win some games, or was waking me up not really worth it?
Production has informed me that your favorite team, Team Liquid, is 1-0 against Team Neon.
Damn it! Nah, I mean, for them.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Maybe my hearing is off. They are losing. Oh, look at that excitement.
Biased caster
reports kicked. Get him out.
PSG is leading 1-0 against Alliance, and that is looking very, very, very dangerous for Alliance.
How do you feel about our Europe boys, Lacoste?
You know, I'm thinking about moving to the other region, you know, just embrace something.
Aren't we SCA in China at this point? Like,
kinda, you know, I also spent some time US, so I could potentially be North American. Yeah,
perfect.
I'm Mr. Worldwide, you know.
Oh,
Mr. 305.
Yeah, 100%.
At this point, is there an opportunity for Alliance to run it back? Basically, it seems like their standings.
Yeah, they're looking.
Shumi, are you asking us to do the math without seeing the numbers and everything?
There's so much math. I have learned that there's a lot of math going on.
We at the NA experts. You feel free to do it.
Okay, well, in my expert North American Dota brain, I'm going to say that it is looking like Alliance will be not making it out.
NA math. I don't know if I can trust that.
You really don't want my math. My math is the worst.
I don't know if I can trust that, but all right.
We are in the picks and bans, everybody.
Yep, Team ASTER. We see the same opener once Prophet snatched, and yeah, we'll see if they will follow up with the Nurse Spirit afterwards. But I liked that Prophet opening. I think the position 5 that Prophet is also pretty strong. I would like to see it more on core position, but finally,
here we go.
Yep. Same Earth Spirit from Team ASTER.
So usually they paired it up with Baron or a Tide Hunter. They want to have someone to just be able to take care of Shadow Shaman. So, you know, if they jump him, this is the first hero that you want to kill in a team fight pretty much, so that he can get the shackles and hexes multiple times
Pango is still
in a row.
As well.
Pango's available. Yeah, if this is your 4 and 5, it's probably punishable, but as you said, that Prophet is very flexible.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on them picking up Earth Spirit yet again?
Matt just wants to practice. Sometimes, you know, it comes down to that.
There you go, the Pango picked up by VICI Gaming. But yeah, Earth Spirit, he was fine. It wasn't the Phoenix performance, but Phoenix is also banned out. And as we said, we are not aware of how diverse his hero pool is. So sometimes you just have to stick with what you got and what works the best for you.
Get a ban.
Last time they banned out Grimstroke, which is one of the arch nemesis of the Pangolier. Just let's say completely nullifies your hero, but makes it so much harder for you to play.
Yeah, Phantom's Embrace, Soulbind, everything is a problem, so banning that out pretty good. Team ASTER with the Puck ban kind of makes us think that this should be that Prophet 5 again, because it isn't really a bad matchup overall for that Prophet on the mid lane.
Yeah, that Prophet has a bit of an upper hand in that matchup, even though it's very close. I would call it 55-45. Another good hero against the Pangolier. Beastmaster just works really well. Like when you have these heroes who can create a lot of chaos, when there's overtime damage, that Prophet ulti, these heroes make a lot of sense combined together. A lot of team fight, Roche taking potential. Like, did you have so much stuff to focus on? And they might be preparing for the Tide Hunter. Troll banned out, like you do not want to play into the range hero, like you want to be able to put some pressure on the enemy offlaner, safe laner if it's a melee hero. And there aren't too many range carry heroes that are being played right now. T-Blade banned out.
Yeah. PL banned out instantly after the Troll because it's one of the worst matchups for the PL to play into. Makes quite a bit of sense. And now if you're looking at VICI Gaming, you're looking at their after this ban, that is, you're looking most likely at their position 5 that they will pick up afterwards. And they've had some pretty interesting 5s. They've had Gyro, they've had Luna as well. Maybe we'll see that. Also the Morphling ban, because of the PL ban, which is peculiar, as Morphling really suffers versus PL, and maybe they're thinking, okay, this is it. TB, like you said, is also banned out, so that's...
Could potentially be thinking about Gyro, because Gyro 5, because they banned out Morphling, and you do not want to give him the Flak Cannon. They go with the Monkey King.
You don't have to give the Flak Cannon, you just don't skill it.
Just don't skill it. It's fine.
I mean, as a support, it's not even that bad. Like, you don't necessarily have to use it that much.
For people who think we're trolling, we're not. It's something that happened before with the Earthshaker, you know, just getting a 1-point and enchant totem. You do not want to give it to the Morphling, because that's how he deals the damage.
One Esports Fantasy says that before this draft started, VICI Gaming had a 52% chance of winning this. What are you both thinking now?
I'd give them 53, maybe.
Oh, 1 extra percent. What is that 1 extra percent coming from?
I'm a generous analyst.
Hard to say, you know. Both of these teams show that they can play some good Dota, but throughout the major a bit unstable, I would say. But we'll have to see the draft. You know, I'm kind of a draft guy. Hard to say anything before I see all the 10 heroes.
It does look very good for them right now, though. With
for
the
VICI
Pango,
game,
with the Monkey King,
I love these three paired up together.
Yeah, and the Shadow Shaman, like, it's all fully in their comfort zone.
Well, for those of you that may want to participate in the One Esports Fantasy, it is completely free, and you could possibly win part of the $3,000 in prizes that they have. There's a lot of stuff you can win, and all you need to do is be like these guys, these analysts here, and make some predictions.
Oh, is that the Lanham Abaddon that we haven't seen in a pretty long time, at least here in this series?
So yeah, that means that Prophet is the core here, either offlane, potentially an offlaner against the Monkey King. It's a good matchup. You do not want to have like a melee hero.
And everyone prepare. Lanham on this Abaddon is a treat to watch. Like, he is the guy that brought the hero back from the dead.
I was thinking about that Tidehunter to protect the Shaman, gives them more team fight. Don't like Tidehunter into Abaddon, because he just pops the ulti, shields the other guy, and kind of nullifies the purpose of the Ravage.
Pango will be played on offlane.
Oh yeah, you're correct. I'm just being a dumbass right now.
It happens.
So what are the roles that are still open right now based on the predictions? I know that it can change.
Radiant's turn to pick.
The roles of VICI Gaming right now?
Both teams.
Yeah, so on VICI Gaming it's pretty straightforward. All the 11 Pango offlane, Shadow Shaman PYW, Oracle DY, paired with Monkey King on the safe lane, and it's also this Oracle that's been so contested in the Chinese region. It used to be top, very, very...
Yeah, one of the most contested heroes for sure.
Didn't it have like 95% win rate or something similar? Oh.
Has Ricky been picked at all this tournament yet? I
not that I've seen.
Not for a reason, though.
He got nerfed hard by Vice Frog.
Yep.
What happened to him?
Was a bit OP.
They reduced the amount of times you can hit with the Aghanims, and the Aghanims was pretty damn broken. You would always go the same build. Battle Fury, Aghs, and you just well, not one shot, but in one tricks of trade, you could kill off a team. And
but Ricky kind of punishes. He is a good hero that can jump the backline with the Earth Spirit. So Oracle and Shadow Shaman need to be careful. There is a silence. So a bit worried, I would say.
This is the first Ricky of the tournament, so maybe Team ASTER will bring out some new tech.
Oh, this is a good ban. It's been super popular across the Southeast Asia and Chinese region. Whenever there's an Oracle, like Night Stalker just seemed so good, makes Oracle's game unplayable, and it would be like another silence. So far they have 1, 2, 3 silences, even 4 silences if Abaddon gets the 4th hit.
All these backline jumpers from Team ASTER are really strong in the current draft because of the Oracle and the Shadow Shaman. Also, something that I mentioned, the Abaddon on Lanham, that it's really great, but it's also a really good Abaddon game. It's a well, not a soft counter, it's a pretty big counter to the Shadow Shaman as well, as you can use that Aphotic Shield against him, and just a solid laner when played in Lanham's hands, because he does some crazy stuff. He goes phase boots, Vlads, drums, he's a carry on his own. But I'm still not completely sold on the Ricky. I know it's a good Ricky game, but sometimes the hero is just too nerfed to make him look good even in a good game, like a Kunkka was throughout this whole tournament.
Maybe this is the chance. They will show off Ricky, and if Ricky doesn't really perform up to standard, maybe that's like a little buff me sign, you know?
Sometimes it's all it takes, you know. One team starting to play with a certain hero that others don't think it's really good. Other teams start to copy it, see that it's still a good hero, and then it gets banned out most of the time. That's how it goes. That's how it has been Dota played for
forever,
last 10, 15, 16, 17 years.
17, damn. Storm Spirit banned out by Team ASTER together with the Ember, a couple of spirits that VICI Gaming might pick up as they need their mid laner as the last pick.
Who can they pick? Who do you think they'll pick? What is the best pick for them?
Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit. The spirits are out.
All the spirits are out.
Puck also out.
Spirit Breaker's in. Vengeful Spirit.
Not the same kind of spirits, but alright, I'll agree.
New spirit that's gonna be released after the major. Just kidding. I don't know what that's gonna be. Hoping for Marcy.
Marcy? Yeah.
Marcy.
Dire's
That'd be
turn to pick. A world devourer.
Okay, Team Master.
They have OD and Riki. Like these were heroes that were first big material like 3 months ago. Yeah, but then the patch came out, nerfed both of these heroes.
It's nice to have OD. That Meteor Hammer build still works. It's still very versatile. You can put him on offlane versus the Monkey King. You can put him mid lane as well. So that Prophet and OD, you don't know which one is going where. But yeah, they finalized their 2 last picks with heroes that aren't picked anymore for a reason.
I'll just say it, Lina. You know, it's okay. Similar thinking. Leshrac, someone that can outrange whoever it is, even it's like that. Prophet on OD, you still have that lightning, the kind of harass. It's a mixed damage, great against Riki overall. Not sure. I just don't remember like how this should work. Didn't see the matchup. Like Leshrac against. Who's playing the OD? It's XXS, right?
Offlane OD.
Okay,
It's
so
that
it's an offlane OD, mid that Prophet.
Yeah.
It's still, it's better for Leshrac, I believe. Might be wrong here, but now with the Leshrac, I'm leaning towards VICI gaming. You know, a lot of AoE damage. Once he gets a couple of items, like 2 items, he does not care about like any of these heroes. So, looking good. And he also has Oracle to save him up. Same goes.
非常少见，
好像也没有特别能吃。就如果被动了的话，也很难受。就是说救人点，
亚巴顿
和亚巴顿2个救人点，但是就是可能。扛揍上面不太行。
对，就是看星辰这个阵容呢，感觉他们这个阵容就是赢的方式没有看 VICI 阵容赢的方式那么直观。
对，就感觉会更难打一些，阵容拿出来之后。
对，就是需要可能线上打得更好，小配合更好，然后救人更好，拉扯更好，才能够打赢。
对，感觉他们也是想明白了，就是说，确实现在的积分没什么机会进前3的话，我们反正尽量保住这个一个。然后尽量多练一下新的东西，
对，
因为确实卖的替补过来之后，他们没办法在
时间太短了，
没办法这么短的时间练那么多东西。那每一局对他们来说都是一场训练赛。
你说如果是以前的这个小组赛打个什么4天5天，他还能多几天练一练，对吧？
对。
但现在赛程这么紧张的情况下，是完全不可能会有再去让你练习的机会了。
是的。
好的，
太少了。
比赛开始了，我们把时间交给2位解说。
钟骄阳先过来探，对方没眼，哦，那我可以做眼了。还是做了一个偏看河道的眼，又开始打上老十一。我老十一也无所谓了，我赢都赢了，你打赏呗。又有打赏了，上盘
用光
了啊！还是
他们这是什么？是什么梗？每一把都要打赏老十一，关键是老十一这么。就是高冷男神都没有回复，
也不接，对吧？
也不接这个梗。
这边还是中单敌批，3号位的黑鸟。3号位黑鸟配土猫，线上可能会让大圣稍微难受一点。哎，下路这一波国士无双，可以解气运之末啊，但是被一个刺，伤害还是比较高的，差一下啊，点死了！哇，小歪这攻击力好高啊！
是的，攻击力比较高
，1格血啊。PRW 拿了1血，那下路星辰不好打了。小歪这个长手高攻、技能伤害高的英雄，打星辰这边双近战。
对的，当时就是讲的对线不会特别强。中路的话是这把是 DP 对线打这个拉奇克，
应该也是一个偏互相发育的对线。
是的，
都可以用技能去补刀。
黑鸟打3，我记得流行过一段时间，就是那时候也是出陨星水啊什么的嘛。但是最近没什么人选。
那个时候黑鸟数值还比较强，后来也是经过了一个平衡性的削弱。
对，就我记得好像就少了0.1吧，反正没有差很多。
而且现在黑鸟出那个雨星锤接关的这个 combo， 核心可以通过中期出一个散滑撑抗性来破坏掉。而且摇的时间本身也比较长，
主要是摇你站着不能动呀。
对你像这盘 VG 这个阵容，断他摇雨星锤的东西太多了，他比较难，就是在对方不落单的情况下把这个关键雨星锤摇好。小歪好像又是进行了一波深度勾兵啊，这是 VG 最近的套路嘛，就是勾到这个高地下面稳削一波兵。然后自己小歪也是可以稳补一波兵，然后滚滚线上可能会稍微难受一点，会被2打1，这好像是最近 VG 的玩法啊。上把也是这样，但这样滚滚真的有点难受啊，被亚布顿这样单挂。中路补到白学家是略高一点，其实上一盘白学家中路对线还是压了火猫挺多的那个蓝猫，但是运气不太好，没控到第一个神符。他现在玩中单好像都不会速平啊，都是会先出一个挂件持续压制，然后再去补平。
这样。兵是属性比较好，上路这里动了一波，
差一点伤害。有敌对之焰吗？
他1级，好像只有1级。
但黑鸟也是一个大残，然后土猫这里也没补给，土猫似乎想把这个鞋的这个钱存出来啊，存了400块钱，身上什么都没有。那这波黑鸟有点难受啊，黑鸟跟土猫2个人都没有药，黑鸟选择走回家，线上放大圣空补一波，再回来就不好打了。
是的，这黑鸟这条线应该是应该是稳裂了，
没打出来。
然后土猫还得游走一下。
亚布顿这边是吃了一口小魔棒，暂时没死，绕一下，带着一波兵。正好过来看一下神符，中路也是在压，近塔压了一波拉。小歪直接过来给个大药，因为也是医学小歪比较有钱。
Fredo, so if he gets that, he will just rune spawn top. Double damage bottle for the DP.
Man, that's gonna give him a lot of boost in the mid lane. Fly.
Double damage. 双倍点起来。
土猫在中。藏一下树林，看有没有，还是想尝试，但这里
很勉强，
对，很勉强这一波。
是老陆他很小心，
那个站位根本就没有机会啊。哑巴顿也是跑到上路，这波想配合黑鸟来控反击符，这一脚踩被躲开，想挡滚也没有成功，麦的还是溜走。这波关了一手，大这边的神谕者。一个气运之末解掉自己，就吃了一个仙草，但感觉还是有危险啊！人头是被黑鸟拿到，还能回去吃2个潜伏。2个队伍打的还是比较军事啊，对线期。上把其实也是前中期都比较军事的。
对，就是到往后面打1、2波团就能解决战斗了。
小歪这一波来中，看到哑巴顿在，直接放弃了。两边都开始给中路补眼。把拉希克加点，他是主2技能的，所以中期还是主推进的。如果打对线的话，可能1、3技能点的会高一点。主2中期 VG 应该还是会打这种比较多的4人抱团进攻，然后让大圣单刷。 这里个恢复，又是让 DP 控到。那 DP 这波很舒服，直接开大。拉希克状态很一般啊，选择直接 TP，这个伤害，哦呦，好自信啊！这个上路的话也是危机的一个动手，3人3打1，这里是关了小歪，但是一个板接气运之末打出 buff 之后，XS 还是有危险啊，毕竟3打1啊，没办法。
对的。
主要是中路这一波星辰3打1，拉希克没死，上路这个3打1，黑鸟就很难活了。但是拔掉了一个中1塔也还是不错，
还可以。
而且 DP 是没有掉状态的。想再动拉希克，踢回来，拉希克开大招，反手一脚，哇，这个踩有点歪啊！神谕哥也是来迟一步，但是应该能收逮不顿，一个助攻带走。DP 没有深追了。哦，我觉得这玩的有点奔放啊！小歪扬了一手，往前跟，土猫有斜，马上有滚了，感觉好像不是很好追。
跑得快，看一下 SA 的这个经济跟滚滚比滚滚稍微肥一点。
还是要出狂战的。
SA 就是之前那个 A 仗削弱了之后啊，就没什么人玩了。
是的，
因为那会儿确实太厉害了。
本身这种隐身系的英雄当核心打，在比赛里面还是比较有风险。有点容易被针对。当你以为你隐身的时候，对面地上如果有针眼的话，就很难受。
所以他其实这个 A 仗一削，把这个英雄又弄没了的话，
一刀就砍废了。
对，就直接就废了呀。其实现在还是可能这次比赛大家也都没有尝试一些别的东西吧。就这次出场的英雄其实还挺少的，
都比较常规。
总是这么几个英雄选来选去的。
整活的英雄比较少啊，
对，
偶尔看到一些中单默克尔都输了。1号位上面还是以大河为主，
对，可能位置上会一些调整，但是英雄上没有新颖的东西了。
力丸刚才好像是一个交替取消，这英雄自己拉也有点尴尬，拉不到。哎呦，这波他自己打野血量其实不是很健康啊 ，DY 就在。这一波想找大圣，黑鸟是有关节雨星锤 A 一下关，但是这个位置太深了，VICI马上2本 TP，不敢接。拉希克过来爆塔，顶了一个塔防，滚滚也在。滚滚如果有反应的话要小心啊，蛇棒也插了，这里VICI推进还是很强的。黑鸟踢下关接雨星锤，小歪能断吗？扬了一手，力丸。放了一个 T， 这 DP 也支援了过来放大招，土猫也来，这波星辰人很多啊，但是 DP 开大招只杀一个好像不是很赚，留住了曾骄阳。
Пасть, Ланема можно убить, Ланема забирают, но могут потерять за это и... Но пока теряют никого, пиво должны добивать, и Вайталбома, по идее, этот тавр останавливать вообще никак не должен. Гонится с Диваем, сможет ли Дивай где-то спрятаться, может быть, а ТПшки нет, ну тогда это конечное для Оракла также.
Что, тавр забрали? Нормально?
Забрали? Я не уверен. МК пофармил. На МК у них был какой-то акцент даже до этого.
Форс как у реки. Ну и по игре Oracle и Лишак довольно сильная связка.
11. Так,
не опять.
Давай попробуем разобраться, для чего молнии в
этой игре.
Ну вообще,
распушивать линии, но распушивать линии тоже некому. Ну ты чё?
Распушивать линии некому, да и в принципе пуш тут какой-то от ASTER в какой-то момент может пойти. Вообще там, да, у тебя и Абадон, и ДП, и на самом деле, когда у тебя в команде есть Метеор, это тоже дополнительный тавер дэмэдж, не стоит об этом забывать, поэтому...
Просто когда, ты говоришь блинк первым артефактом, покупаешь блинк, тебе хочется просто стоять с этим блинком за героем и ждать нападения, чтобы сконтр-инициировать. Но пока все время, пока ты стоишь, ты не распушишь линии и, соответственно, не фармишь. А молнии, с этим молнием ты гораздо быстрее, если нафармишь блинк. Поэтому... в этом есть смысл. И обычно в таких пиках у тебя урона не так много.
Не, я с тобой согласен, просто интересно, что тут именно тенденции мировой доты такие, что подгарьеры не особо сейчас так собираются. У Ланема прокает ультимейт, за ним можно погнаться, можно его поконтролить и забрать здесь. Арена, оверкилл. Ультимейт от Левена
на пятерку.
Видимо, решили, что любой фраг это фраг на этом этапе игры, в целом понять их можно.
Наверное, они просто вспоминают, что было сезон в Тавере, что чуваки прилетели дефить Тавер, когда он уже упал. Думают, все, этого героя точно сейчас не отдадут просто так.
Кстати, в итоге БФ у МК будет достаточно своевременный. А что Рики, БФчик, да, собирается?
Да, у него нет альтернативы. Диффузан, это какой патч, что диффуза покупать первым. БФ сейчас на самом деле много обсуждали это там внутри команды и вообще. На самом деле патч работает так, что ты на керри, любой, как выиграть доту. Керри собирает БФ, оффлейнер собирает третий некра. Мидер спейсит и в идеале собирает Вичблейд.
Так, ОД погибает, White Album пытается пройти вперед.
Сейчас
здесь.
может Абадон хил.
5XS пытаются добить девайс. Здесь, тут как тут. Ланем снова отступает под хиксом. Не знаю, конечно, глядя на эти игры Астер. Просто опять атаки от XXS, с оффлейна.
Причем 3900. Ты играешь на ОД, у тебя есть хаммер, и ты такой, пойду подерусь. Что-то фармить стаки, пушить тавера нет. И пойду на вражескую тройку, кину хаммер в героев.
Кину хаммер в героев?
Кину хаммер
без вижена?
Да, в Оракла, который диспелит и дебаф, и не дает 0 урона. Блокирует весь урон. Вот.
Ну да, и уже на самом деле, если посмотреть, у Ори все неплохо. Да, у вас есть сильная ДП, но это как раз не то, что проблема ДП, но это проблема, что одной ДП вам не хватит, чтобы победить в доту. Что она забрала 2 тавера, третий тавер она не может сейчас прешерить. Она может, по сути, быть сильной в файтах, но фармит она хорошо, но опять-таки это ДП. Ей нужно, чтобы команда тоже как-то помогала. Шраг.
Нормально.
Без ботла в итоге.
Немножко потерялись Астер. Они темпели. Супер круто сделали в миде, сломали тавер. Пришли наверх, тоже сломали ЗД без ульты. И после этого ДП уже минут сколько? 7 ульт не нажимала. Что-то бегает.
Нажимала как раз, когда они за ТН сражались.
То есть, у тебя же вроде все нормально. Пойди где-то за форсе. Вот приди наверх на Т2, например. Нажми ульт, пускай герои сюда стянутся. В это время
она могла как раз тогда же, когда они пустили 3-1, она могла заставить их стягиваться и принимать непростые решения. А в итоге Вичи расслабились, отдыхают, фармят. МК уже с БФом. Вот у него должен был быть БФ там с этих 2 лесных кемпов. И он сейчас будет покупать.
Просто непонятно, что они ждут.
Ланем. Так, пошел. Единственное, что Ланем реально стягивает на себя много спеллов, но толку, конечно, от этого никакого нет, потому что в конечном итоге он все равно умирает. Минус Ланем, 2 баунти руны, если не больше. Внизу взял какие-то баунти? Нет, не взял баунти. Мэтт укатывается вместе с Вайталбумом не туда вообще. Рики прыгает, Пангальер от него отступает.
Рики.
А почему Рики не фармит?
Хочется ему подраться. У него пол БФ, там парни, команда.
Просто вот у МК есть БФ, и МК сейчас начнет настолько его стремительно опережать.
Сейчас они придут дефить тавер, который уже упал. Вот Абадон летит. Вот драка за что, по-моему?
Я не знаю, у Оракла не успеет, сейчас, возможно, Лишака спасти, а возможно, не успеет. Дюай успел! Анимация ультимейта очень долгая, но пока неплохой файт для Астер. Пив пытается отсюда тэп-аут сделать, не дадут ему этот тэп-аут оформить. Пангальер улетит. Если бы там Оракл успел еще и ультануть Лишака, это вообще был бы провал просто для Астер. Но в целом и так это не супер круто, потому что МК фармит, Рики, ему надо еще...
Ты не фармит. МК фармит, тавер упал. Драка за респект. Причем Вичи сами виноваты. У них стоят балки, ну, типа, и у Тауэра осталось 200 хп. Да просто уйди оттуда, и все. С балки сломает Тауэр. Там нет нападателей. Кто? Земля?
11 катается, укатывается.
Мне кажется, драться за объектив, который уже упал, это ну, просто худшее, что можно придумать. Не знаю, кто колет, это уже второй раз. Низ прилетели также дефить.
Ну, слушай, возможно, не то, что никто не колет, но, возможно, это просто, знаешь, вот режим игры, когда капитана нет, просто делаем, что делаем. Конечно, грустно быть, да, фанатом Тимастер в том плане, что если Бабока настолько еще и важный игрок для команды, и мы видим это по их игре сейчас, но не выглядели так Китай и Астеры. Теперь откуда у них столько на самом деле поражений на этом турнире? И, честно говоря, даже немного страшнее от этого всего становится за Альянс, потому что Альянс от них вчера отлетели без шансов 0-2. То есть там вообще не было сомнений никаких, что Астер на голову сильнее, чем Альянс. Возможно, тоже сказалось, что Альянс по ходу турнира с самого начала набирают очень долго и жестко.
Кстати, не знаешь, если одинаковое количество поинтов?
Хайбрейки, конечно, будут.
Бодин?
Ну, там же, да, вроде бы один.
Окей.
Представить себе, конечно, ситуацию, в которой не будет тайбрейков с тем, как складывается турнирная таблица, очень сложно. Поэтому... Ну, там будут тайбрейки за что? Там будут тайбрейки, скорее всего, за винора-лузера. Там будут тайбрейки, скорее всего, за 7-8. Не скорее всего, возможно. За 7-8 возможно. Потому что там у Неонов и у Альянсов все не...
При этом... Еще нет команд, которые сыграли все игры уже.
Не-не-не, да, еще...
Так, в миде у нас нападение тоже просто нападение. Так.
А Рики, ты взял уже БФ, нет?
Что?
Рики взял БФ уже, нет? Давайте посмотрим.
7700, да, наверное.
Вот, есть у него. Есть БФ. Но МК...
力丸狂战出的比大圣慢一些，经济差2000。两边继续对刷，又是亚巴顿顶线，这维基人在往下靠。如果亚巴顿还往前走的话，可能会被动，但是对面也在蹲，还是要强动吗？哎，这波小歪。 中了一个沉默，黑鸟观看一下，哎，一个板断了一手，很漂亮。
对他们找的这个位置也不太，对他们得往后面找。
那这波DP这个大招开的就有点亏了呀。
对，被溜掉了。好像留不到，看土猫能不能再追。土猫，哎，
没上去。墙上高坡，大圣百大，这波大圣位置上不错，要强秒小歪。 小歪是可能会死 ，DP 这波是太霸道，顶起了10秒 BKB。
是的，
这无视对面的核心大招啊，强杀了对面2个酱油。但是这边拉希克、曾骄阳单杀了莫奈，带了一把粉，也找回了场子啊。
这个单杀就很难受了，577。
对，本身这一波星辰是靠着 DP 的10秒 BKB。 就非常霸道的强打了一波，还打赢了，但是自己核心被单杀。 就也不是很赚了，
对，挽回了一点场子。
哦，这里高坡集合，VG应该是要开悟，大胜 BKB 第一波，一起来打这个赏金符点，想进攻对方的赏金符点，有视野。 白学家没有敢过去啊，自己是没有 BKB 的，比较稳。哎，隐刺过来了，这里好像是有危机真假眼，看到了 A 了一下，不过位置很深。
他刚刚那个暴露一下自己眼位了呀？
对，暴露眼位了，等一下这个眼就没了。
是的。 不过这个眼时间快到了。这把跟上把其实整体差不多，就是打到这个中期都还是很焦灼的。
是的，一个板天辉直接顶了一个塔防，让 DP 还是落地了，可能落地也是收线，影响不大。这样 DP 在上的信息打出来之后呢，又是来下路找这个亚巴顿了，把大招直接烫出来。 哦，他选择先去杀鸡，反正鸡是稳杀的，人家也别想跑，对吧？
是的。
这波拉奇克是个加速啊，所以他比较随意。国受伤这个拿命顶线又死一波。但这样打总觉得 VG 是相对来说比较主动啊，
对，
真的是完全没有节奏，
而且拖下去我感觉大圣，
高波被小白扬，大圣直接摇大，再接一个蛇棒，哇 ，VG 杀人是真的不省技能。
算了，这2个大招
你就别想救了，
罢了。
下落单切这边神谕者。完成了一波单杀，但是正面拉奇克在强追黑鸟关 CD 有危险，
开车撞。
不过DP踢过来，这波拉奇克
要没了，
应该是要没了啊！滚自己走吧，土猫看能不能留。被跳走了。
我们这波土猫的买活好像
没能留住人。
是的，看还有一个滚，没滚到，但是给到了视野，没有队友追了。
还在
追，
很气，我买活了。不过
小心一点啊，这别待会儿买活死。
有危险，大圣来了，完了，麦德要买活死了，麦德直接上头了。一定要证明我买活是有用的，然后我死了，因为他确实队友根本就没有一个人跟他，他一路还在追。
是的，
他只是个土猫
快乐土猫。
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
其实 VG 也没有说每一波节奏都打那么紧，比如说他们每次杀那个国土的时候，技能交了很多，然后上路是抓那个土猫的时候，也是2个大全交了。
对，
就他们完全不升技能，所以说在推那个关键性塔的时候，自己是没技能的。
是的。
他们也不是那种常规就打得很紧凑，大家有大招，然后去进攻一波，比如说开风雾进攻一波野区，然后推个塔，也没有打出这种效果，所以打到现在感觉局势都很焦灼。
对，VG 领先了5000经济，就是在每个点位上都稍微领先一点。还是在等这个核心的关键装备。这里黑鸟是更新了一个 A 杖，力丸有分身了，可以解粉。滚跳刀吹风2件套，不知道有没有魔晶啊？有魔晶的话就是3件套。
是黑鸟 A 杖了，
连撞3段。
2个关。
双方更新装备之后 ，VG 率先选择了一波开雾。开雾在蹲下路兵线，
是 A 了个眼嘛？
中路的话是一个拉希克漏，滚在蹲。都不是很好打进攻啊。因为黑鸟他只有 A 杖没有跳刀的话，先手能力还是没有那么强。土猫这一波买活死之后，经济一下子也就差起来了。本来是跟小白差不多的，一波买活死差了小白2000多。我听到了蛇棒的声音啊，直接是
插蛇棒，
闲着也是闲着。
但这波可能要被绕后了。
能 TP 吗？反跑，高波是有VG眼的，但是自己人被包围了，抹了，
蛇肉也抹了，
让我垫下兵。
上路这里留了个
力丸踩住，看输出够不够，力丸。想反跑，避了一下兵，再避一下，拉得很远，有机会，还是个撒粉状态。夜晚视野，粉快要结束了，
马上可以再绝杀秘籍。
被力丸跑了，正面黑鸟被滚滚还是撞了一手。但是 DP 这一波开大一个神谕者被拍了沉默 ，DP 直接顶 BKB 强杀，神谕没办法。出场有个大圣，但是 DP 有 BKB， 等 BKB 消，快消了。追吗？有点远，逼过来，一个搬两个，不错，开启 BKB， 黑鸟直接被点死。这边残血力丸是不是也过来了？也要死。
他切了，他好像是想要来切人，但是这边都是满血呀。
对他其实上一波没死就已经是一个残血状态了，没想到他没有回家，还想过来打。结果这波
他是不是往回走，绕到这里来了？
感觉是侧翼黑鸟 DP 都在，然后他想过来打个收割，结果没想到被大圣把这个黑鸟跟 DP 反住之后，黑鸟先死，自己也被发现了。这波很伤。 这波 VICI 控到盾，这一局感觉又稳了呀。
Radiant structures are fortified.
然后这一波打起来的时候，星辰也是人不齐的，两个酱油好像都不在，两个大哥在打，酱油都不在。中路有想法，黑鸟来了，对拉希克动吗？被小白直接一个反手扬，捆的是哑巴盾，但是星辰拉扯能力还可以，关一手。 感觉星辰就是有拉扯能力，但是正面应该就没有VICI厉害了。滚滚开车进场，直接是吹风一个断一个大圣，直接摆大原地一脚预判踩，逼出了 BKB。
没有人能把人留在那个大圣大里面，一个板留的是个黑鸟，
黑鸟被留，国士无双
打出大。
打完之后扬住，立完打输出，但是感觉伤害也不是很可观。猫滚回来被拉住，
还有一个 SA
被拉希克烫，一个吹风被VICI团围住啊！拖油三杀，感觉星辰到点了。
到点了，正面 SA 这个英雄还是太弱了，
没什么输出。
是的，我感觉 A 仗削了之后，这英雄真的是不太好选了。
哎，老十一这个发出了声音啊！打场一波国士无双，
老师终于有声音。这种就属于什么？就是平时这种开黑什么的啊，就是我还没赢的时候，我先不装。
对，
对吧？就等是快赢的时候，就感觉自己已经稳赢的时候，再开始各种轮盘或者是打字。
你看，你这2局一直在打赏我，
对他，
我知道我2比0你的时候还打赏你，
对，就让你没脾气。
是的。
而且省的也是自己就是毒奶自己。
这把现在星辰确实，又是一个小白的超，老十一这个车头稍微有点歪，
再转回来，
卷土重来，再撞，这个位置有点深了，这车技不好，
这车技撞了一次。
土猫一个预判滚没滚到大圣，大圣给起 BKB，直接过来反打，关了一个土猫，但土猫还不在。 还少一个河，土猫先死，大圣带着 buff 往回先撤一下，没 BKB 了。星辰已经很难杀人了，感觉这波迪佩拉又是白交。
是的。感觉阿瑟这2把这个练的，
国土哇被秒了。
是的，
他大没开出来，被一板直接板死了。
往后排切，找的是神月，但是被拉住了。
被小歪的一个秒拉满，
这有经验。
再补一个气运之末，给了个套子，再补一手羊，这个 SA 根本打不了输出。 开分身，极限踢一下避队友，暂时没死，滚滚直接冲进来 ，PW 也进来，2人冲 SA 脸，把 SA 冲死了。
黑鸟砸了个大招，但都是残血，没有一个致死伤害。
都是残血，没有致死伤害。
土猫滚过来，
土猫也没大，被 PW 再次反摇，
罗金
，VICI 完美拉扯，一个没死，
直接打出了 GG，
莫奈直接敲出 GG。 是2比0战胜星辰，这样VICI的积分应该也是比较不错了啊。
是的，一会儿看一下。
他刚才跟老干爹战平的时候，应该是跟老干爹是同积6分，那加上这个2比0就是8分了，对吧？应该是8分啊。